January 1946. The northernmost edge of the great northern wilderness, the Shaoling Mountains, Nanga Village. Mountains piled onto mountains, mountains wrapped around mountains, the snow pressing down so hard the forest could barely breathe. Shanzi, what are you doing? Easy, take it easy. I froze. A woman's voice I hadn't heard in ages was right by my ear. In front of me was a pitch-black room, the smell of coal smoke stinging my nose. But my body reacted faster than my mind, finishing off what I was apparently in the middle of doing. When it was over, I squinted and looked around. This wasn't my creaky old iron-frame bed that groaned every time I rolled over. This was a Kang, a brick bed heated from below, and it was scorching hot. Why are you spacing out? Shanzi, don't you scare me now. The woman crawled out from under the covers and swatted at my face twice. Asterisk smack. Smack. Asterisk. 2 slaps brought me back to my senses. I'd traveled through time. Just half an hour ago, while she went to the outer room to fetch water, I sorted through the 2 sets of memories in my head. They were mixed together like oil and water, until finally they melted into one person. As if I really had lived 19 years in this world. Name, Chen Gaoshan. Age, 19. Sex, male. I had an old hunter father and mother, both still alive. My older brother had been mauled to death by a bear a year back, leaving behind a childless widow. That woman just now was my wife, Wang Lianhua, 18. She was the younger sister of my sister-in-law, married into the family 6 months ago, making us kin twice over. In my past life, I was nothing more than an ordinary web novelist. I didn't fall off a cliff, didn't get electrocuted, didn't get struck by lightning. I just went to sleep and woke up here. After all those years writing about time travel, it was finally my turn? Cheap power, system, storage space. Come on out, all of you. I called out in my head for a good while, then patted myself down all over. No jade pendant, no ring, nothing. In this era, in a place this harsh, surviving empty-handed would be hard. And in that very instant, everything in front of me suddenly went blank. My whole self felt like it was being yanked into an endless void. There we go. How could you travel through time and not get a cheap power? I thought get out, and I was back on the hot Kong. I reached over and grabbed the worn-down broom stub by the edge of the bed, willed it, and it vanished. I willed it again, and it reappeared in my hand. I let out a breath. With this thing, even without a system, I could survive here and live well at that. The door creaked open. I shot upright, and a rush of cold air poured under the covers. Who's there? Wang Lianhua set down the wooden basin and hurried over to the Kong, throwing her arms around my left leg, murmuring, "The spirit's come home. It's come. Stroke the fur. No fright. Stroke the ear. Just a scare. Chen Gaoshan, you've come home with me. You're back." In the moonlight, it was the first time I got a good look at her face. Oval-shaped, eyes as big as fans, skin a little sallow but easy on the eyes. Under that floral-padded jacket, she was carrying a fair bit of weight. By all rights, when someone gets thrown back into an era of war and chaos, the first reaction should be fear. But I felt kind of lucky. There's number 996 here, number 007. I don't have to stay up all night writing code. Don't have to worry about dropping dead from overwork. My parents were hit and killed by a truck when I was 7. The driver was never found. After that, I lived with my grandma. And the year I finished elementary school, she passed away too. It was only because the village chief, a kind-hearted man, got me on welfare that I didn't starve to death. It's not that I never thought about finding a wife and settling into a steady life. But I had no money, no house, and no stable job. What girl would ever go for me? Now I've got a wife. For free. No 188,000 yuan bride price required. I've got a family. I reached out and grabbed her hand. "Honey, I'm fine now, don't worry. I just got worn out a minute ago. You really okay? Or you just saying that? Did you run into something bad out at the outhouse? Tomorrow I'll have Ma get Annie Wong to take a look at you. I'm really fine." I scooped her up onto the Kong. Seeing me back to my old self, she finally relaxed. That soul-calling ritual the old folks passed down really does work. An hour later, watching my wife crouched on the ground washing both our underwear, I couldn't help but grin. A wife, kids, and a warm Kong bed. This life didn't seem so bad after all. I'll dry them on the stove wall overnight, and they'll be good by morning. She tossed the wet clothes at me. "You drink some crazy woman's piss or something?" Grinning like an idiot. "Go to sleep now. I've got to get up early tomorrow to make breakfast." I lay back down on the Kong, listening to her breathing slowly settle into an even rhythm. She really had exhausted herself. Working that hard right after arriving, I was too worn out to keep my eyes open either, and I drifted off in a daze. When the big rooster let out its raspy crow, the sky still hadn't lightened. I groggily tried to sit up, but a hand pushed me back down. Sleep a little longer. You worked so hard last night. Lianhua's voice carried a smile. I'll make you some noodles. Get your strength back up good and proper. I grunted at MM. It had been years since anyone had cared for me like this. My mind ran through this family's history. My sister-in-law, Wang Xinghua, had married into the family 3 years ago. The first time I saw her, she came in sitting on a sled, wearing a red padded jacket, chest full and round, 2 thick black braids. I was struck dumb on the spot. She had that brisk temperament unique to northeastern women, said whatever was on her mind, and was a real workhorse on top of that. Ever since she came, all the cooking fell to her, and I finally didn't have to eat my mother's awful food anymore. Too bad my brother's life was cut short. A little over a year ago, my brother went into the mountains with our father. 4 days later, he came back with both legs gnawed off by a bear. Heavy snow had sealed off the mountains, and the western doctor in the county town was far away. The hospital was a good 200 li away, so all we could do was ask the village doctor to stitch up the wound and stop the bleeding. He clung to life by a thread, but he was gone in less than a month. The day of the funeral, every man in the village, young and old, came to see him off. My sister-in-law cried her eyes out, and Ma was sick in bed for half a month. Whether it was because of my brother or his wife, nobody knew, but the two of them had gone 3 years without a child. Gaoshan, get up. The noodles are ready. Eat while they're hot. I sat up with the quilt still wrapped around me. Have Ma and Pa eaten yet? They have. Ma told me to bring yours in here. I took the chopsticks, blew on the noodles, and shoveled a bite into my mouth. Good grief. Nearly scalded myself. So I settled for slurping them down in small sips. On a freezing day like this, a bowl of white flour noodles warmed me right up. Having white flour to eat in times like these, our family really was well off. As I ate, I could feel someone staring at me. It was Lianhua. What are you looking at me for? Nothing. When you're done, Ma and Pa want you to come to their room. They've got something to tell you. Good news. Good news. What kind of good news could it be? I wiped my mouth, pulled on my leather pants and jacket, buttoned up my dogskin hat, and pushed the door open. A gust of cold wind shot straight down my collar, making me shiver. This was a courtyard house with gray brick walls and tiled roofs. I lived in the west wing, my sister-in-law had the east wing to herself, and Ma and Pa lived in the main house. A place like this made us one of the wealthiest households in the village. I made a stop at the outhouse in the back to relieve myself, then headed for the main house. Shanzi, come on into Ma's room. Standing in the doorway was a round-faced woman in her 40s, my mother. I answered her and stepped inside. The whole family was there. Ma and Pa sat on the Kang, and my wife sat at the far end of it. There was also a woman in her early 20s who looked 70% like Lianhua, my widowed sister-in-law, Wang Xinghua. Both of these Wang sisters were something to look at, curves that even a padded jacket couldn't hide. The older sister was more mature, her skin a shade darker, but her features were finer. The younger one was fiery, the older one was delicate. When my sister-in-law saw me come in, she actually lowered her head. Something was off. She was usually so brash and easygoing. Since when did she get this shy? Ma. Pa, what did you call me in for? Is it about heading up the mountain? Pa shot me a look. Your ma's talking. Don't butt in. Ma didn't beat around the bush either, coming straight to the point. Second son, your pa and I have been thinking this over for days now. It's about your brother and your sister-in-law. Your brother led a hard life and left us too soon, without even a single child. There are 3 ways to be unfilial, and having no heir is the worst. So your pa and I have decided you'll take on both households. My heart skipped a beat. Before your brother passed, he told you to look after Xinghua, and you nodded. She won't remarry either. Says she'll stay a widow for your brother her whole life. But being a widow is no easy thing. So you've got to take the first household under your wing too, if a child comes of it, and register it under the eldest son's name. That way, Xinghua will have something to lean on down the road. I glanced at my sister-in-law, her head bowed, then back at Ma, a guy who's never once won a scratch off, and now the heavens are dropping this kind of good fortune on me? No, I mean, Ma, this doesn't seem right, does it? Right? It's perfect. I'm all for it, hands and feet raised in the air. But I still had to put on a show. What do you mean it's not right? Ma glared at me. You think there aren't plenty of rich families in this village taking a second wife? The Chun line's about to die out. This is a matter of life and death. Lianhua, sis, you two are okay with this too? If word gets around the village, won't people laugh at us? Ma wiped away a tear. Laugh my ass. Your brother treated you good your whole life. You want him lying down there getting his back stabbed? People laughing that he's got no heir? You little brat, still putting on an act. Your own wife already agreed. Lianhua lifted her head, her eyes red-rimmed. I agree. When Ma and Pa talked to me about it, I already agreed. Only then did I understand why she'd agreed to marry me. Half of it was for her sister. If the sister got sent back to her parents' home, what waited for her was most likely becoming a stepmother to some widower in the next village over. They were blood sisters. She couldn't bring herself to let that happen. Some debts are written in blood and affection. You can't pay them off, and you can't run from them either. Seeing my face still twisted with reluctance, Lianhua dropped to her knees with a thud. Shanzi, I'm begging you, just take my sister in. You've seen what kind of life a widow lives in this village, haven't you? My sister's a proud woman. How can you be so heartless? Just say yes, and I'll serve you alongside my sister. Isn't that enough? That was when I learned just how bitter the first half of my sister-in-law Xinghua's life had been. She was the oldest child at home. At 5 years old, she was already standing on a stool to cook for the whole family, raising her younger brothers and sisters, hauling water, chopping firewood, working the fields. Come winter, her hands were covered in cracks. It wasn't until she married into the Chun family that she tasted being cherished for the first time, and her hands stopped splitting open. The day my eldest brother passed, he begged her right in front of Ma and Pa to give the Chun family an heir, and once he was gone, to marry the second son. Her heart softened, and she agreed. That very night, my brother breathed his last. After that, she hated herself for being a hen that couldn't lay eggs. She was the one who swallowed her pride and stayed, and she was the one who arranged for her own sister to marry me. Also, the two sisters could get along. But now, seeing the reluctance written all over my face, and seeing her sister on her knees begging her, she swung her hand and slapped herself, then rushed over to pull Lianhua up. Lianhua, don't do this. This is just my lot in life. If Shanzi doesn't want it, your sister's got no face to keep leeching off the Chin family. I'll go back and marry some blind or deaf old man. It's all my fate. Sis, you can't go back. Listening to the whole room full of crying, Pa's head was buzzing. He slammed his big hand down on the Kang table. What the hell is all this? I'm still alive and kicking here, and I'm the one who runs this house. Number 2, you just gonna stand there watching the show? Say something, you good-for-nothing punk. I hadn't said a single word before my ma shoved me off the Kang and started smacking me. Talk, you little punk. You gone mute. I covered my head and dodged. Ma, stop hitting me. You won't even let me get a word in. Fine, I accept it. I accept. My ma sat back down on the edge of the Kang, panting. Won't move when you're led, but backs up when you're beat. See, that wasn't so hard. You accepted, and it's done. The two sisters held each other and cried. Sis, this is wonderful, Gaoshan agreed. I always knew he was a real stand-up man, someone you can count on. But what was running through my mind was, if only the two of you would hold each other like that on the Kang too. Way more exciting than any of those opera plays. I stood up. Stop crying. Ma, Pa, since sister-in-law Xinghua and Lianhua both agree, a real man's word is his bond. Once said, it's set in stone. From now on I'll carry on the Chin family line. Be the pillar that holds up this household. I'll lift up both sisters with these two hands and make sure this family lives well. Xinghua wiped away her tears and bowed deeply to me. Gaoshan, thank you. Thank you for keeping me here. No need to be so polite. We're family, plain and simple. However I treat Lianhua is exactly how I'll treat you. I won't say much else. Just watch what I do. My pa puffed on his pipe. All right, it's settled. Everybody back to their own rooms. The two sisters helped each other out. Only Ma, Pa, and I were left in the room. Mama suddenly spoke up. Shanzi, don't think your ma can't see through you. Just now you were secretly grinning to yourself, weren't you? The old ginger really is the sharpest. Ma, what are you talking about? Am I that kind of guy? Whether you are or not doesn't matter. Since you agreed, you've got to look after both households well. Don't favor one and leave the other out in the cold. You hear me? Ma, I've got it all figured out. My pa sat cross-legged at the head of the Kang and tapped his pipe against the edge 3 times. This time we head up the mountain. You're not coming. You stay put at home and behave. You're the only seedling left in the Chin family. If anything happens to you, I won't have the face to meet our ancestors. Mama quickly chimed in. Once you've carried on the Chen family line, it won't be too late to go up the mountain. The mountains are dangerous. Wild boars, bears, tigers, any one of them can cost you your life. Our family can't afford that gamble. I thought to myself, I've got my space. If trouble comes, I really can hide. Besides, Pa won't have me backing him up on the mountain, and none of those guys in the village can match the teamwork of a father and son. Just as I was about to open my mouth, my ma seemed to have seen right through me already. Don't you go playing your little tricks, boy. The second you twitch your butt, I know exactly what you're about to pull. Don't give me any of that young and strong, quick on my feet talk. None of that works on me. Before you've added a new mouth to the Chin family, everything you say is just hot air. When you're told to stay home, you stay home like a good boy. Quit being stubborn. What are you still standing around for? If you can't sit still, then go chop firewood in the yard. With a tongue like my ma's, it'd be a shame she never took up comedy on the stage. I knew Ma and Pa loved me for real. There was no point being stubborn. Fine, fine, fine. I'll do what you say. I'm going to chop the wood right now. I pushed the door open and stood in the yard, taking a good, careful look at this home for the first time. On one side sat a wood pile. Next to it, a chestnut red horse was tied up in the stable. Well, now I could settle down and focus on having kids. The number one priority right now wasn't rushing up the mountain. It was getting both of my wives pregnant first, carrying on the Chun family line, and putting my parents' worries to rest. Honestly, deep down, I was itching to go hunting up in those mountains. The way I saw it, no man could hold a hunting rifle and still keep down that ancient hunting instinct passed down through the ages, that urge to chase, to conquer. There was just no suppressing it. In my past life, I'd never handled a real gun, but I'd put in plenty of hours in video games. Combine that with this body's memories. I'd been running the mountains with my pa since I was 14 or 15. My eyes, my reflexes, they were among the sharpest of all the young men in the village. Truth be told, without the ace up my sleeve, my space, I'd be plenty nervous heading into those mountains too. The dangers of the deep wilderness are something nobody can predict. But now that I had that trump card, whether it was wild beasts or getting lost, I always had a way out. I walked over to the shed and grabbed the axe leaning against the wall. This body was clearly stronger and more powerful than the one from my past life. Swing after swing, I quickly split a tree stump into neat, tidy chunks of firewood. With a blade in hand, there's no fear in your heart. In this life, relying on heaven or earth never beats relying on the real skill in your own two hands. Up north, winter means hunkering down indoors. Outside, it's frozen solid, and the northwest wind cuts like a little knife, stinging your face. Step out for one lap around, and the cold seeps clear into your bones. There's nothing to do but curl up on the heated Kang and wait out the days. The days are short here. The sun rises late and sets early. It's pitch black before 4 in the afternoon. The whole village is left with just a few barking dogs and the wind howling through the mountain gullies. Entertainment? Don't even dream about it. Lighting a lamp burns oil, so most families just sit in the dark, shooting the breeze. Lucky for us, our house had a decent number of rooms, so the whole family didn't have to cram onto one comm. Other households in the village didn't have it so good. Old and young all packed onto a single comm, with a ragged cloth curtain strung up in the middle to divide it. They just made do, without much fuss over anything. In winter, folks are bored out of their minds. Besides eating and sleeping, there's making babies. These days, every hamlet has a few families with guns, all waiting for the big snow to head up the mountain. Aside from the hunters, the rest wait for the winter fishing catch. My village sits deep in a mountain gully, 56 households all told. I'd gotten a pretty good handle on the memories I'd inherited. The Japanese devils had just pulled out last year, and after only a few quiet days, another group came in to take over. This mountain gully had never once gone without someone in charge. Life had always. Money was tight. The days were short, so we ate early. A little after 3 in the afternoon, the whole family gathered in Ma and Pa's room for a meal. An old wooden table sat by the edge of the comm. On top was a basket of freshly steamed cornbread buns, a small dish of pickled vegetable strips, and a big basin of stewed cabbage with potatoes, a few slices of fatty pork floating on top, little dots of grease shimmering. For these times, this spread could just about rival a landlord's table. I picked up a cornbread bun. It was even darker than I remembered. I hadn't tasted this stuff in years. I hesitated, then took a big bite. Yep, same old flavor. Dry as a bone, scratch going down. The flour was coarsely ground, mixed with plenty of sorghum meal, rough and bitter. That bowl of noodles this morning. No wonder they'd gone to the trouble of rolling out fresh noodles. Turns out the family needed something from me. I looked at the other 4 people at the table. They were eating like it was the best thing in the world. Especially my wife, Lotus, and sister-in-law, Apricot. Mouths and hands never stopped, shoveling it in by the mouthful. In times like these, bodies like theirs looked built for bearing children. Good appetites could go a long time without food. I still hadn't finished my first bun when the other 4 had already picked up their seconds. Lotus watched me dawdling, swallowing in little bites, and her brow furrowed. Normally, I was the biggest eater around. One meal, I'd put away at least a huge bowl. What was wrong with me today? Listless, head hanging low. Could it be I really had been touched by something unclean? She reached over and put a piece of fatty pork in my bowl. Shanzi, eat more of the meat. You can't afford to run out of strength. Then she turned to my mother-in-law, old lady Chun, swallowing the bun in her mouth. Ma, I think Shanzi's been touched by something. He's been spacing out since last night, and even when I called his spirit back, it didn't help. Maybe we should ask Annie Wong from down the way to come take a look? She's got the gift for these things. Old lady Chun set down her bun, mulled it over for a moment, then nodded. All right. Tomorrow I'll finish up the paperwork with your second uncle first, then go fetch her. My heart skipped a beat. This was bad. That whole spirit medium business was seriously spooky. If she really sniffed out something off about me and saw straight through to my secret, I'd be finished. I didn't dare dawdle anymore. I swallowed the bun in 3 bites, quickly waved my hands, and put on the face of a man with nothing wrong. Ma, why waste the money? Don't listen to Lotus running her mouth. There's nothing wrong with me. It's just that Pa won't let me go up the mountain, and it's got me all worked up inside. Old lady Chen looked at her foolish son and shoved another bun at me. It's not that your Pa won't let you go. Once you've got a son, once there's someone to carry on the line, who's going to stop you then? Hurry up and eat. When you're done, go back to your room and sleep. Quit thinking so much. Great. Couldn't get 2 words out without catching another earful. I kept my head down and said nothing. Out of the corner of my eye, I caught the 2 sisters, Apricot and Lotus, shooting each other glances now and then sneaking looks at me, eyes sharp and scheming. These 2 women, no telling what scheme they were cooking up now. As for what Ma had brought up during the day, which room I'd be sleeping in tonight, forget it. I'm too lazy to think about it. Let nature take its course. Lianhua and Xinghua were both hardworking women. After dinner, they didn't sit idle. One wiped down the low table on the Kang. The other took the leftover soup out to make gruel for the 2 hunting dogs. As the man shared between the first and second wives, I got treated real well. Soon as I finished eating, I flopped down on the Kang. How come I suddenly felt like life had nothing left to strive for? Shanzi, get up and soak your feet. Lianhua came in carrying a basin of hot water. I sat up and scooted over to the edge of the Kang. The second I stuck my foot in, it nearly scalded me half to death. What the heck? Water this hot? You trying to scald the hair off me? What are you fussing about? I haven't even added the cold water yet. What's the rush? She poured a ladle of cold water into the basin, tested the temperature, then sat down on the little stool, put my feet in the basin, and started scrubbing the dead skin off my heels. Shanzi, about today, let me thank you on my sister's behalf. I know it wasn't easy for you. Not easy. What wasn't easy for me? I'd been dying for this. Can't be helped. Who told me to be born a man? The 2 of you. I can just barely handle. One more, and my back's done for. Lianhua bristled instantly and reached out to give my inner thigh a hard pinch. You wish. One more? Why not 7 or 8 while you're at it? You think you could feed all those mouths? Aren't the 2 of us enough to wait on you? I knew it. Not a single one of you men is any good. Eating what's in your bowl while eyeing what's in the pot. I clapped a hand over the spot she pinched. Damn, it actually had a reaction now. Talk nice, quit getting handsy. I was just making a point. You pinch me till I'm useless, then you won't get any use out of me either. Knowing she was in the wrong, Lianhua pursed her lips. Then, how about I rub it better for you? By now, both of them had climbed onto the Kang. Bare-chested, I burrowed into the covers with just my head sticking out, watching Lianhua still sitting on the Kang, stitching a shoe sole. Quit sewing, it's getting late. Why aren't you getting undressed? Come on, get to sleep. Lianhua's eyes darted away. What woman would want to push her own man towards someone else? But her sister wasn't a stranger. If anyone's to blame, Blame me for being built like a young bull, needing to go 2 rounds every single night. With someone to share the load, she'd get a little more rest too. That, I'm not tired. You sleep first. Just a few more stitches, and this soul's done. I grunted in reply. The oil lamp glowed dim and yellow, casting a red flush over her little face, still round with a bit of baby fat, plump and awfully cute. Somewhere along the way, my eyes drifted shut. Lianhua had no mind for stitching shoe soles. Seeing that I'd fallen asleep, she put her needle and thread back in the basket, quietly climbed off the Kang, and sighed inwardly. From now on, her man would no longer be hers alone. She stared at my face for several minutes before finally getting up and heading out. When she reached her sister's door, she raised her hand to knock. Almost at the same moment, the door opened. Wang Xinghua had been unsettled all night, sitting right by the door, waiting. These past 6 months, she hadn't missed how I treated Lianhua. The two of us could barely stand to be apart for a single moment. But the thought of shoving her own way in and wedging herself between us still made her feel a little guilty. The cold wind was howling outside, so she pulled her little sister back into the house anyway. Sis, quit dragging your feet. Shanzi's already asleep. Get over there. Once the deed is done, he'll have to accept it whether he wants to or not. Lianhua, doesn't this seem unfair to you? Sis. Lianhua took her older sister's hand. What's fair or unfair got to do with it? Back when Ma and Pa were out in the fields with no time for us, weren't you always the one looking after me? Anything good to eat, you gave to me first. Us too. Let's not stand on ceremony. My man is your man. We're family. Xinghua pressed her lips together, her eyes red as she nodded, and reached out to stroke her sister's hair. Before she could even react, Lianhua pushed her out the door and bolted it shut behind her. On the other side, I was still groggy with sleep. But a hunter's alertness never fully fades. The moment I heard the door hinge creak, I turned my head toward the doorway. Lianhua, you take a dump out there or what? What took you so long? Go out in weather like this, and you'll freeze your backside clean off. The figure at the door held an oil lamp, slowly drawing closer. Well, I'll be. Only then did I get a good look. No wonder she hadn't been in any hurry to sleep earlier. She was pulling a whole switcheroo on me. Wang Xinghua. She had already moved to the edge of the Kang, set the oil lamp down on the low table, and pulled off her sheepskin coat. Standing before me in nothing but a belly band, she wrapped her arms around her chest, shivering from the cold. Gaoshan, you give me a child, would you? With that, she climbed onto the Kang and slipped under the covers. By the lamplight, I got a good look at her face, a high-nose bridge, plump lips, and a pair of bright, darting eyes. She was one of the prettiest young women for miles around. Back when the family arranged to bring her in as a bride, they'd paid 2 sacks of sorghum flour plus 3 wild hares. Xinghua had meant to just close her eyes and get through it. Figured she'd grit her teeth for a few minutes, and it'd be over. But the lamp flame had already flickered low, and I was still sitting there like a fool, not doing a thing. Any more stalling, and the moment would be lost. She remembered what her mother-in-law had said during the day. The second boy's bound to be shy, so you take the lead with him. She sat up, blew out the lamp, and threw herself into my arms. Our chests bumped together, good and solid. I reached out and gathered her into my arms. A man's a man. When it's time to act, you act. Carrying 2 wives on my shoulders isn't just talk. I'll give you one. We'll have a whole basket full. The Kang was blazing hot, and she finally let out a long sigh of relief. Gaoshan, easy now. Xinghua's eyes went wide. This was just a big brute of a beast, cut from the same cloth as his brother, with no notion of taking things slow and steady. She bit down on the quilt to keep herself from making a sound. The whole thing was shameless enough as it was. This was his dying wish, and I had to see it through for him. What are you biting me for? You little rascal, just like. Who'd want to learn that? Good thing this was a Kang. If it had been a regular bed, it would have collapsed by now. Xinghua, sister-in-law, ugh. Before I could finish, her hand clamped over my mouth. In my room, just call me Xinghua. Drop that last word, it grates on me. Tears running down her face, she wrapped her arms around my neck again. By all rights, her coming to me like this, eager for it, was a serious breach of propriety. But Xinghua was past caring. There was only one thought in her mind. The sooner she got pregnant, the sooner she could settle into the Chun family for good. Otherwise, she'd have no face left to stay. She had no other hopes left in this life. All she wanted was to carry a child, so she could live out her days peacefully raising it. That way, Gaolin would have an heir after all. In the Kang room next door, old Chun and my mother sat up under the quilts, neither of them able to close their eyes. They strained to hear what was happening in the West Wing, and neither said a word. The air in the room was heavy enough to smother you. My mother's brow was furrowed, and she let out one sigh after another. The eldest had suffered for 2 whole months. Mauled by a bear, he was in too much pain to sleep, soiling himself right there on the Kong. The village doctor had said his time was up, best to start preparing for the funeral. Now that he was gone, everyone said he was finally at peace. But that peace, settling into a mother's heart, was a pain that could kill. She wiped the corner of her eye. This whole thing, it really is unfair to our second son. The eldest had a hard fate. Only 22, and gone so suddenly, without leaving behind even a single child. Their father, I've been thinking, Xinghua's been married to our eldest all these years, and she never managed to have a child. Dr. Li said there's nothing wrong with Xinghua's body. If there's nothing wrong with her, and she can carry a child successfully, then the eldest branch will have an heir after all, and Lin can rest easy in the grave. And if she really can't conceive, then let the second branch have a few boys and give one to the eldest branch as an adopted heir. That way the line carries on, and Xinghua has something to hope for. There are 3 ways to be unfilial, and having no heir is the greatest. In the eyes of country folk, this was a matter bigger than the sky itself. Old Chen nodded. Ah, whatever you say. You handle the family matters. He lowered his voice and listened again toward the West Wing. From the sound of it, the deed should be done. The eldest had died in such a wretched way. He'd just gone out to relieve himself when he ran straight into a bear foraging for food. The beast was fattening up for winter, and the eldest walked right into the line of fire. By the time old Chun heard the screaming, grabbed his hunting rifle, and rushed over, both of the eldest's legs had already been chewed to a bloody pulp, like a gourd full of blood. Eyes red with rage, he fired 5 or 6 shots at the bear before he finally brought the beast down. But looking at the state his eldest was in, he'd rather it had been him who was hurt. The eldest was only 22. He should have taken a wife, had children, held up the family, and just like that, he was gone. But he was the head of the household, the pillar of the family. No matter how much it hurt, no matter how hard things got, a man couldn't fall apart, and definitely couldn't cry in front of the women of the house. Thank goodness heaven hadn't been completely merciless to the Chin family. There was still the second son. The Chin bloodline hadn't been cut off. Old Lady Chin listened to her husband's muffled sobs and gently nudged his arm. Their pa, don't torment yourself anymore. The dead can't come back to life. Our eldest is gone. At least he won't have to suffer through this hard life anymore. Old man Chin picked up his pipe and tapped it against the edge of the Kong. Let's sleep. The dead have to make way for the living, after all. This branch of the Chun family line, no matter what, it won't die out in my hands. The sun rose in the east. Xinghua, who hadn't slept soundly in over a year, slept in for the first time in ages. Drifting in and out of a dream, she felt someone grab hold of her. She snapped awake in an instant. This wasn't her room. She opened her eyes and remembered, it was me lying next to her. She saw that the sky outside was already bright, and her face flushed red in a flash. It was all my fault. I just wouldn't quit. She peeled my arm and leg off her body where they'd been in the way. As she grabbed her undergarment and slipped it over her neck, I woke up too. Seeing her creamy white back, I got some ideas again. What are you shoving me off for? Why don't you sleep a little longer? What do you think for? She smacked my hand, turned around and got dressed, then tossed my shorts over. Hurry up and put these on, running around bare-assed. Watching her scurry off in a fluster, I laughed. Now she's shy, and yet somebody was the one who crawled into my bed last night. Well, you know, I'm just used to it. Can't fall asleep unless I've got a hold of something. Xinghua carried the basin into the kitchen to get water to wash her face and saw that her mother-in-law and Lianhua were both yawning. When Lianhua saw her sister up, she wrapped her arms around her and rested her head on her shoulder. She'd listened to the noises all through the first half of the night, and just when she'd finally fallen asleep, day had broken. Sis, why didn't you sleep more? Aren't you tired? Xinghua reached out and pinched her little sister's cheek. If you're tired, sleep some more. I'll make breakfast on my own. Lianhua didn't quite know why, but she felt closer to her sister than ever. Pouting, she pushed open the door and headed toward the chicken coop. She reached in, nothing there. It was too cold this winter, and the hens didn't feel like laying eggs anymore. Lianhua, stop feeling around. I already picked up the eggs. Okay, Ma. I splashed some water on my face and took the cotton towel to wipe it dry. After what happened last night, the two of us were more at ease around each other. Now that we'd broken through that thin layer of paper, I felt refreshed and carefree. For a whole week after that, I slept until the sun was baking my backside. After getting up and eating, I'd either be out in the courtyard practicing the martial arts my pa taught me and working my memory back into shape, or inside the house playing with the dog and the birds. One day the first wife's room, the next day the second wife's room. 1 week worked out to exactly 1 day of rest. All the eggs the family had saved up for a month got eaten by me in just those few days. I was practically living the life of a breeding hog. Even the way she addressed me changed. Xinghua didn't like it when I called her sister-in-law, especially. I was in the house, so she just called out for Xinghua. The agreement between the two households, the first wife's family and the second wife's family, was finalized by widow Chen the very next day. She got the most respected man in the village to write it up, a fellow with beautiful handwriting we all called second great uncle. Perched on his crystal reading glasses, he spelled out in no uncertain terms how I was to serve both households. Each side pressed a thumbprint dipped in red ink, and just like that, the document took effect throughout the village. Now I had it in black and white, a certified, above-board arrangement. Pa had been worried about the family's food supply, so 4 days earlier, at the crack of dawn, he'd taken our two hunting dogs, Big Yellow and Second Yellow, and headed into the mountains with 2 seasoned hunters and 3 young men from the village. The deep mountains of the northeast are buried under thick winter snow, and game is hard to come by. The group tramped through the wilderness for several days. Luckily, their luck held. They'd rendezvoused the previous evening, one man carrying a roe deer over his shoulder and another dangling 2 wild hares. We certainly weren't short on meat. But don't go thinking this wild mountain game is anything special. These animals run wild in the mountains year-round, so their meat is tough and stringy compared to farm-raised stock, a real workout for your jaw, and it carries a gamey, rank smell that goes straight up your nose. If you don't throw in a few handfuls of Sichuan peppercorns and star anise, and slice up some ginger and scallions to mask it, there's no killing that odor. And even with plenty of seasoning, it doesn't come close to the flavor of home-raised pork. For now, we had food and clothing to spare, and life was steady. But I couldn't just sit around eating and waiting to die every day. I had to find something worthwhile to do. For one thing, it would keep me moving. For another, I could pitch in around the house. A man idle too long feels hollow inside. Only when your hands are busy and there's a road under your feet does life feel solid. That morning, after a hot breakfast, I grabbed the family axe and set out to chop firewood on the back hill. You have to bundle up tight to go out in winter. Sheepskin coat with the wool turned inward, matching sheepskin pants, sturdy felt boots on my feet, a thick dog fur hat on my head, and fur-lined gloves on my hands. The whole get-up from head to toe. In the dead of a northeast winter, if you don't dress this warm, your hands and feet go numb the moment you step outside, and in bad cases you can get frostbite. Walking and working aren't so bad. Your body heats up from the movement. It's standing still that'll get you. In less than half an hour, the icy wind burrows in through your clothes, chilling you to the bone, and your toes go so numb and stiff that even taking a step is a struggle. I just picked up the axe and was about to step through the courtyard gate when Lianhua lifted the door curtain and hurried out, calling after me. Gaoshan, you coming back to eat? Of course I am. Where else would I go to eat? She still wasn't reassured. Then come back early. Don't go deep into the mountains. Just gather some dry firewood along the edge of the back hill. In winter, the wild boars and wolves have nothing to eat, so there's no telling when they'll come down and go after people. You want fried flatbread or 2-flour steamed buns? I didn't even have to think about it. Steamed buns, the big ones. It's about a 20-minute walk from home to the back hill. The whole way was cold and deserted, hardly a soul in sight. No surprise there. Who'd go out looking for misery in weather like this? The wind whipped snow pellets against my face and down the back of my neck. The wind cut sharp against my face, stinging. I hunched my head down into my hat and picked up the pace. If there's one thing the old forests of the Northeast have plenty of, it's timber. Dead branches and dried limbs everywhere. I went for the ones that were easy to cut, swinging my axe with quick, practice strokes. Before long, I'd piled up a good heap. I pulled out a length of coarse hemp rope, bound the firewood tight, slung it over my back, and got ready to head home. I'd figured on all this before I set out, so I hadn't brought my hunting rifle, just an axe. There was no way I'd dare venture in deep with that alone. The mountains hid plenty of wild beasts, especially boars. They roamed in packs, and they were strong as hell. Run into one for real, and a single jab from those tusks could leave you badly hurt. Even with my space to fall back on, there were always moments when you just couldn't react in time. Get gored, and my body would pay the price. No point taking a risk like that. With the bundle of firewood on my back, I'd just reached the edge of the village when I spotted a familiar figure loitering up ahead, Sanpongzi, from my own village. Funny thing was, the guy wasn't fat at all, and he was short to boot. The nickname came from when he was a kid climbing trees to poke at hornets' nests. He got stung so bad his whole face swelled up like a lump of steamed cake. Eyes squeezed down to slits. On top of that, he was the third kid in his family, so folks in the village started teasing him with the name. Say it enough times, and it stuck. Became his real name, practically. Nobody even remembers what he was actually called anymore. I've got a sharp eye. One look, and I could tell he'd just come slinking out of Widow Lee's place at the head of the village. His collar was crooked, and his steps had a light, floaty spring to them. He saw me too. His eyes instantly narrowed to slits, and he hurried over, wearing this sleazy grin, waggling his eyebrows at me. Well, Gao Shan, he hollered. Haven't seen hide nor hair of you in days. Took yourself 2 wives and got so cozy you don't feel like leaving the house anymore, huh? Don't play innocent. The whole village knows all about your little situation. You lucky dog, you've got it made. One man serving 2 women. Your body holding up okay? He kept clicking his tongue in fake amazement, but his eyes were green with envy. My face darkened, and I shot him a cold look. What, jealous? I just saw you come out of Widow Lee's place. You can't even walk straight. Aren't you scared your old lady finds out and claws your face to ribbons? Sanpongzi stiffened his neck. Me, scared of her? She dares run her mouth even half a word. One good backhand, and I guarantee she won't so much as squeak. Quit changing the subject. Those 2 sisters, you already got him both in the same bed, didn't you? The more he talked, the filthier it got. My face went stone cold. You call yourself a grown man? How'd your mouth get so dirty? If you've got the guts, go have your mama find you a second wife. Now get out of my way, quit blocking the road. I turned sideways to step around him. Seeing I wouldn't budge an inch, Sanpongzi spat hard into the snow. He didn't care about anything else, but my widowed sister-in-law, Wang Xinghua. Her, he really had his eye on. All through this dead of winter he'd been nursing his rotten little scheme, waiting for spring when the snow melted, so he could find his chance to. The little widow was in the bag. Who'd have thought I'd swoop in and snatch her right out from under him? He was so mad his teeth itched. He wasn't about to let it go. Hands jammed into his sleeves, neck hunched down, he came scurrying after me and grabbed a fistful of my sleeve. Look at you, blowing your top over a couple words. We've been buddies since we were kids. Is it really worth it? When us men get together, what else are we going to shoot the breeze about if not women? Soft words on his lips, but he leaned in closer, dropped his voice, and muttered something sneaky right in my ear. I saw red in an instant. The veins on my forehead were about to pop. I brought my hand up and cracked him across the face with a big, open-handed slap. You're just begging for it, aren't you? You're fine with other men sleeping with your wife. That's 'cause you were born a spineless piece of trash. Take a look at yourself. Your face looks like a moldy block of soybean paste come to life, ugly enough to burn a man's eyes out. A sorry sack like you, my family wouldn't even let you mate with the dog, and you've got the nerve to whine my woman? Get the hell out of here now. That punch had some weight behind it. Fattieson never saw it coming. Clutching his eye, teeth bared, he wobbled sideways and landed flat on his ass. He tilted his head back, hand over his eye, and hollered, Chen Gaoshan, why are you so damn territorial? We're just having a chat, and you go swinging first. You think you're hot stuff? What? You want to throw down? Tough talk. But his body couldn't back it up. Bundled up thick for winter, he floundered around clumsily and took a few tries just to get back on his feet. Rubbing his eye, he sized me up. Me, damn near 6'3", standing there like a brick wall, and with an axe gripped in my hand. Fattieson deflated on the spot. His legs started shaking, he swallowed hard, and he shuffled backward, not daring to take a single step closer. I'm telling you, Chen Gaoshan, one of these days I'm going to finish you off. You just wait and see. We'll settle this yet. Wait and see then. With that mouth of yours running the second you walk by, breath so foul it makes a man's brain ache. If you've got the guts, come start something. Let's see who finishes off who. I hefted the axe, faking like I was about to throw it. Fattieson was already spooked, and when he saw I meant business, his soul just about flew out of him. He turned tail and bolted, not even daring to glance back once. Watching him run off, I spat hard on the ground. Lived this long, and I'd never seen anything so shameless in my life. Some people, you know, they've got worms in their own hearts, so they figure everybody else's grain ought to rot too. Steaming mad, I headed home. Before I even reached the door, I saw our front gate wide open and heard voices coming from inside. Company? The new year was already over. Somebody showing up now. Did something happen? The voices drifted out from inside. Xinghua, Ma's telling you this straight from the heart, for your own good. Your galling's been gone a full year now. You've kept your widow's mourning for a year, done every bit of proper duty. You've done right by him, and right by the Qin family. Don't tell me you guard it for the rest of your life, and trap yourself to death in this place. You're barely in your 20s, in the prime of your life, like a flower in bloom. You've got a long road ahead of you. Right after that, a man's voice chimed in. My dear-in-law, her mother and I trudged 10 miles through the snow to get here. Our hands and feet are numb from the cold. There's nothing else to it. We just want to take our eldest girl back home. We can't let her keep suffering through this. Take Xinghua away? No way. She's a member of the Qin family. There's no way I'm letting her folks take her back. I tossed the firewood into the snow, strode over, and shoved the door open, barging right in. Who's taking Xinghua away? My voice rang out loud and clear as I stood in the doorway, cold air clinging to me. My tall, broad frame blocked the whole doorway. Everyone inside fell silent in an instant, all turning to look at me. The moment Wang Xinghua's mother saw me back, her heart gave an inexplicable jolt. But then she reconsidered. Both her daughters had married into the old Qin family, and she was the elder, so what was there to be afraid of? She straightened up right away and put on airs. So Shanzi's back. Come on in and warm up. Your pa and I just came to check on you too. Nothing serious. The moment Lianhua, standing off to the side, saw me back, her eyes lit up instantly, like she'd found something to lean on. She quickly grabbed the broom from the corner and came over to brush the snow off my pant legs and cotton shoes. I sized up this mother-in-law of mine. Not quite 40, with delicate features and slightly rough skin, yet she carried a ripe, mature charm. No wonder she'd raised two lovely daughters like Xinghua and Lianhua. Turns out they took after their mother. Ma, you and Pa are rare guests. Usually we can't get you to come even if we beg. What brings you all the way out here today? Hearing this, Wang the elder immediately raised her voice. Shanzi, that's not right. What? Can't we come see our own daughters without a reason? Both are beautiful girls married into your old Qin family. You mean we're not even allowed to come visit? Qin the quiet one, sitting at the head of the Kang, hadn't said a word the whole time, gripping his pipe and smoking his tobacco. He'd heard everything his in-laws had said, but he just didn't want things to turn ugly. Now that I was back, though, and the mother-in-law had brought the matter up again, it was time for him, as the head of the household, to speak. He tapped out the ashes and looked across at them. In-laws, you're welcome here anytime. Our door is always open. Lianhua, Xinghua, hurry to the kitchen and stew up that wild rabbit I caught yesterday, and get a pot of pickled cabbage going too. Let's treat our guests right. Having given his daughters-in-law their orders, he shifted his tone. But just now, when you said you wanted to take Xinghua away, that's something we of the old Qin family will never agree to. Once Xinghua married into this family, she became a Qin. You can't just up and take her away. Now that my Shanzi is supporting two households on his own, the whole village knows it. There's no way Xinghua is going back with you. Xinghua's mother's eyes. She glared, eyes wide as saucers. What did you just say? One person takes over two households? In-laws, you sure know how to work an angle. Our Xinghua's got the looks and the figure. You won't find a girl as fine as her for 10 miles around. You want one girl to cover two spots. Careful you don't bite off more than you can chew. She shot her husband a look, then turned to Xinghua. Xinghua, tell your mama the truth. Do you want to stay here with the Qins, or come back home to the Wangs with your daddy and me? Xinghua's father shot up from the edge of the Kang, jabbing his finger at old man Qin. Why didn't you give us a heads up about this? Who said you get to draft her into two households just cause you say so? Did you even ask her family? You'd better give me an explanation today, or I'll snap this carrying pole in two and see what you take over then. Xinghua, cat got your tongue? Come home with your daddy. I'll find you a family even better off than the Chens. You'll be living the good life, eating and drinking your fill, instead of stuck here like a widow with a living husband. Xinghua's mother couldn't sit still any longer. She reached out to grab Xinghua's arm, looking ready to drag her off right then and there. Lianhua, who'd been headed to the kitchen, caught on to what was happening. Their parents weren't looking out for her sister at all. They just wanted to sell her off again for another bride price, and they couldn't care less whether she lived or died. She hurried back and threw her arms out, planting herself in front of Xinghua. "Mama, what are you doing? My sister married into this family with a proper wedding. The Chens paid a real bride price. She stopped being a Wong a long time ago. What is this if not kidnapping?" I stood off to the side, my head throbbing from the two families arguing, my temper climbing by the second. I pulled both Lianhua and Xinghua behind me and hardened my face. "Go get dinner started now? As long as I'm here, nobody's taking Xinghua anywhere." Lianhua took Xinghua's hand, trying to coax her into hiding out in the kitchen for a bit. But they'd barely taken 2 steps when Xinghua suddenly broke free and ran back, eyes red, staring her parents down. "I'm not leaving. I'm a Chun in life, and I'll be a Chun ghost in death. Mama, if I go back with you, you'll just force me to remarry, and I'll never agree to that." Xinghua's mother's expression flipped in an instant, her tone turning cold. "That's out of the question. You went and jinxed your own husband to death. Your brother and his wife will never agree to you living at home. Money's already tight there. One more mouth to feed costs how much extra grain. You've got to think about your daddy and me too. When we're old and can't move around, who's going to take care of us? Are you going to see us through our final days? Are you going to hold the funeral bowl and carry the mourning banner?" Xinghua had seen all of this coming. She let out a cold laugh and looked her own mother in the eye. "Well, there you have it. My own family won't have me, so I'm not going. I'll stay with the Chins for the rest of my life. Shanzi's the only man for me, and that's final. If you keep pushing me, I'll bash my head in right here in front of you." With that, she spun around and bolted out the door, never looking back. The moment Xinghua's mother saw the whole thing had fallen apart. The scheme had fallen through. She couldn't take the girl back either. So she just threw a fit right then and there. She chased after us, slipped, and just let herself plop down into the snow in the yard, slapping her thighs and wailing. "You heartless little brat. How did I raise such an ungrateful thing? Her father and I came all this way, pouring our hearts out, doing everything for her own good. And you Chin family, ganging up to bully us, her own flesh and blood, taking advantage of my daughter for free. Have you no shame? Xinghua, you really don't want your own family anymore? When the day comes that the Chins mistreat you, let's see who'll have your back. Don't you forget, your name is Wong, not Chun. Everybody, come judge for yourselves. The Chun family's bullying us, snatching away my daughter." She sat there in the snow, bawling her lungs out, snot and tears running everywhere. But my mother was no pushover. Among all the old ladies in the village, she was famous for her sharp tongue and fiery temper. She was always the one putting others in their place. There was no way she'd let some outsider come throw a tantrum in her own yard. The moment she heard the Wong woman howling, my mother swept aside the door curtain and marched right out. Without a word, she plopped herself down in the snow too and started hollering right back, her voice even louder than the other woman's. "Everybody, come and listen to this. Whoever heard of a daughter who's married off, living just fine with her in-laws, and her own family shows up trying to drag her back by force? There's never been such a rule, not since ancient times. You people just see dollar signs. Money's the only thing on your minds. From the day Xinghua walked through our Chun family door, when have my old man and I ever not treated her like our own daughter? She gets the best food first. She's never gone without decent clothes, and we couldn't bear to make her do the heavy, back-breaking work. And here you are, spouting off, accusing us of mistreating her. Just look at that face of yours, flat as a squashed pumpkin. How'd it get so thick? Every time Xinghua goes back to visit, doesn't she haul over bags and bags of stuff, flour, meat, you name it? And it's only your family that's so stingy you'd pick up a dropped bean and suck on it twice. And you've got the nerve to say it's all for your daughter's good? Save it. Even the devil wouldn't buy that." The old lady's tirade hit every nail on the head. In no time, the neighbors came running in their padded jackets, shoes half on, to catch the show. The gateway and the base of the wall were quickly packed 3 rows deep. They were all fellow villagers. You couldn't go a day without running into each other. So naturally they took our side. One after another, they all chimed in for the Chin family. "You Wongs, this isn't right of you. Xinghua said herself she wants to stay with the Chins, and here you are stirring up trouble. Isn't that just wrecking your own daughter's life?" "Exactly. A married daughter is like spilled water. Xinghua's a chun now, and you've got the gall to come drag her back? Talk about unreasonable. Oh, so now you care about your daughter? Too little, too late. Back then, wasn't it just for 2 sacks of sorghum as the bride price that you couldn't wait to marry her off? And now you're back trying to squeeze out another payday. Don't think we can't all see right through you. Xinghua's mother sat there in the snow, cold and humiliated, her backside freezing against the icy ground. She couldn't stand it any longer. She scrambled to her feet, brushed the snow off her padded jacket, and planted her hands on her hips, ready to keep arguing, though the fight had clearly gone out of her voice. I'm doing this for Xinghua's own good. A while back, I had a fortune teller read her fate. He said she clashes with your Chun family bloodline, that she's the one who jinxed Gaolin to death. Taking her back is to spare your Chin family from disaster. I'm not out to hurt you. How can you not tell right from wrong? Besides, that Li Dayton family over in Kaoshan village is well off. They've got a house, land, and 2 boys already. Xinghua marries in and becomes a mother right away. No need to suffer 10 months of pregnancy. I'm her own mother. Would I really set out to harm my own daughter? Don't be so ungrateful. But say what she might, anyone with eyes could see the Wang family didn't have a leg to stand on. They couldn't win the argument, couldn't out-curse anyone either. The couple stood in the yard, their faces flushing red one moment and going pale the next. I wasn't sure how Lianhua felt about her own family, and I didn't really want to make things ugly. After all, both sisters lived under my roof, and an ugly scene wouldn't do them any good. But these two were the type where you give them an inch and they take a mile. The more decent you were, the further they pushed. They weren't people you could reason with at all. Keep holding back, and they'd only get worse. I took a step forward and spoke slowly. Mother, you say Xinghua jinxes our Qin family? What a coincidence. I had my own fortune read a while back, too. The old master said my fate runs too strong, too much fire in it. Nobody can jinx me to death. I paused, watching their faces. I also hear your Urju has been meeting girls lately, getting ready to take a wife? Looks like I'll have plenty of free time from now on. I should swing by your village often, sit down and chat with the folks there. I wonder if any family's daughter, hearing she'd get a mother-in-law this unreasonable, one who likes to sit in the dirt and throw tantrums, would still be willing to marry into your Wang family. Though come to think of it, Widow Li in our village would be a fine match. Hardworking, capable, and she comes with 3 kids, just right for Urju. Marry her, and he becomes a father to all 3 at once. Buy 1, get 3 free. What a deal. So how about it? Want me, as your brother-in-law, to step in and play matchmaker for you? The moment the words left my mouth, the Wang couple went ghost white, trembling with rage, yet they couldn't muster a single word to fire back. The Chins were in the right, and the whole village was backing them. The 2 of them were completely out of moves, frozen in place, unable to advance or retreat. A mouth can wound people, and it can protect them too. Being able to talk in a way that shields your own family, that's real skill. My mother couldn't care less about all that face-saving nonsense. The men of the house cared about their pride, too embarrassed to raise a hand, afraid of giving people something to gossip about. But an old woman like her, when it came to protecting her own daughter-in-law, she'd throw all dignity to the wind. Seeing that the Wang woman was still causing a scene and running her filthy mouth, my mother sprang up from the snow and brushed the flakes off her clothes. My 2 sisters-in-law started to step forward, but a single look from my mother froze them in their tracks. You too, stand still. Nobody's ever beaten me in a fight. Before she'd even finished speaking, she strode out and swung her hand right across Xinghua's mother's face. The slap cut through the air, sharp and merciless. Country or city, it makes no difference. When women fight, it's all hair pulling and clothes ripping. In no time, Xinghua's mother had a rat's nest for hair, and her face was clawed up. The 2 families were in different weight classes. One was sturdy and solid, the other thin and frail. On top of that, with my father, old timid Chun, and me, 2 big, burly men, standing guard nearby, they'd already lost the battle before it began. Lianhua had a fierier temper than her sister, and plenty of sly tricks up her sleeve. Her eyes darted around, and then she threw herself down, wailing, and clung tightly to her own mother's waist. Mom, stop hitting her. My sister and I still have to live our lives here in the Chin family. You came to the Chins to make a scene just so you could go husband hunting for Urgu. How are the 2 of us supposed to hold our heads up now? I crawled out of your belly too. How can you only have eyes for your son and not care whether we live or die? If you want to hit someone, hit me. Don't fight with my mother-in-law. Xinghua's mother, already unable to fight back and now with her youngest daughter clamped around her waist, couldn't move an inch. Her face went red with rage. You ungrateful little traitor. Let go of me. Xinghua had always been soft-tempered. She'd shouldered the burden of caring for her younger siblings since childhood, and any fire she'd had was long since worn away. But she'd kept it all in her heart. How good the Qin family had been to her over these years, and how cold her own parents had been. The moment she caught the look her sister shot her, she understood at once. She gritted her teeth and threw caution to the wind, rushing over to wrap her arms around my mother's waist. Mom, this is all my fault. I've been married into the Chun family all this time and haven't given them a single child. It's me who's useless. I'll stay with the eldest son for the rest of my life and never leave the Chins. Every last wrong is mine, so please spare her just this once. With her eldest daughter-in-law holding her waist, my mother wasn't hindered in the slightest. If anything, she felt freer to go all out, and she was pleased as could be. Truly, it was mothers and daughters-in-law fighting side by side. Both her daughters-in-law were backing her up. With one hand yanking the other woman's hair and the other pointing right at her face, she taunted, "Take a look. How did you manage to raise two such thoughtful girls? But you, as their mother, so short-sighted, doting only on your son, storming into someone else's yard to raise hell. I'm embarrassed on your behalf." Xinghua's mother had no comeback and no strength left. In just a few moves, she was shoved out the front gate and nearly tumbled into a snowbank. The men couldn't get involved. The moment we stepped in, the whole thing would change. Not only would it give people something to talk about, it would look like we were bullying them. My father and I just stood grim-faced at the gate, not saying a word. But that presence alone was enough to make the Wang couple nervous. Xinghua's father. He was a bully who caved to anyone tougher than him. The moment he saw his wife getting nowhere and realized the Chun family had them badly outnumbered, he panicked. He shrank his neck and sidled up next to her, but still couldn't let it go. Jabbing a finger at his two daughters standing in the yard, he shouted, "So this is what us Wangs get for raising you two. From now on, with no brothers back home to have your back, you'll have it rough in the Chin family. And don't come crying back to us when they mistreat you. You can forget about ever setting foot through the Wang family door again." Xinghua's mother, clutching her stinging cheek, hair a mess, snow clinging to her padded jacket, was still fixated on that meal. "Fine, we'll go. But hand over that rabbit. You promised us dinner. Why are you throwing us out before we've even eaten?" My mother planted her hands on her hips, blocking the doorway. "You still want the rabbit? I'd rather feed it to our dog, Big Yellow. At least he wags his tail. Giving it to you would be a total waste." Xinghua married into the Chun family, so she's a Chun now. Once you take a dump, there's no sitting back down on it. You want to take something with you? Not a chance in hell. The Wang couple couldn't win a fight and couldn't win an argument. With the villagers all around pointing and whispering, they had no face left to stick around, so they slunk off in disgrace. The moment they were gone, my mother instantly switched to a smiling face, strutting around like an old hen who'd just won a battle, chin up and chest out, thanking each and every one of the neighbors who'd gathered to watch. Only after the crowd had completely dispersed did she slam the gate shut with a bang, slide the bolt into place, and smooth down her tangled hair. Watching her look so pleased with herself, I understood something. In a showdown like this, neither the men nor the daughter-in-law could really step in. It took an old woman like her to go head-to-head and beat the other side into submission. In life, there are always some battles nobody can fight for you. You just have to fight them yourself. Everything that happened afterward, I only managed to piece together bit by bit from what people told me later on. Once they were out the Chun family's gate, Xinghua's father walked with his hands clasped behind his back, his face pulled long and sour. Having just been shoved out the door like a scruffed-up chicken by my father, with his two daughters siding against him, it felt like his old face had been ground straight into the mud. "Son of a bitch, these are the two daughters you raised. Every one of them taking the other side. They just stood there watching us get thrown out and didn't dare make a peep. How did I, a Wang, end up marrying a woman who can't even raise her own daughters right?" Hearing him roar like that, Xinghua's mother got fired up too. She stiffened her neck and shot back. "You think I did this all by myself? Isn't it because you beat her half to death? What did you tell me back at home? Just now. I was the only one going at it with that Chin woman while you stood there like a fence post, watching the show. And who started this whole mess in the first place? Wasn't it you, drooling over the fat bride price that Lee Dayton offered? I told you long ago the Chins aren't people to mess with, but you forced me to go play the villain. You're useless in bed, useless out here, and now you're turning around to blame me? Bullshit. Her father's eyes bulged. You women's business. How's a grown man like me supposed to go butting into that? Word would get out, and I'd be a laughingstock. Enough of your nonsense. Isn't Urju your a son? You're just going to watch him stay a bachelor his whole life? If we, as his parents, don't work to arrange something, how many lifetimes would it take for him to find a wife on his own? Like folks say, one of these days I'll bring you home some little widow dragging 2 kids from another marriage. Then you'll be happy. You're cursing my son. Her mother trembled with rage and raised her hand to pinch him. Urju came from my own flesh and blood. How dare you curse him? You're going to raise a hand to me now? He dodged to the side and swung his palm up in return, but it hung in the air and never came down. If he can find a wife, then he'll marry. If he can't, that's his own damn fault for being useless. I'm done with it. Yelling at me out here in front of everybody. You want to go back to your parents' place and get chewed out by your old man. With that, he flung his sleeve and walked off without looking back. He was still burning inside. She said he was no good in bed. He'd go straight home and give it a try with the wife, see who's really useless. Xinghua's mother scrambled after him on her short legs. Wait for me, honey. I'm just anxious too. Urju still doesn't have a wife. Hearing her soften, he slowed his steps and muttered, what good does being anxious do? You think I can just conjure up a wife for him? If the Xinghua angle's a dead end, then there's no other way. We'll just have to tough it out. The two of them pushed against the wind, stumbling along, and it took a good hour to make it home. They walked in to find Urju still sprawled out on the Kang, snoring loud enough to shake the roof. Old Wang plopped down on the edge of the Kang, and the sight of his son lying there so lazy made his blood boil. He grabbed the worn-down broom from against the wall and started whacking him. Whack! Whack! Ow! Pa! What are you hitting me for? Urju jolted upright, rubbing his back and shrinking away. I was just sleeping. Old Wang threw the broom down. Urju caught it and set it aside, then perked right up, sidling over and rubbing his hands together, his eyes darting shiftily behind the two of them. Pa, Ma, how'd it go? Huh? How come my big sister didn't come back with you? Old Wang knocked his pipe against the edge of the Kang, his face long and sour, and didn't answer. Ma, what actually happened? What's wrong with your face? Urju turned to his mother. Xinghua's mother scooped up half a ladle of cold water, gulped it down, and wiped her mouth. What do you think? I got in a fight with your sister's mother-in-law. The Qin family won't let her go, and your sister doesn't want to come back either. Your marriage prospects will have to wait. We'll talk about it next year after the harvest comes in. Wait till next year? Urju's heart sank, and his face fell. Then what about his sweetheart, Chunny? Ma. Pa. He said, stamping his feet anxiously. Why is it that when it came to marrying off my big brother, you did everything you could, but when it's my turn, there's nothing? What? Keep your voice down. Xinghua's mother smacked his arm. This is all the family can afford. We've done everything we're supposed to. What more do you want? You trying to work us to death? Old Wang puffed away at his pipe, his eyes bulging wide. You trying to start a mutiny? Your big brother got his wife with the bride price we got from marrying off your second sister. And your mother's no good. Couldn't pop out a couple more sisters for us to trade for bride money. So where's the cash supposed to come from? Just keep waiting. Or go marry one that don't cost nothing. That Chunny from the Liu family. You think I don't know what she is? Not a good egg in that whole household, father or daughter. Old Liu opens his mouth and demands 2 sacks of cornmeal plus 5 silver dollars. Talk about a highway robbery. Old man Wang put on his best I couldn't care less face, packing his pipe with tobacco, getting ready to light it. Watching his father act like none of it mattered, Suzi's heart sank halfway. Pa, Chunny, she's got a bun in the oven. What do we do? Even his old man was out of ideas. Where was he supposed to scrape together 2 sacks of cornmeal and 5 silver dollars? This was practically a death sentence. Deflated, he reached for the fire starter on the table to light his father's pipe, but the second his hand went out it got slapped away. I knew you'd find some no-good way to screw up. Old man Wang smacked his hand aside. She says the kid's yours, so it's yours? You don't know Liu Chunny's been running around with other men? You think your equipment's the only one that works, and everybody else is just stirring the pot? Only a dope like you would swallow that load of crap. You'd be better off trusting your pa. Me and your mall just make you a new little brother. Suzi had already been eaten up inside. and hearing his father badmouth Chunny set him off. The veins on his neck bulged out. Chunny had told him plain as day that he was her first man. He slammed the fire starter down hard on the Kang table. Pa, don't talk nonsense. When did Chunny ever run around with anyone? If you can't spell it out clear as day, then I'll go for broke. I'll go be a live-in son-in-law at the Liu place and never set foot in this house again. Old man Wang got so mad, he couldn't even take a drag off his pipe. He set the pipe down on the edge of the Kang and reached out to have it out with him once and for all. You little brat, you dare talk back to me? Fine, today I'll lay it all out for you. He rattled the names off one by one. Fat Third from South Gully, Fulai from the east end of the village, Fatty the barber's boy from town. She's been mixed up with every one of them. More than half the men in this whole village know about her dirty business. And you're the only one kept in the dark, treating her like a treasure. Xinghua's mother hurried over to back him up. And there's Waguzi from the front yard. A few days back, when me and your pa came up from the cellar, I saw the two of them with my own eyes, sneaking around behind the woodpile, going at it lip to lip. No mistaking it. Old man Wang nodded, eyeing his son sideways. See there, your ma saw it with her own two eyes. How could that be a lie? You've been played for a fool, and you still think she's got her heart set on you. Ertsuzi's head went hot, and he threw all caution to the wind, jabbing his finger straight at old man Wang. By what you're saying, every man in the village has slept with her. Then what about you, Pa? Have you slept with her or not? You little son of a bitch, dumping your filth right on your own father's head. A load of garbage like that? Not even a man who got kicked in the skull by a donkey could come out with it. Old man Wang's face flushed crimson, his fingers trembling, spit flying everywhere. The angrier he got, the more he lost it. He lifted his leg and kicked out at Erju, itching to knock this good-for-nothing son of his flat on the ground. The boy so damn eager to make some other man his father-in-law. But Erju wasn't about to just stand there and take a beating. He twisted his body, backed up a couple steps, then darted over to the doorframe, keeping his distance. Even from there he shouted back, Ma, Pa, I don't care. I've made up my mind. It's Chun and I for the rest of my life. And I'm gonna marry her. You just can't stand to see me happy. Every time I find someone I like, you block it. Xinghua's mother knew her second son better than anyone. He was as stubborn as a mule that only went one way. Give him a soft touch and he'd come along. Push him hard and he'd dig in twice as deep. She quickly grabbed hold of her furious husband, then turned around and softened her tone. Erju, honey, it's not that your ma's being cruel and trying to stop you. There are plenty of good girls out there. The village is crawling with pretty, sensible ones. Why in the world are you so stuck on Chun and I? That girl's wild, and her heart's even wilder. Even if you marry her, sooner or later she'll slap a big green hat on your head, and by then you won't even have a place to go cry about it. Right as she was saying this, the door pushed open. Deju's wife, Zhou Xiaolan, came in carrying a basket of peanuts, sat down on the edge of the Kang, and started shelling them. Truth was, she and Deju, who'd been out in the front room, had already caught pretty much every word that had been said in here. Zhou Xiaolan wasn't much to look at, dark-skinned, on the short side, and 3 years older than Deju to boot. But she was one heck of a worker, able to handle anything, in the fields or around the house. She had Deju wrapped around her finger, and every matter in the household, big or small, went the way she said. So when she spoke, her words carried some weight. Seeing that the family fight wasn't getting anywhere, she piped up. Ma, Pa, since Erju's got his heart dead set on Chun and I and won't marry anyone else, I've actually got an idea. Might just work. Erju had been worrying that nobody was on his side. The second he heard there was an idea, his eyes lit right up. He scurried over and took the basket from her hands. Sis, what idea? Come on, tell me. Give me a hand here. Zhou Xiaolan shot him a sideways glance. What else? Is that brain of yours rusted shut? It's dead simple. If Chun and I actually gets pregnant with your kid, then everything sorts itself out, doesn't it? An unmarried girl who quietly lets her belly get big. If the Liu family still wants to hold their heads up in the village and save face, they'll have to come begging you to marry her. By then, why would you need to go beg them? Erju slapped his thigh. Yes, yes, yes. Sis, you're a genius. That's exactly it. Why didn't I think of that? This way, the Liu family will have no choice but to beg me to marry her. Sis, you're really my savior. The two of them, egging each other on back and forth, pushed old man Wang completely over the edge. Erju, this is your own damn choice. Don't come blaming your pa later for not warning you. From here on out, you do whatever the hell you want. I'm washing my hands of all of it. But you just think about what kind of trash that whole Liu family is. There's no dirty, rotten thing they wouldn't do. If you really go and do what your sister-in-law here is telling you. Fine. When that bastard comes crawling back with his whole mess, just don't let that kid call me grandpa. I can't stand the shame, and I won't own a grandson like that. Old man Wang clasped his hands behind his back, still fuming, unable to catch his breath. Xinghua's mother hurried over to rub his back. Calm down, don't stoop to a child's level. It's not worth making yourself sick. Then she turned to Suzy, exasperated. Look what you've done to your father. Since he's giving in, I won't stand in your way either. If you're dead set on marrying that loose woman, then marry her. But let me be clear, this family won't put out a single cent. Don't expect to take anything with you. You figure it out yourself. When Suzy heard his parents relent, the boulder in his chest finally dropped. With his sister-in-law's tip up his sleeve, he felt even more sure of himself. He stopped talking back, pulled up a little stool next to Zhou Xiaolan, lowered his head, and started helping to shell peanuts. Ma, Pa, you two rest easy, just wait and see. I'm marrying Chunny for sure. I promise, when she comes through that door, you won't have to spend a single cent. That works now, doesn't it? Easy for Pa to talk when he's got Ma warming his bed at night, while I'm a bachelor with nothing. Chunny was the best I could hope for right now. A single penny can stump even a hero. If my family had money and better circumstances, who wouldn't want to marry the prettiest flower in the village? But reality is what it is. When all you've got is a basket, nobody wants to lug around an eggplant. He had no choice but to grab the chance in front of him, marry a wife somehow, and start a family. Compared to all the misery over at the Wang household, our Chen family was a whole different world. Ma sat on the edge of the Kang, watching her two daughters-in-law bustle about, grinning from ear to ear. Xinghua, Lianhua, take that rabbit down from the rafter and stew it. I'm in a good mood today. I'm having a drink with your father. I saw right through all that mess at the Wang place. And I finally understood why, after Big Brother passed, Xinghua was still willing to stay with the Chen family, carry the title of the eldest son's widow, and settle down to build a life with me. At the end of the day, it was her own family that had turned her heart cold. My parents, on the other hand, were decent folks who never treated the two sisters like outsiders. I walked into the kitchen and lifted the door curtain, just in time to see Xinghua standing on her tiptoes, reaching for the wicker basket up on the rafter, taking down a rabbit that had already been dressed. By the stove, Lianhua was washing potatoes in a basin. One steady, one spirited. The longer I looked, the more settled I felt inside. This life had something to look forward to. Lianhua looked up. Shanzi, the water jar's nearly empty. Go fetch 2 buckets from the well. Sure, I'll go right now. I picked up the wooden buckets and headed out. Behind me, Lianhua nudged her sister, who was still lost in thought. Sis, don't dwell on it. There's nothing we can do about the Wang family's business. You know what kind of man Shanzi is. Honest, kind-hearted, and truly good to the two of us. We've made it through the hard days of empty stomachs and swallowed grievances, and now, we should just live our lives well right here and now. Mom and Dad only care about Deju and Erju. To them, we're like spilled water, no point counting on them anymore. Making the best of what's in front of us, that's what really matters. Xinghua felt her eyes sting. She nodded. Ever since they were little, she'd known her sister was braver than she was, and saw things more clearly too. You live your life for yourself, not to put on a show for other people. She should have understood this long ago. She'd just never been able to harden her heart before. But now, she'd finally made her peace with it. Parents, brothers, they were what they were. From here on, she'd hold on to the Chen family, to her sister, and to me. That was enough. Before long, dinner was ready. For times like these, it was a feast, a plate of stir-fried shredded radish and a big basin of rabbit stewed with potatoes. The whole family gathered around the Kong table. Lianhua doted on me, constantly piling meat into my bowl. Don't give it all to me. You all eat too. Ma, sis, have some more. You work the hardest. This whole household depends on you, inside and out. You need to keep your strength up. She dropped in another piece. Ma nodded along. Lianhua's right. Shanzi, eat up and get strong. The sooner you give me a big fat grandson, the sooner your pa and I can rest easy for the rest of our lives. I had to laugh to myself. This ma of mine, all she could think about was grandsons. But I wasn't annoyed. I understood how old folks' minds worked. I turned my chopsticks around and put meat in Xinghua's, Lianhua's, and Ma's bowls, then lifted my rice bowl. Pa, Ma, wives, as long as I, Chen Gaoshan, am around, I will never let this family go hungry for a single meal or suffer the slightest hardship. From now on, I'll work myself to the bone. Not only will I keep you fed and warm, but you'll eat well and live well. Just you wait and see. Across from me, Pa was sipping his liquor. Seeing that I'd only been feeding my wives and my old ma without putting a single piece in his bowl, he pursed his lips. This little brat got himself a wife and forgot all about his pa. He grabbed a big chunk himself and stuffed it into his mouth, chewing slowly. These two daughters-in-law really did cook better than his old lady. The rabbit was stewed tender and fragrant. After dinner, the two sisters wiped down the Kang table. Ma was still going on about household matters. I hadn't sat there long before my palms started itching for something to do. I glanced out the window, still a while before dark. I grabbed the dog fur hat off the head of the Kang, put it on, and headed out for a stroll. It was right around the time every household was firing up the stove for dinner. Chimneys puffed out black smoke, and the smell of firewood and corn stalks drifted through the whole village. 100 steps after a meal, and you'll live to 99, hands clasped behind my back. I ambled along the village road all the way to the west end of the village. There were only a handful of households out at the west end. The most rundown were those two squat little mud brick rooms, their eaves blackened with soot. With a creak, the wooden door opened, and out came a woman of about 28 or 29. Her old padded jacket was covered in patches, the blue cloth washed pale, with stiff wads of cotton poking through the holes. Hunched over, she was chopping firewood with an axe. This was the village's well-known widow, Widow Lu Chunchao. Years back, when famine struck, she'd fled here through famine country, collapsing from hunger right on this family's doorstep. It was that ill-fated man of the house who'd given her a flatbread and a place to stay, saved her life. To survive, she took up with him, and that was that. They were as good as married. Within a year, she gave birth to a daughter, Big Girl. Life was hard, but at least she had someone to lean on. Then, when Big Girl was barely 6 months old, the man went down to the river to catch fish, hoping to help her recover her strength, and drowned in water that didn't even reach his shins. With her man gone, she became a widow overnight, left with 2 crumbling rooms, a mother-in-law who was blind and hard of hearing, and 5 acres of land that lived and died by the weather. A widow and an orphan, dragging along an old woman. It was hardship piled on hardship. The men in the village steered clear of her, afraid of feeding the gossip. The women scorned her even more. First, because she was an outsider who drifted in from famine country, no telling where from. Second, because behind her back they cursed her as a husband killer, a jinx. Everyone shut her out. No one had anything to do with her. By day, no one dared come near. But once night fell, her doorstep never knew any peace. For the better part of a year now, there were always restless men eyeing her as easy prey, sneaking over in the dead of night to take advantage of her. But the little money her man had left behind was long gone. The old one needed caring for, the little one needed feeding, and every last grain of rice and drop of oil cost money. However much she wanted to keep to herself, she'd been pushed to the end of her rope. She was fretting over all this when her eyes landed on me, ambling by not far off. I was strolling along, taking my time, when I suddenly felt a gaze stick to me, hot and burning. I turned my head. It was Widow Lu. I didn't usually have much to do with her, but I didn't look down on her the way everyone else did. A woman on her own, it wasn't easy. So I greeted her politely. Springgrass, have you eaten yet? Her hand tightened around the axe as she quickly shook her head. Not yet, just chopping some wood first. Where are you off to, Brother Gaoshan? Just finished eating. Came out to walk it off, get some air. I answered with a smile and made to move on, not wanting to linger and stir up talk. Seeing I was about to leave, she made up her mind. She hurried out of the fenced yard and grabbed my arm, not with much force, but soft and warm, impossible to shake off. Brother Gaoshan, don't go. Your sister-in-law needs a favor. My chimney doesn't draw right. Every time I cook, the smoke backs up and chokes me half to death. Won't you come in and take a look at it for me? Something lurched in my chest. This woman, what was she after? Her little face was flushed red from the cold, brows like willow leaves, lips like cherries. There was something about her, pitiable and easy on the eyes all at once. And the way she was fidgeting now, like she had something to say but couldn't quite get it out. It really made a man itch inside. But I had my doubts. If I actually set foot through that door, I had a feeling it'd be about more than just clearing out a stove flue. Deliver the goods here, and then come up empty back home tonight. That'd be trouble. While I hesitated, she darted a quick glance around. Seeing no one on the road, her voice went soft all at once. Brother Gaoshan, you won't even do your sister-in-law this little favor? You know as well as I do. Now that Guzzy's gone, are you going to push around a helpless widow with nobody to stand up for her, too? Once she said that, there was no way I could refuse. Saying it to my face like that, turning her down now would be downright heartless. Sis, come on, listen to yourself. I never said I wouldn't help. I went along with it. Come on, let's go take a look. If the Kang won't heat up right, it's probably just been too many years. The flue's clogged with ash. Needs to be cleared out. We stepped into the yard, and as I pushed the door open, I heard fits of coughing from the inner room. Chunqiao? Who's here? It was her blind mother-in-law. She called out toward the inner room. Knowing the old woman was hard of hearing, she raised her voice on purpose. Ma, it's Gaoshan from the Qin family. Come to fix up the Kang for us. Just hold on a bit. Dinner's almost ready. Ah, then thank you, Qin boy. The old woman fumbled around in the room. Chunqiao, pour the man a bowl of water so he can wet his throat. I went into the west room. There was a little one lying on the Kang, not crying, not fussing, just staring at me with round, unblinking eyes. My heart softened, and I sat down on the edge of the Kang to play with the little tyke. The kid wasn't shy at all, broke into a grin, reached out with tiny hands, and started babbling. Chunqiao brought in half a bowl of plain water. We're poor, nothing to offer you. Have some water. I really was parched from the walk, so I tipped my head back and drank it down in one gulp, then set the bowl on the Kang table. Before the bowl had even settled, Chunqiao leaned in close and reached for the waistband of my pants. I grabbed those hands, red and rough from the cold, and held them still. Whoa, what do you think you're doing? If my wife found out, she'd chew me out for sure. I just want someone to lean on. Her voice trembled, her eyes brimming with tears. You're the only man in this village I've got my eye on. As long as you can put food in my mouth and little Dayas, I'll do anything. Don't you worry. Ever since Guzzy passed, no man's laid a finger on me. My heart turned bitter. What kind of mess was this? I come into someone's yard to lend a hand, and next thing you know, it's like I'm stealing melons and playing with the kid just to get to the mother. Chunqiao, I'm a decent man. What kind of guy do you take me for? She lifted her face, her eyes going red. Gaoshan, is it that you can't? Or is something wrong with you? I know a little medicine. Let me have a look. That set me off. If there's one thing I can't stand, it's being goaded. You don't stop this, and don't blame me for what happens next. But she didn't back off an inch. I'm already like a clay Buddha crossing a river. Can't even save myself. What have I got to fear from you? As long as you're willing to help me out now and then, whatever your wife won't do, I will. Looking at this pitiful, stubborn little woman in front of me, I steeled myself. Forget it. A woman all alone in the world lays her whole life at your feet, and if you just turn and walk away, are you even a man? I reached out and pulled her into my arms. On the Kang, the mother-in-law coughed a couple of. Came a sound, and I jolted. I'd almost forgotten there was a blind, old woman right next door. We can't. Your mother-in-law's still here. Chunqiao leaned softly against me, clutching the front of my shirt. It's fine. She's deaf as a post. Won't hear a thing. She looked up at me, two patches of red blooming on her cheeks. Handling two women at once, and still this full of energy. Looks like those two can't quite satisfy you. It was getting late. I got up, buckled my belt, pulled my clothes on, and walked to the door. Gaoshan, she said, turning to look at me while she nursed the baby on the Kang. From now on, I'm your woman. I don't ask for much. Just come by once or twice a month. That's enough for me. Don't you worry, I said, pausing at the doorway. Since you're my woman, I won't let you and the child go hungry. It's late. I've got to head back, or there'll be no explaining it. Once outside, I noticed a pile of unsplit firewood stacked in the corner of the yard. Figuring it'd be tough for a woman on her own to chop wood, I just picked up that rusty axe. I've got a strong build and plenty of muscle. Logs thick as a bowl's rim split into neat blocks in 3 or 4 swings, and before long, I had them all stacked square and tidy against the base of the wall. I clapped the wood chips off my hands and set off for home. The sky had gone pitch black, but the stars this time of night were truly brilliant. A heavy snow had fallen just a few days back, leaving half a foot piled on the ground, a vast blanket of white. Between the starlight and the snow's reflection, I could see the road clear as day. I quickened my pace, but I'd barely taken 2 steps when my feet froze. There in the darkness at the edge of the woods glowed 2 faint green dots, like a pair of little lanterns, staring dead at me. My scalp prickled. A hungry wolf? Days of heavy snow had sealed off the mountain, and with no food to be found, the wild animals were bound to come down. Every year around this time, wolves would come and snatch lambs and piglets from the village. I never thought I'd be the one to run into one. My legs turned to jelly on their own. Damn it. 3 rounds last night, and it never went soft. But the second I run into some wild beast, this is where I lose my nerve. Pathetic. I didn't dare let my guard down. I turned and snapped a thick branch off a nearby tree, gripping it tight in my hand. Less than 5 meters. I locked eyes with those 2 orbs of green light, not daring to breathe. The green light slowly dropped lower, the body crouching down. It was about to pounce. By the starlight, I could make it out. A lone wolf. I'd just let out half a breath of relief when something at the corner of my eye caught my attention. No, that wasn't right. 3 meters to its side and behind, another dark shape lay flat in the snow, its own pair of green dots glowing, staring at me without moving a muscle. 2 of them. I swallowed hard and started backing away, step by step. When you run into a wild animal, whatever you do, don't turn and run. Humans don't have eyes in the back of their heads, and wolves, wild boars, and bears are all masters at chasing down fleeing prey. 2 legs can't outrun 4. Bolt, and you're as good as dead. But you can't play dead either. Prey that lies perfectly still is just fast food delivered right to their door. I could only back away slowly, keeping my eyes locked on them, watching for any movement. By all rights, a wolf won't attack a person unless it's starving out of its mind. These 2 had been driven mad by the heavy snow. I'd barely taken 2 steps back when I knew I'd guessed right. The 2 wolves that had been crouching in the snow, biding their time, suddenly sprang up at once. One from the left, one from the right, closing in on me from both sides. It was the dead of night. The whole village was silent, not even a dog barking, let alone here on the west edge, right up against the mountain. I swept my eyes around. Not a soul. In that split second, I gripped the forked branch and swung it hard. I was gambling. Gambling that these 2 starving beasts would go for the stick in my hands first, instead of lunging straight at my body. Sure enough, the one on the left snapped its jaws shut, clamping down on the branch, its head thrashing wildly, a low snarl rumbling in its throat, spittle and snow spattering across my hand. Almost the same instant, the one on the right lunged and bit into my pant leg, its fangs about to sink into the leather. Life and death hung by a thread. The raw instinct to survive suddenly triggered the space inside me. In the blink of an eye, the 2 snarling, clawing gray beasts vanished into thin air, leaving only that gnawed, tooth-marked branch clutched alone in my hand. I gasped for air, my back drenched in cold sweat. Even with this body's hunting memories fused into my mind, when those wild wolves actually came at me, I was still scared. Thank God for that space. Otherwise, with no weapon in hand, relying on experience alone, my life would have probably ended out here in the snow tonight. Life is a thing you never think much of on ordinary days. It's only in that instant between living and dying that you realize just how much it weighs. All that talk about staying calm in the face of danger, responding with steely composure, that's just nonsense they feed you in novels. Only after living through it myself did I finally understand. When a person is scared to the very limit, their legs really do stop obeying. They go soft, they tremble. I sat in the snow for a good long while before I could push myself up and brush the snow off my backside. Those 2 wolves were trapped in the space. Right now, I had no weapon on me. If I let them out, the starving wolves would go straight for my throat and tear it out in a heartbeat. I had to get home, grab a knife, then go back into the space and finish off these 2 menaces for good. I'd been sitting too long, and my hands and feet were starting to go icy. I picked up the pace and hurried home. When I reached the door, I froze. The courtyard gate wasn't locked. The latch was just resting shut. Someone had left the door open for me on purpose. Before I could even reach out, Big Yellow and Little Yellow inside the yard picked up the sound of my footsteps. They pawed at the wooden door, whimpering, wagging with excitement. The moment the door opened, the 2 pups pounced on me. They nuzzled up to my legs, gave a sniff, and suddenly pricked up their ears, circling me warily, sniffing my pant cuffs one second, pawing at my legs the next, whining and refusing to let up. A dog's nose is sharp. Not a trace of a scent can be hidden from it. They'd caught the smell of those two wolves in the space. The two dogs were still panting. Half annoyed, half amused, I patted their heads. All right, quit fooling around. Get back inside. I shooed the dogs off and bolted the door. A dim, yellow glow from the oil lamp spilled out through the window of the west room. I pushed the door open and called out of habit, "Honey, I'm home." The words had barely left my mouth when I froze, my throat tightening. Inside, Lianhua and Xinghua were bathing, their backs bare, scrubbing each other down. Ah! Startled by my shout, Xinghua spun around, her hands flying up to cover her back, her face flushing bright red. Her little sister was right there, so she had to keep some sense of decency. Lianhua, on the other hand, wasn't the least bit flustered. She glanced back at me, her hands never pausing as she used a cotton cloth to towel her sister dry. "You're just getting home now? Where'd you run off to all this time? It's pitch dark out." "Good timing, though. Go to the kitchen and bring another basin of hot water. This one's about to go cold." My mind buzzed. Usually, when I was with Lianhua in the East Room, it was in total darkness. You couldn't make out a thing in the pitch black. This was the first time I'd gotten such a clear look at Xinghua. Seeing me standing there dumbstruck, Lianhua shot me a look. "Well, get moving. Right. I'll go get you two some water." I picked up the wooden basin and headed out to the front room. The big iron pot over the stove pit was boiling water. In a northeastern house, you step through the door straight into the front room, where you cook and tend the fire. Further in is the back room, with the heated Kang for sleeping. One end of the stove pit is for cooking, and the other connects to the Kang for warmth. I pushed open the door, and the blast of cold air outside snapped me back to my senses. I tossed the cold water onto the snow pile in the yard and scooped up a fresh basin of hot water to bring back in. Xinghua had already started getting dressed and hurried off in a fluster. No use rushing. This kind of thing had to be taken slow. Even if we all shared the same Kang tonight, there was no way I could handle it all. Still staring? You big oaf. Your eyeballs are about to fall out. My sister's gone now. Hurry up and get undressed so I can wash you off. I stripped off my clothes in a few quick motions and sat down on the stool. Lianhua scrubbed my arms. She was close enough that I could smell the fresh soap from her bath, her hair still dripping water. This body of mine was worlds better than that frail shell from my past life. A person just needs to live with a bit of regularity so they don't turn into some limp weakling. The moment my hand started to wander over, she slapped it away. "Turn around. Let me scrub your back." When we finished, Lianhua bent down to pick up the wooden basin, and I wrapped my arms around her waist from behind. She was long used to it, and even leaned back against me on purpose. Even the breeding donkey in the village knows to catch its breath. "How is it you never get tired? Let go. Tonight you're sleeping in the East Room." I lowered my head and kissed her shoulder, holding her tighter. "Why don't we all just sleep together? It's cold in the winter. We'd stay warmer all squeezed in." "You wish, dream on. This Kang's plenty warm. I'm not cold. Now go on, don't keep my sister waiting." "Wife, it's gotta be you. Marrying you was the best thing that ever happened to us Chins. Like our ancestors' graves are blessing us. You're so good to me." Lianhua carried the basin. "Glad you know it. My sister and I have set our hearts on you for life. What else would we do but treat you right?" I let go, and while she went to dump the water, I slipped that short knife into my space and felt my way into the East Wing room in the dark. Xinghua was already lying on the Kang, waiting for me. "Shanzi, come on up. I've warmed the blankets for you." Same old routine. I climbed onto the Kang in the dark. "Shanzi," she said in a low voice, "do you think I just can't carry a baby? I was no good when your brother was alive, and I've been with you a good few times now. So how come there's still nothing?" I was at a loss for a moment. Infertility could be a problem with either the man or the woman, but how could I explain that to her? I thought it over and put it in terms she'd understand. "Let me put it this way. A man's like a seed, and a woman's like a field that's been manured come spring. If the seed's bad, then no matter how rich the black soil, nothing will sprout. But if the fields turn to salt flats, then even the best seed will get killed off by the salt. You and my brother had no kids. Maybe it was on you. Maybe it was on him. You and me haven't even been together a month. So what are you fretting about?" Xinghua turned her head to look at me. The Chun brothers had both been to the village school. They could read and do sums, so she trusted me. She thought it over and nodded. "Then, let's try." "No, Let's try a few more times. The night passed without more words. Xinghua found a comfortable spot, wrapped her arms around my waist, and fell asleep. At the first hint of dawn, before the village roosters had even started crowing, I woke up. I had things on my mind and couldn't sleep soundly. I looked down at Xinghua in my arms, sleeping soundly. During the day, she kept up that shy, reserved front around me, but fast asleep. Her little head kept nuzzling into my chest, and her hands weren't behaving either, gentle and sweet as could be. She half sensed me stirring and rubbed her eyes, glancing out the window. It's light out? Lie back down a while. I'll get up and make breakfast. She started to struggle up, but I held her down. It's still early, lie down a bit longer. After breakfast, I made the excuse of heading up the back mountain to chop firewood and left the house. Those two vicious wolves in my space. If I didn't deal with them, I'd have no peace. Speaking of this space, I'd secretly tested it before. I put in a bowl of boiling water, took it back out a day later, and it was still scalding hot, not the least bit cooled, looking exactly the same as when I'd put it in. Hatchet in hand, I headed up the back mountain, pushing into the woods for about an hour before I stopped. I looked around several times, and only after making sure there wasn't a soul in sight did I focus my mind. A flash of white light, and I vanished from the woods into thin air, entering the space. The moment I landed, I saw those two gray-blue wolves, still frozen in the same fierce pose from last night. Teeth bared, mid-lunge as they'd come to bite me, not moving an inch. Remembering how my legs had been scared stiff last night, the wolf was soft under my foot, and a surge of anger shot through me. I lifted my leg and gave it 2 hard kicks. You two beasts, yesterday you tried to bite me. Let's see how I deal with you today. The space was an endless expanse of pure white, no separation between sky and earth, empty in every direction. Not far from me stood a massive electronic screen, taller than a person. On it was nothing but a string of frozen numbers, nothing else at all. I stared at it for a long while, scratching my head, trying to figure out what the thing was even for. That string of numbers never moved, just stayed put. The more I stared, the more a thought crept into my mind. Could this clock be showing the flow of time inside the space? I leaned in closer, and sure enough, there were a few options at the bottom of the screen. Sync, frozen, 1x, 2x, 5x, 10x. My fingers itched, but I hesitated. There was no point of reference in this space. Who knew what would happen if I pressed something? In the end, curiosity won out over fear. I reached out and pressed the start button. The next second, that lifeless screen lit up and an image popped up. It wasn't the system interface I'd imagined. It looked more like surveillance footage. The scene of the woods on the back mountain outside was displayed crystal clear and in a full 360 degrees, visible from every direction. My eyes went wide, my jaw dropped. Holy cow, this is a live feed of the outside. This is unbelievable. I was still riding the high of discovering this secret when a ferocious howl exploded behind me. My whole body jolted, my scalp tingling. I turned around and saw the two gray wolves that should have been dead stiff had come alive. Fangs bared, backs arched, ready to pounce again. What's going on? How are they moving again? Adrenaline rushed to my head, but strangely my mind raced even faster, and in an instant I put it together. It had to be the time flow I'd just started. It had woken the frozen wolves along with everything else. I slapped the switch off. Amazing. The two wolves, caught mid-pounce in midair, froze instantly, locked back into stone statues. I let out a long breath. Looking at them, unable to move, I burst out laughing, and every trace of fear was swept clean away. I swaggered over and gave each wolf 2 slaps across the face. Why aren't you moving now? Weren't you so tough a second ago? Come on, bite me. Pounce again if you've got the guts. To be safe, I dragged the 2 wolves about 5 meters away, opening up a safe distance before pressing start again. I even took a careful glance at the screen. The bottom clearly read 1x. The moment I pressed it, the 2 wolves came alive again, howling as they lunged. Quick as a flash, I hit the switch again, and they froze in midair. The wolves pounced, I pressed. The wolves stopped, I started. I went back and forth like this several times, watching them lunge at me again and again, missing me by just that much each time. I couldn't help but. Just thinking about it felt great. I chuckled to myself. You run, and I hit the switch. You miserable little thing. No matter what, you just couldn't sink your teeth into me. After that I settled in and tested it patiently, over and over, for the better part of a day. One moment I'd set it to sink, the next I'd try freeze, then run through it at 1 times, 5 times, 10 times speed, one after another, staring at the outside world on the screen and comparing it to the wolves in the space. Finally, I got the hang of it and figured out the truth for certain. This screen was the master time switch for the space. Set it to sync, and the time inside the space matched the outside world down to the second. But freeze and fast forward only worked on the inside of the space. They had no effect on the outside world at all. No matter how much time passed in here, out there it stayed frozen in that single instant. Time, within this little pocket of space, had become something I alone controlled. Once I worked it all out, my mind was practically exploding. Heaven's finally smiling on me. In all my years, this is the first time Chun Gaoshan's ever stumbled into a stroke of luck this big. With this, why would I ever worry about making a good life again? Happy as I was, I didn't forget the business at hand. These two wolves were nothing but trouble to keep around. They had to die today. I drew my knife, walked up to the frozen wolves, and with a swift stroke, opened a gash across each of their necks. Strangely enough, when it came to handling these blue-hided beasts, I was completely in my element, my movements smooth, like I'd done it 1,000 times before. It was the memory of this body, the one I'd merged with, doing the work. The knife seemed to come alive in my hand. Without any effort on my part, it glided along the grain of the pelt on its own, lifting, slicing, cutting, clean and quick. Before long, an entire blue hide came off in one whole piece, without a single tear. A coat made from this pelt. Man, that would be something to wear. Catching my breath, I looked out at the empty space and started wondering again. Since I already had a space, why not throw in a system too? Don't all those novel protagonists come with a system? The more I thought about it, the more the itch grew, so I just started shouting. Hey, system bro, system sis, quit hiding and come on out. We could look out for each other. I called out several times. Not even a speck of light appeared. By the end, I gave up. Forget it. Having this space alone was a blessing beyond measure. How could I expect to have it all? People who grab for too much end up choking on it. Contentment is what lasts. Pulling myself together, I took the two half-processed wolves and stepped out of the space. The moment I got back to the woods, those two old wolves, the ones frozen inside the space, sprang back to life the instant they came out, thrashing wildly, legs kicking every which way, letting out shrill, mournful whimpers from their throats. But the harder they struggled, the wider the wounds on their necks tore open, and the faster the blood spurted out. Especially the one I'd skinned. Its muscles were still twitching uncontrollably, bloody and savage. The sight suddenly stirred up the hunter's instinct buried deep in my bones. Blood rushed to my head. My heart pounded hard, and there wasn't a trace of fear in me. Instead, there rose up a surge of the thrill of taking down prey. I just stood there, watching them bleed out, limbs stretching stiff, until they collapsed dead in the snow. I stepped forward and crouched down, slicing open the belly of the skinned wolf, then cutting into its stomach. Sure enough, inside were undigested chicken feathers and bones. So it was you two beasts wrecking the village's chickens. Killing you today counts as ridding the people of a menace. You had it coming. Done cursing, I stashed the wolf carcass in my space, then raked over a thick layer of snow, burying the pool of blood and the guts to smother that overwhelming stench. I hoisted the other intact gray pelt wolf over my shoulder and turned to head down the mountain. Good thing I'd made a point of walking deep into the woods for over an hour earlier, far from the village. But even so, with a blood stink this strong, there was no guarantee it wouldn't lure out some black bear from its winter den. I didn't dare dawdle and quicken my pace. The pelt on my shoulder felt like it weighed about 80 gene, a good bit lighter than I'd expected. No wonder, in the dead of winter, game was scarce in the mountains, and this wolf probably hadn't had a full meal all season, gone gaunt from starvation. But the fur was genuinely thick, a layer of soft down beneath a layer of coarse guard hair. One look told you it was top-grade pelt. My Chun ancestors were hunters, and the old method of tanning hides had been passed down generation to generation, right through to me. We never lost it. The method's called brain tanning. The old folks said every animal's brain weighs out just enough to tan its own hide, a natural softening agent. Only thing is, the smell's sharp and sour, enough to give you a splitting headache. No wonder people talk about stinky tanners. I carried the wolf, half running, half stumbling down the mountain. Why not just cut straight over to town and trade the pelt and meat for cash? Too many worries. For one, I had no sled to ride. It was all on my own 2 legs, more than 2 hours one way. There and back would eat up most of the day, and I wouldn't get home till pitch dark. For another, and this was the crux of it, these were chaotic times. War and unrest everywhere. The mountains high and the emperor far away, nobody keeping order. Who knew which mountain hollow might be harboring a pack of bandits? These men were thicker than weeds in a field, brazen beyond all measure. These days, with no soldiers or officials to keep them in check. Forget the wealthy landlords with grain in their storehouses, who lived in dread day and night, busy building walls, raising watchtowers, and hiring guards. Even ordinary folks trembled at the mere shadow of a bandit. The old saying had it exactly right. The rich fear being kidnapped, those with daughters fear them being snatched, travelers fear being robbed, and anyone who steps out the door fears catching a blade. No matter who you were on those bandits' menu. Fall into their hands, and you were done for. Better a dog in peaceful times than a man in times of chaos. In an age like this, just staying alive was no small feat. Whatever you did, you had to keep your heart in your throat. To sell a single wolf pelt and run into bandits along the way, lose the pelt, and lose your life too. Not worth it. Better to bring the goods home first. Just past the edge of the village, as I rounded that old elm tree, I ran smack into someone I knew. It was Wang Daqiang, the son of Annie Wang. The woman folks around here went to for reading signs and channeling spirits. Back in the day, everybody just called him Dummy Chong. But over the last couple years, he'd shot up like a beanpole, so they tacked a big on the front, Big Dummy Chong. The name fit him to a T. Tall, thick, built like an ox. When he planted himself somewhere, he was a solid, heavy presence. The kid had a hard lot in life. When he was 10, a high fever cooked his brain, and his mind just froze at that age, never grew a day past it. But he and I were real childhood buddies, the kind who'd peed in the same mud pit and climbed the same rooftops together since we were knee-high. We were thick as thieves, wading into the creek to catch fish, peeking over walls to gawk at whatever was going on, joined at the hip. Of course, back then it was just dumb kid stuff, no idea what we were doing, in it for the fun of it. Behind closed doors, people always wagged their tongues, saying Annie Wong had pried into too many fates and peeked at too many of heaven's secrets over the years, that she'd burned through her karma, and that's why the punishment landed on her son. Chong was simple and true-hearted, and he'd looked up to me like a big brother his whole life. A 10-year-old's mind was enough to get by. He could eat, drink, dress himself, and handle simple chores. Best of all, he never could learn the crooked, scheming, backstabbing ways of grown folks. With him around, I felt at ease. I could talk without hiding a thing behind my words. These last couple years, Chong had one thing on repeat. He wanted to find himself a wife. Especially in summer, just like when he was little, he loved running down to the river, stripping bare and splashing in, waggling his bare backside up and down the bank. He was way past the age where that was innocent, and he'd cuss out the young wives and girls doing their washing till they were hopping mad. But everyone knew he wasn't right in the head, so they'd toss out a few curses, move somewhere else, and let it go. Nobody was really going to hold a grudge against a fool. From way off, his eyes lit up, locked dead on the wolf slung over my shoulder, and he hollered in that thick, gruff voice. "Brother Sean, where you been? A gray wolf. It's a gray wolf. Chong, what are you doing wandering around in this cold? Pull your pants up. Ain't you afraid it'll freeze off?" He gave a dopey chuckle, wiped under his nose with his sleeve. Not a care in the world. Not scared. Chong's strong. I can work. I'm a good boy. Ma said, "Be a good boy and she'll get me a wife." With that, he grabbed my arm and gave it a shake, his face full of admiration. "Brother Sean, you're amazing hunting." He shot his thumb straight up. I freed a hand and clapped him on that thick shoulder of his. "Come on, come home with me. Sharing's fair. Once I get this wolf cleaned up, I'll chop you off a foreleg and have your ma stew it nice and tender." His eyes went round in an instant, and he grinned so wide his eyes disappeared. "Brother Sean, you're so good to me. Once I get my wife, we can all sleep together." I damn near choked, caught between laughing and crying, and quickly waved him off. "Buddy, no need for that. You sleep on your own, that's fine. And don't go saying that to anybody else. People are saying stuff, and it ain't nice. You hear me?" He jerked his head up, his face dead serious. "Brother Shanzi treats me good. so I'm only telling you. Everybody says I'm dumb, but I ain't dumb. Asterisk they're asterisk the dumb ones. The second Fatty San walks out the door, his wife's off fighting with somebody, hollering up a storm in the house, and he's still sitting there grinning like a fool. Asterisk he's asterisk the dumbest one. I paused. Well, I'll be damned. This kid's talent for eavesdropping since he was little was locked up tight in that 10-year-old brain of his, every word intact, not a bit lost. And there's Widow Zhao out back of our place. She's always pinching me and stuffing big steamed buns in my mouth. I tell her I don't want M, but she stuffs M in anyway. Huh, Xiangzi, you little devil, you got the ladies chasing you. You ain't dumb at all. I laughed and clapped him on the shoulder. But this stuff you can say to me. You say it to Fatty San or anybody else, and they'll beat you with a stick. Remember this, talk less, work more. He trailed behind me, nodding hard, half getting it and half not. Yeah, talk more, work less. The hell you say? It's talk less, work more. Yeah, work more. He hopped a couple steps ahead, then turned around and eyed the heavy wolf on my shoulder, instantly springing into action. Brother Shanzi, you're tired, right? Let me carry it. You take a rest. Say what you will, this dumb kid was true to me. Anything to eat at his house, he always thought to save me half. When we were little and I got into fights, he took a good clubbing from Fatty San in my place. That kind of loyalty, I don't forget. All right, you carry it then. He grabbed the wolf and swung it up onto his shoulder, perking right up. 80-some pounds of gray wolf pressing down on him, and he didn't feel the weight one bit. Instead, he threw his chest out and strode ahead with big steps. So proud he wished the whole village could know he'd gone and bagged a wolf with Brother Shanzi. Before we even reached the front gate, his big booming voice went off over the courtyard wall. Uncle, Auntie, come quick. We're back. Brother Shanzi got a wolf. Inside, my ma was sitting cross-legged on the edge of the Kang, stitching shoe soles, with Lianhua and Xinghua beside her, tearing apart an old quilt cover and stuffing in fresh cotton. The three of them heard the shouting, exchanged a look, and their hearts jumped up into their throats. Ma tossed her work onto the Kang and, without even grabbing her shoes, threw back the curtain and rushed outside. The moment she got out the gate and saw Xiangzi hauling some big, dusty gray thing, she froze on the spot. Big dummy Chong. Oh my lord, why are you carrying a wolf home? What in the world's going on here? You can't get a straight answer out of a fool. So with her heart in her throat, she ran a couple more steps toward the road, and only then did she spot me coming along behind, grinning. Sanzi, what on earth happened? Where'd this wolf come from? Xinghua and Lianhua came running out too, crowding in on either side of me, looking me up and down. Xinghua felt my arm, then tugged at my clothes, and let out a long breath of relief. Thank goodness, all in one piece. How'd you go and run into a wolf in broad daylight? Gone wolf hunting again? Be honest, did you wander deep into the woods again? Lianhua didn't say anything, but her eyes were full of worry. Seeing that both my wife and my mother were so concerned, my hands couldn't stay still. Out of habit, I gave each of them a light pat on the lower back and grinned. I'm fine. Let's all go inside and talk it through. We'd barely stepped into the yard when my father, Chun Laoyan, came rushing over from the direction of the cellar, a knife in hand. He'd been crouched down there gathering cabbages, and when he heard all the commotion outside, wolves and shouting, he figured something had gone wrong at home, grabbed the knife, and bolted out. He'd barely gotten his footing when Xiangzi hurled the wolf hard into the middle of the yard. Big Yellow and Second Yellow instantly bristled, rushing up to the carcass, baring their teeth and growling low. I stepped off to the side and jerked my chin toward my dad. Pa, here's the game. Go ahead and dress it. When you're done, chop off a foreleg for Xiangzi. My father frowned, crouched down, and poked at the wolf's body. What the hell happened? I told you not to go deep into the mountains for no reason. Did you forget? Did the wolf come down on its own, or did you go looking for trouble? I just went up the back hill to chop firewood and ran right into it. From the look of things, it was half-starved, couldn't find anything to eat in the dead of winter, so it got bold enough to come out in broad daylight. Pa, spread the word around the village. For now, don't let anyone go up to that back hill, and folks should stay in at night too. My father knew I was steady in how I handled things, not the reckless type who'd throw his life away. He nodded. You hurt anywhere? Don't worry. With a build like mine, 2 of these wouldn't be a problem. Nothing beats a man coming home safe. A wolf left too long goes rotten in the gut, So he wasted no more words, crouched down, held the wolf's head steady, flipped the blade, and gutted it right there. The entrails went straight to Big Yellow and Second Yellow. This gray hide had already been bled out. My dad crouched in the yard, his hands never slowing. He could skin a carcass several times faster than I could. In no time, he'd peeled off one whole, intact wolf pelt. The moment the hide came off on his end, the next job picked up right where it left off. Sheepskin or wolf skin. It all had to be scraped clean with a blade, every bit of clinging flesh and fat removed. Not a scrap could be left, or it'd go rank and rot within a few days. In our Chun household, this had always been women's work. My dad wiped the blood off his hands and straightened up. This wolf Shanzi hauled back isn't big, so don't go thinking about selling it. Keep it for the family to eat. Xinghua and Lianhua have both been wanting to get pregnant. Their bodies need some meat to build them up. And Shanzi puts in hard labor every day. He needs some building up too. We've got no shortage of food and daily necessities, but take a look at the way things are these days. Money's all over the place. This bill and that voucher, and regular folks don't trust any of it in their hearts. Only the silver dollar still holds up. The rest is all worthless. The way I see it, we're better off stockpiling more pelts and trading them for grain, cloth, oil, salt, and the like when the big market comes around. That's the real deal. I nodded along. Pa had a point. Money these days, especially the kind that the printed paper money was worth the least. At first, small bills of 1 or 5 still circulated, but the more chaotic things got, the bigger the denominations they printed. 10,000, 50,000, 100,000, no different from the joss paper you burn for the dead. Clutching a whole stack of it, you wouldn't even want to wipe your ass with it, too stiff and scratchy. What really gets passed down through the generations was never the numbers on paper. It's the solid things you can trade for with your own hands, the things people believe in. Then we'll do it your way, Pa. I paused, cut off a front leg for Qiangzi, and let him take it home. Without a word, my pa ran the blade along the joint, and the whole front leg came off clean. Thank you, Brother Shanzi. Thank you, Uncle Chun. Meat, we got meat. Xiangzi hugged the wolf leg, his face breaking into a grin, mumbling his thanks, then turned and shot out of the yard like a streak. The kid wasn't dumb. He knew to take it home and let his ma cook it up, instead of foolishly gnawing on it raw outside. This graycoat wolf had no extra fat on it, all lean muscle, with just a little grease hanging around the guts. It didn't take long for Big Yellow and Second Yellow to eat until their bellies were round and tight. So stuffed they waddled over to the doghouse in the corner and lay down to sleep. Ma grabbed the scraper and went to work on the hide, while Lianhua and Xinghua gathered around the cutting board to divide up the wolf meat. Everyone in the family had their own task. My pa raised his hand and called me over, and the two of us went into the inner room, one after the other. He sat cross-legged on the edge of the Kang and took a couple of puffs from his pipe. Graycoats have always been cunning. For one to dare charge into the village in broad daylight, that means the mountains have run dry of food. The end of the year's coming up, freezing cold, and the beasts up there are only going to get more vicious. From now on, when you go into the mountains, you be extra careful. I grinned and slapped my arm. I know, Pa. With skills like mine, a few wild beasts are nothing. You can rest easy 100 times over. My pa switched gears and circled right back to the topic of carrying on the family line. You want me to rest easy? Then hurry up and get Xinghua and Lianhua pregnant. Give the Qin family a son to carry the name. You break your back day in and day out doing hard labor like a fool. What good is any of it without an heir? The roots of our Chun family can't end with your generation. The conversation had drifted off track again. Having kids wasn't something I could just decide. I wasn't some fertility goddess in a temple. I didn't have that kind of power. Before I knew it, evening came. In the kitchen, wolf meat stewed in the iron pot, its rim lined with golden, crispy cornmeal and flour biscuits. Xinghua made a point of dishing me out a big bowl of my own. There was plenty of seasoning in the pot, enough to cover up the gaminess of the wolf meat. The flesh of these carnivorous beasts had a strong, foul reek, nowhere near as pleasant to eat as pork or mutton. At first I held the bowl and dug in with big mouthfuls. But as I ate, my chopsticks scraped down to the bottom, and suddenly they bumped into 2 round objects, connected in the middle by a long, hard bone. The more I looked at it, the more something felt off. What the hell was this? It looked like 2 round eggs, strung together on a long bone. The more I stared, the more puzzled I got, so I just lifted it up with my chopsticks and brought it close to my eyes for a good look. That's not right. Xinghua, what the heck did you serve me? Why does it smell so damn rank? Xinghua's face flushed bright red. She looked down, pressing her lips together, mumbling something I couldn't make out. Lianhua jumped in to cover for her. Why ask so many questions? Just eat what you're given. This is good stuff. Mom made a point of it. Said it's a real tonic. Eat it, and a man's got strength all over. I took another look at the weird thing in my hand, and for a second I was dazed. Then it hit me. Animal balls. These two wives of mine were really finding every trick in the book to build me up. I just couldn't stomach it, so I tried to negotiate with Lianhua. Can I skip this one? I'm plenty strong, working all day long. I really don't need a tonic. Ma came over with the ladle and dished me out another big scoop, her face stern. When you're told to eat, you eat. Where'd all this backtalk come from? This good stuff used to get saved for your pa to soak in liquor, or at the very least we could have traded it for something. This time, seeing how hard you've been working, I set it aside just for you. Now hurry up and quit being ungrateful. Ma and my wives all had their eyes locked on me. There was no dodging it, no getting out of it. Nothing to do but grit my teeth, shut my eyes, and swallow it in one gulp. 2 chews in, that foul taste nearly made me gag it right back up on the spot. Once I finally choked it down, I hurried to wolf down the rest of the wolf meat, washed it down with half a cornmeal cake, and wiped my mouth. I'm stuffed. I'm gonna go take a walk and let it settle. I grabbed my coat and hat and headed out the door. The whole way I kept mulling it over. Was that stuff really as powerful as Ma claimed? As I walked, whether it was actually kicking in or just all in my head, my body kept getting hotter, restless all over. Before I knew it, I'd wandered right up to Widow Lu's front gate. Passing by, I remembered I still had that wolf I'd killed earlier stashed away in my space. I glanced left and right, then walked briskly behind the old locust tree up ahead. Once I made sure nobody was on the road, I slipped inside. Inside, I picked up my knife and cut off the wolf carcass's 2 hind legs. Carrying them, I stepped back out. The sky was pitch black now, and smoke was curling up from Widow Lu's chimney. I raised my hand and knocked on the courtyard gate. Widow Lu was stirring her cornmeal porridge when she heard the knock. Her heart skipped a beat. Middle of the night. Who could it be? She wiped her hands on a rag and came out from the house, asking cautiously, "Who is it? It's awfully late. If it's business, come back in the daytime." "It's me." The moment she heard my voice, she knew right away who it was. She scrambled to smooth her frizzy hair, licked her chapped lips, patted the dust off her clothes, and quickly slid open the bolt. She glanced behind me, then yanked me inside. "What are you doing here? Didn't you just come by yesterday? You want it again already?" I wrapped my arm around her waist, familiar with the routine, and leaned down to breathe in that pleasant milky scent on her. "I brought you some meat. Since you're nursing now, the child can't go without milk, and it's not just food for big girl alone." Her neck tickled, but she wasn't the least bit embarrassed. She'd earned all this with her body, and she took it with a clear conscience. "Brother Gaoshan, you're a good man. I didn't misjudge you. As long as you don't let me and big girl go hungry, you come whenever you want. I like that you're steady, hardworking, and strong. What a genuine woman. In times this hard, how could I stand by and watch her suffer for nothing? Sister Chunchao, it's only been one night, and you're already missing a man? Just missing you. You're more reliable than any man in this village. What are you standing there like a fool for? Come inside, it's cold out." I dropped the 2 wolf legs onto the cutting board in the outer room, and someone pressed up against me from behind. "What did you eat to get you going like this? You stand still, let your sister help you." After a good while, she broke into a violent coughing fit. I hurried to the outer room and scooped a ladle of water from the vat. She leaned over the edge of the Kang and rinsed her mouth with the cold water several times before she finally got the coughing under control. "You devil, having your way with me like that. Xinghua and Lianhua, do they let you carry on like this at home too?" I looked down into her big, watery eyes and reached out to stroke her back. "You're you, and they're them. It's different. What they can do, you can do. What they're too shy or too timid to do, you're the only one willing to give me. Tell me, that's how much you mean to me." I brushed my thumb across her lips, planted a hard kiss on her cheek, then pulled her up from the floor and carried her onto the Kong. She wrapped her arms around my waist. I always knew they were wives from proper families, thin-skinned, not like me with all my worries thrown to the wind. I don't ask for anything else. From now on, as long as you keep me in your heart, as long as you remember me and my girl, that's enough. Next time you come, Don't knock on the door directly. It's no good if someone sees. Just meow twice like a cat under the window, and when I hear it, I'll quietly let you in." As she spoke, she reached out and tied my waistband for me. "All right, I'll remember. I'll head out first then." After seeing me off, Chunchao bolted the courtyard gate behind her, and when she looked up, a figure came groping its way out of the house. It was none other than her blind mother-in-law. The old woman leaned on a wooden stick worn smooth with use, feeling her way along the earthen wall bit by bit as she slowly shuffled toward the door. Chuancao's heart lurched. Could it be that all the commotion just now had been overheard by her mother-in-law? The old woman spoke in her direction. "Chunchao, come to my room. There's something on my mind I need to tell you." They say the old woman's eyes were blind, but her mind was sharp, and that nose of hers, especially, was keen as could be. Just now she'd caught the bloody scent of meat. A widow and her child, dirt poor at home, who couldn't even manage a meal of fine grain on ordinary days, let alone afford to buy meat. In times like these, every household went without oil and meat. Who on earth would give them meat for no reason at all? The old woman was sharp as a tack. A moment's thought about the whys and wherefores, and she understood everything. She knew it well in her heart. Her daughter-in-law had been widowed so young, yet she'd stayed to hold this household together, waiting on her, a blind old woman, for a whole year. She'd truly given it her all. These days, a widow's life was bitter indeed. Chunchao pressed her lips together and stepped forward, taking hold of the old woman's arm. Slowly, she guided her into the east room and eased her down onto the edge of the Kang. "Ma, I didn't mean to. Let me explain." The old woman had gone blind last year. After her son passed, she'd wept day and night until there were no tears left, and then her sight was gone for good. She reached out a hand, withered thin as a stick, and grasped Chuancao's. She caught that scent, and everything became clear. She didn't fly into a rage, didn't demand answers. She only patted her daughter-in-law's hand gently. "Chunchao, you and we won't tell each other lies. Let's just talk heart to heart." Chuancao's nose stung with tears. She helped the old woman settle on the edge of the Kang, then sat down close beside her. "You slept with Qin Gaoshan." Chunchao went utterly numb. She'd expected her mother-in-law to curse her, to throw her out. Never this. "Ma, I had no choice. A woman alone, I just couldn't keep this house going. You're not going to stop me." The old woman kept those blind eyes shut tight, and the look on her face was worse than crying. "How could I stop you? I was widowed young once too, and I lived through it. The year Guzzi's pa passed, I was only 24. The heartache you carry, the suffering in your body, I've tasted every bit of it. Being a widow is no easy thing." Chuancao's tears came all at once. All the grievance she'd swallowed for so long, all the torment, the scornful looks from others, the gossip whispered behind her back. Finally, someone understood. The old woman stroked the back of her hand, over and over, as if soothing a frightened daughter-in-law, and as if soothing that girl she herself had once been, all those years ago, with nowhere left to turn. This world's cruelest to us women, especially the ones who've lost their men and have nothing left to lean on. Once you've come this far, reputation and saving face are all just empty things. Hollow words meant for the living to hear. Having food to eat, being able to raise your child, being able to survive, that's what's real. A person has to live first before anything else even matters. Chunchao cried so hard her shoulders shook. "Ma, back then, all alone, raising Daya's pa by yourself." The old woman scrubbed hard at her tears with her sleeve. "Why do you think old Lou at the head of the village took Guzzi on to learn carpentry for nothing? What widow's door doesn't have its share of trouble? That old saying, a widow's door draws no end of gossip. It was never just made up. That second chin boy, I know him. He's not a bad sort. Young and strong, big and tall, and a fine hand at hunting on top of it. Stick with him, and at least the three of us won't starve. That meat just now, he brought it, didn't he?" Hearing her mother-in-law speak of the old days, Chunchao felt a little easier in her heart. At least someone understood her, who would lie down and spread their legs to beg if not for a mouthful of food. She wiped away her tears and nodded. Yes, it was wolf meat that Gaoshan brought over." The old woman gripped her hand tight. "Chunchao, my child, I don't ask for anything else. Whatever you decide to do from here on, I won't stand in your way. But don't you ever forget, you've still got Guzzi and little Daya. No matter what, you've got to raise that child to be a grown woman. Only then will it not be in vain that Guzzi went down to the river to catch fish for you, that he looked after the two of you all those years." At the mention of her dead husband, Chunchao couldn't hold back any longer. "Ma, don't you worry. No matter how much I suffer, no matter what hardships I face, I'll raise Daya. When she's grown, I'll find her a good family. She'll never end up like the two of us, tied to a short-lived man, widowed and grinding through a life of misery." The words had barely left her lips before mother-in-law and daughter-in-law fell into each other's arms. They cried for who knows how long, until suddenly little Daya's wailing came from the west room. Chunchao got up quickly and went to soothe her daughter, who'd woken from her nap. The weather was warming up. That bone-chilling cold from the first lunar month, the kind that made you hunch your shoulders and pull in your hands, had eased off some. But the snow hadn't melted yet. Real thawing was still a ways off. I crouched at the courtyard gate, rubbing my hands together. Over these past days, from all the muttering and rambling of my old man, Chun Laoyan, I'd pieced together a pretty complete picture of what was going on outside. Those Jap devils had been driven out last fall. The ones who'd moved into the village now were the Russians, the old hairy ones, and they'd been here the better part of a year. Counting the days, it should be late February of 1946 by now. The new year had been over for nearly 2 months. Tomorrow, the 28th, was market day in town. We had no shortage of the wild boar and roe deer meat we'd stored up last year. What we were short on were the odds and ends of daily life: needles and thread, cotton batting, cloth. I planned to head to Fuping town with my old man tomorrow for the market. If Xinghua and Lianhua really were pregnant, and babies came along down the road, the house didn't have so much as a little quilt or a stitch of baby clothes to offer. Grown folks were used to roughing it. You could scrape by through all 4 seasons and get through somehow. But a newborn baby was tender as water. This was one thing we couldn't cut corners on. There was one more plan I'd been turning over in my mind, one I hadn't dared say out loud. If I got lucky and could buy myself a Type 38 rifle, plus a few hundred rounds of ammunition, then I'd be all set. From then on, going into the mountains to hunt and protecting this home, I wouldn't be afraid of a thing. As for why not a single woman in the house was allowed to come along, there were bandits coming down from the mountains and Russian soldiers in town. The moment they saw a young girl or a young wife, they'd grab her, drag her against a wall, and violate her. See one, chase one, catch one, ruin one. Any family that dared let their women and daughters out the door was simply asking for death. Early the next morning, after we'd eaten, the two of us climbed onto the horse-drawn sled and set off for town. The sled was lined with dry hay, piled with 5 roe deer hides, 1 wolf pelt, a dozen or so rabbit skins, and 2 baskets of dried mushrooms, hazelnuts, and wild walnuts. All headed to town to trade for oil, salt, and cloth. My pa cracked the whip, letting it fall on the horse's back every so often, urging it forward. I'd held it in the whole way, but finally I couldn't keep quiet. "Pa, are those Ruskies still holed up in town these days?" My pa spat. How could they not be? That pack of good-for-nothing bastards, when they first rolled in last year, they went stark raving mad. They'd chase after any young woman or new bride they saw on the street, and once they caught one, they'd violate her right out in the open, not caring who watched. Why do you think all the women in town chopped off their good hair and shaved themselves bald? Were their men's big cotton coats and baggy trousers? Thank God our village is tucked away, hidden deep in the mountain hollows. If we'd been any closer, your ma, Xinghua, Lianhua, every one of them would have had to shave their heads bald, smear soot all over their faces, rub on chicken droppings, just to dare step outside and show their heads. Pa, if a woman wears a man's clothes, can't they still tell? Bullshit. When the Ruskies first showed up, no, they couldn't. But later they got sharp. They'd just reach right out and grope. The more he talked, the angrier he got. Back when they first came, our bunch was foolish enough to get our hopes up, thinking they'd come to stand up for us, that they were good folks. And what happened? A gang of conscienceless scum who put ordinary people through hell. They saw food. They grabbed it. They saw anything worth taking. They took it. Last year, when your Uncle Chunlei and I went to haul grain, that pocket watch I'd traded a bear hide for, the Ruskies snatched it right off me, and there was nowhere to plead our case. He paused, his voice dropping low. You remember your second great-uncle's youngest girl? Born with blue eyes and a high nose. Her features weren't the least bit like folks around here. That was the seed those first Ruskies left behind. And now this is the second time. The image of that little girl came to my mind at once. By family rank, I had to call her grandaunt. Ever since she was small, she'd looked different from everyone else in the village. I smacked my lips. So you're saying grandaunt's got Rusky blood in her? For second great uncle to bear a thing like that, he's a tough man. What else could he do? It's not your second great aunt's fault. If there's blame, it lies with those Ruskies who lost all their humanity. With a blade to your throat, ordinary people can't very well fight back. My pa let out a breath. Another man might not have been able to bear it. But your second great uncle dared to raise that child at his side, to claim her as his daughter. Now that's a man who stands tall between heaven and earth. A woman's honor, a child's origins. Some folks can never lift their heads again for it, while others can carry that burden on their shoulders. It suddenly struck me that real strength isn't in the fists. My pa took another look around. I don't know what's gotten into the Ruskies lately, but they've quieted down quite a bit. A few days back, a peddler making his rounds through the streets and alleys told me on the sly that the Ruskies have looted their fill and are now hauling grain and timber cartload after cartload back to their own territory. Materials, iron, they're trying to strip our land bare. I sat on the sled, hands tucked into my sleeves, listening to all this miserable talk, my teeth clenched tight. Whether it was the Japanese devils before or the Russians now, they were all cut from the same cloth. Coming onto other people's land to throw their weight around, not a decent one among them. Given the chance, I'd pull off something big. Take back everything they'd stolen. Those things belonged to us in the first place. Taking them back was only right. I'd been in this world for a full month now. This space of mine, aside from killing off a couple of wild boars that had wandered down the mountain, had been almost useless. Our home was just that small, everything accounted for, nothing valuable enough to stash away. Take my mother. Her eyes were frighteningly sharp. A missing needle, half a scrap of cloth, and she'd notice right away. Under that kind of watch, even if I had ideas, there was nowhere to put them to use. It was suffocating. Thinking about weapons for self-defense, I spoke up again. Pa, it'd be great if we could get a Type 38 rifle. This homemade gun of ours is useless. One shot, and you've got to stop and reload. In a real emergency, it can't keep up. My pa turned to look at me. Don't you worry. I've had my eye on this for a while. Already asked your Uncle Chunlei to look into it in town. Not just a Type 38. Best if we can get a couple of Mauser pistols too. These are chaotic times, bandits in the mountains. Without a decent weapon in hand, you can't even leave home for a long trip. For this trip to market, my pa didn't bring the silver dollars we had saved, those yuan dado coins he'd hidden away, with only him and my mother knowing the spot. What he brought this time were Russian notes. My pa was a little anxious. If he didn't hurry up and spend these paper notes, they'd probably become worthless scraps soon enough. Just like the puppet currency the Japanese devils had issued before. The moment the Russians came, those notes were void. We still had a stack of them at home that we'd never spent. My mother said we might as well keep them to paper the walls. All colorful, they actually looked pretty nice. Father and son sat on the sled, chatting on and off. After about an hour, we spotted the outline of the town in the distance. The noise of voices and vendors' shouts reaching our ears. The first big market after the new year was set up on an open lot in town. Stalls big and small crowded together in a dense cluster. Food sellers, general goods sellers, farm tool sellers, fur and mountain product sellers. Vendors of every kind shouting nonstop. Folks came and went with baskets on their arms and wheelbarrows in hand. Sure enough, just like my pa had said, not a single woman in sight. My pa led the horse, found an out-of-the-way spot on the edge of the crowd, and stopped the sled. I bent down and pulled back the old quilt covering the mountain goods, then unrolled the bundled roe deer hides, wolf pelts, and rabbit skins one by one, spreading them out on the sled so passers-by could see the merchandise. Once I finished, I straightened up and dusted off my hands. Pa, that's all done. I'm not much help around here anyway. Might as well go take a look around, see if I can find the cotton and cloth we need, and ask around about the guns. I didn't bother being polite. I just held out my hand and rubbed my 2 fingers together. Money. Pa didn't hesitate. He reached into his coat and pulled out a wad of Rusky bills, stuffing them into my hand. This time he was dead set on spending every last one of these paper notes, trading them for grain, cloth, and cotton. Only when he had real goods in his grip did he feel at ease. He handed me 1 wad. He still had 5 more tucked away in his coat. Take a look around. But hurry back. Don't go wandering off. Don't get into it with anyone, especially the Ruskies. Steer clear of them. Pa was uneasy, pointing at the bills in my hand and drilling it into me over and over. And this money, spend it as fast as you can. These lousy scraps of paper are just something those outsiders use to swindle grain out of us common folk. Nothing beats real gold and silver. I tucked the money into the little pocket sewn against my chest, the one Lianhua had made for me. This was the first time in this life I'd set foot in a town, my first time in the city, you could say. Shops lined the street one after another, all kinds of banners hanging out front. Cloth sellers, grain sellers, food stalls, wonton stands, and a general store crammed with needles, thread, and odds and ends. I looked around as I walked. No wonder folks said this was one of the top spots in the Far East. Even a country town like this was this bustling. Cabbage. Fresh, juicy cabbage. $100 a pound. My heart skipped a beat. Had money gotten this worthless? $100 for just 1 pound of cabbage. It was barely worth more than scrap paper. I remembered what Pa had muttered before I left. 5 years ago, 100 in puppet regime currency could buy a whole cow, plus a calf. 4 years ago, it was just enough for one full-grown cow. 3 years ago, a pig at most. Now, in Rusky notes, 100 couldn't even get you half a head of cabbage. The money was worth less by the day. The blood and sweat of ordinary people was being scraped away by these outsiders. In times of chaos, the first thing to rot is often that little sliver of hope clutched in your palm. The town was even bigger than I'd imagined. I followed the flow of the crowd, and before long, I spotted a 3-story building. Modern style, built of brick, sturdy looking. 2 big, hulking Rusky soldiers stood at the entrance, long rifles in hand, sweeping the passers-by with fierce eyes. This used to be the Japs police station. Once the Japs were driven out, the place changed hands and fell to the Ruskies. I couldn't help circling the entrance a few times, wanting to get a closer look at what was inside. I'd barely made 2 loops when those 2 soldiers zeroed in on me. They immediately raised their rifles, barrels pointed straight at me, jabbering away in some gibberish I couldn't understand. Not a single word of it. The cold menace pointed straight at me from that gun barrel. It made every hair on my body stand on end. I spun around and bolted, running far off, out of sight, before I finally stopped to catch my breath. But I didn't leave. I circled through the side alleys, creeping along until I reached the outside of the wall behind the police station's back courtyard. Something in my gut told me, a place the Russians guarded this tightly had to be hiding all the good stuff they'd looted. There were hardly any people back here. I pressed against the base of the wall and peered in, but I couldn't see a thing. No way to tell how many guards were inside or how tight their watch was. But when I thought about how I'd been here a whole month now, and all my space had ever held was a single wolf pelt, plus the 2 thugs I'd killed, with nothing else to show for it, I felt sick with frustration. Here I was, holding a treasure that defied the heavens, and all I could do was hole up in the village killing time. What a waste. If this town had a bank, I'd have the guts to rob it. The courtyard wall in front of me was a good 8 feet high. I couldn't jump it, couldn't climb over it either. I circled the wall a few times, never mind a dog hole. There wasn't even a crack wide enough to slip a hand through. I couldn't get in, and I couldn't tell when the Russians would haul their goods out. Just sitting around waiting wasn't going to cut it. I gritted my teeth and made up my mind in an instant. I'd have to wait until late at night. Under a moonless sky with the wind howling, the guards would be at their most relaxed, the easiest time to make my move. I scanned the area, made sure no one was in the alley, and slipped straight into the space. As for my dad, still back at the market stall waiting on me. Sorry, Dad. Guess I'll have to let you worry for a while. As long as I pull this off and get my hands on the good stuff inside, our whole family will be set for life. Inside the space, I synced the time to match the outside world and kept my eyes glued to the big screen that let me watch what was happening out there. But the more I thought about it, the more uneasy I got. If I didn't come back for a whole night, Dad would drive the sled back to the village and definitely spread the word that I'd gone missing. My mom, Xinghua, and Lianhua. If they found out I'd vanished in town, there was no telling how frantic they'd get. They'd lie awake all night, crying, waiting for news. I stared at the screen, let out a sigh, and slipped straight back out, rushing toward my dad's stall at the market. At the market, my dad was watching over the sled. He'd just traded 2 nice rabbit pelts to a peddler he knew for some coarse salt and soy sauce. He looked up and saw me come stumbling and panting back toward him. "You're back? Been gone half the day. By anything good?" I was gasping for breath, my heart pounding with worry and dread. Afraid of taking too long, and even more afraid Dad wouldn't agree, I didn't dare linger. Dad, in a bit you head back with the sled on your own. I've still got something important to take care of in town. I won't be coming back to the village tonight, but I'll definitely be home first thing tomorrow morning. When you get back, tell Mom, Xinghua, and Lianhua right away so they don't worry. Knowing my dad, there was no way he'd agree. He might even grab hold of me right then and there. Before he could, by the time he reacted, I'd already spun around and taken off running. What the hell? You little brat, where do you think you're going? My dad froze for a second, then panicked and shouted, reaching out to grab me, but caught nothing but air. Watching my back shrink into the distance, he got so mad, he lurched forward to chase me. But after just 2 steps, he glanced back at the roe deer hide and wolf pelt piled on the sled and the horse tied up beside it. That was the whole family's lifeline. If it got stolen, the days ahead would only get harder. He couldn't bring himself to let go. My dad stood there stamping his feet, pointing in the direction I'd run off, cursing through gritted teeth. That little brat, one dash and he's gone. When I get back to the village and your mother finds out, she's gonna lose her mind. I heard those 2 furious curses behind me and pushed myself even harder, sprinting forward until I'd completely disappeared from my dad's sight, then circled back around to the outside of the wall behind the police station. Once I made sure no one was around, I slipped into the space. I found a comfortable spot to lie down and got a solid, good night's sleep. When I opened my eyes and looked at the screen, it was just getting dark outside. I reached into my jacket and pulled out the big flatbread my mom had stuffed in there before I left. My stomach had been growling for ages. I took a huge bite to take the edge off. There was no water in the space, and it got stuck in my throat so bad my neck went stiff. I had to pound my chest for a good while before I could swallow it down. Next time I came back, I needed to keep some water in the space. Since I had nothing better to do, I grabbed the scraper and carefully cleaned all the meat and fat off that wolf pelt in the space. When I finished, I looked up at the timer screen. It was 1 in the morning now. I came out of the space and quickly hauled over 2 of the wooden tables used for selling goods, propping them up against the base of the wall, one stacked on top of the other. I climbed up, stood on my toes, and peered over into the yard, finally getting a clear look at the layout back there. The building with a guard posted out front had to be the warehouse. 2 Russian soldiers were pacing back and forth on patrol, and there was a row of single-story houses off to the side. I stared at those 2 patrolling figures, reached out, and gave the stacked tables a hard shove, knocking them over. Crash! In the dead of night, that sound was especially clear, the slightest noise amplified beyond measure. Almost the very second the crash rang out, I ducked and slipped into the space. The 2 soldiers at the warehouse door jumped at the noise. Shouting something in their gibberish, they raised their rifles and swarmed toward this side of the wall in unison. The spot guarding the warehouse was empty. Now was the time. I seized the opening, darted out of the space, crouched low, and sprinted all the way to the warehouse window. I pushed the window open, braced both hands on the sill, and flipped myself inside. The moment I got my footing, the sight in front of me left me stunned. It was a huge warehouse, at least 3,000 square feet. The floor was piled high with supplies, burlap sacks stacked all the way up to the ceiling. Wooden crates and iron boxes of every size stretched as far as the eye could see. I didn't have time to open the boxes and check what was inside. Only one thought filled my head. Take it all. Take it all. This stuff was either left behind by the damn Japs or looted from ordinary folks by the Ruskies. Take it. However much I can grab. That's how much I'm taking. I reached out and pressed my hand against a long wooden crate. The moment my fingertips touched it, the crate flickered and vanished into my space. A long box like this, gotta be rifles. Jackpot. This time I'd really hit the mother lode. Watching the supplies disappear one by one, swept into my space, all that pent-up frustration from before just melted away. In its place came a satisfaction that rose up from the marrow of my bones. This godlike space had finally come in handy. Even a tiny town police station was hiding this much. You could only imagine how much the Ruskies had scraped off our land and hauled back to their side. I kept my movements as quiet as possible, gathering the warehouse supplies into my space piece by piece. In just 10 minutes, the warehouse was more than half empty. All that remained on the floor was a layer of burlap sacks, grain. I'd left those on purpose. One last sweep of the room, and I slipped into my space. On my way out, I grabbed a crowbar leaning against the wall. Once inside, I finally let out a breath and couldn't wait to pry open the nearest crate. A whole box, packed full, canned pork. Then I looked at those sacks. I untied one of the knots, and pure white rice came pouring out. Staring at that rice, I couldn't help but swallow hard. Our black soil was made for growing rice. But back when the Japs were around, they enforced grain control. Only they were allowed to eat rice, and ordinary folks were flat out forbidden from touching a single grain. If anyone got caught eating rice, even if they found rice in your vomit, you'd be dragged out and shot. The villagers had nothing to eat but cornmeal and sorghum flour. The land was ours, the rice was grown by us, yet we weren't fit to eat a single bite. The absurdity of those times chilled you deeper than the barrel of a gun. And now, all this rice belonged to me. From here on out, my whole family could eat our fill. I pried open the rest of the crates one by one. Type 38 rifles, Mauser pistols, hand grenades, Type 11 light machine guns. Further back was a row of iron drums. I flipped open a lid and a sharp whiff of kerosene hit me. Full of kerosene. There were also military boots and cotton socks. I didn't expect to dig up a whole crate of wristwatches. Staring at those gleaming dials, I nearly laughed out loud. Around here, you told the time by squinting at the sun and listening for the rooster's crow. With these, I'd never have to guess in the dark again. The more I looked, the more excited I got. My grin nearly stretched from ear to ear. All this grain, canned food, cotton quilts, and daily necessities. If we rationed it, my whole family wouldn't run out for a good 10 years. Then I got to the last crate and my brow furrowed. Damn it. Guns, but no ammo. These things are worse than fire pokers. Luckily, in those last few iron boxes, I dug up rounds of every type. And magazines. Everything in this warehouse was just munitions, kerosene, grain, canned goods, quilts, and daily necessities. No need to guess. Some of it was left behind by the Japs, and the rest had been looted by the Ruskies up and down the streets, snatched from shops, and from ordinary folks' homes. Go ahead and strut around tonight. After tonight, we'll see whether you've still got anything to strut about. As for being scared, I wasn't scared one bit. Either way, I had my space to save my skin. If I really got spotted, I'd just duck inside in a flash, and nobody could lay a finger on me. My eyes hardened. A wooden crate of explosives and a barrel of kerosene flashed out from my space. I poured the kerosene in a ring around the warehouse, then splashed it over the layer of grain left behind. I flung 4 explosive charges into the 4 corners, then set 4 more in the middle. I struck a match and tossed it into the kerosene. I flashed back into my space, fixed my eyes on the news screen in front of me, and waited. The flames shot up. The explosives ignited. Boom! One blast after another. The shockwave tore through. The 2 Ruskies at the entrance who hadn't managed to dodge were slammed to the ground by the blast, twitched a couple of times, and went still. Half of the courtyard wall came crashing down. I seized the chaos and darted out from my space. The heat scorched my back, but I didn't dare stop. I rushed toward the gap in the collapsed wall, leapt through it, and vanished back into my space. This fire burned away every trace of my coming and going. Even a god couldn't dig up a single clue. The Fuping town police station was garrisoned by a platoon of Ruskies, 30 men. The first to notice was a Rusky soldier who'd gotten up to relieve himself. The moment he stepped outside, he heard the explosions going off in the direction of the warehouse. Scared out of his wits, he scrambled back toward the barracks, howling at the top of his lungs. Hurry, go get Lieutenant Dmitri. The warehouse blew up. It's on fire. The whole police station turned into a madhouse. The Rusky soldiers came pouring out half-dressed, some grabbing water buckets, others scurrying around looking for people. I stayed in my space, watching that crowd scramble like headless chickens on the screen, feeling an indescribable satisfaction. I cracked open a can of pork and ate as I watched the show. Robbing the Ruskies was a thrill, a real rush. This stuff had been stolen from the people in the first place. I was just sending it home. But I quickly calmed down. This was no place to linger. Before daybreak, while they were still in an uproar, I had to get out. Once the sky brightened and they started a search, it'd be much harder for me to leave. On the screen, the fire blazed higher and higher, and the Ruskies' attention was completely consumed by it. I picked my moment, slipped out of my space, and bolted toward the village. I ran clear out of Fuping town in one breath, and only after I'd shaken the town off completely did I dare duck into a haystack and slip into my space to catch my breath. I set the space's time to stand still. The outside world froze in place, so even while I was inside, I slept, and outside everything was still dead quiet. My strength was back. I headed out and kept running full speed. 2 hours later, I finally made it back to my own front door just before dawn. Leaning against the courtyard wall, I caught my breath in a few heavy gasps, then pulled a thick burlap sack out of my space and hoisted it onto my shoulder. Inside were two Type 38 rifles, 5 Mauser pistols, a pile of ammunition, plus 10 heavy cans of pork. All good stuff. The sky hadn't lightened yet, and everything around was eerily silent. I'd barely gotten my footing, hadn't even lifted my hand, when Big Yellow and Little Yellow started scratching at the gate with their paws. They recognized me and didn't bark. Good watchdogs, those two. Knock, knock, knock. Who's there? Pa, it's me. Gao Shan. The gate swung open at once. Chun Laoyan held up an oil lamp, and the second he saw the sorry state I was in, the curse on the tip of his tongue got swallowed right back down. He quickly stepped aside and waved me in. Quick, get inside. I carried the sack into the yard. Pa scanned the darkness beyond the gate warily, several times over, and only after making sure no one had followed did he bar the gate and come in after me. The moment I stepped into the inner room, I saw Ma, Xinghua, and Lianhua all sitting on the Kang, every one of them red-eyed. Not a single one had slept. Seeing me back safe, Xinghua's and Lianhua's eyes instantly welled up again, and they hurried down off the Kang. I set the sack down in the corner. Before I could get a word out, Ma threw herself into my arms, eyes red. You worthless brat. This family doesn't leave you hungry or ragged. Why in the world did you have to go running off out there? Were you trying to scare me to death? Ma, I'm fine. Look, I'm right here in one piece. I reached out to steady her. Fine. If something had really happened to you, how were we supposed to go on living? Ma gripped my arm, her hands trembling nonstop. I eased Ma back down onto the edge of the Kang. Just as I turned to hug my two wives, Lianhua balled up her little fists and pounded my chest a few times, tears pouring down her face. You worried us half to death. You went to market with Pa. How could you just take off on your own? We didn't sleep a wink all night. We were worried out of our minds. Xinghua stood off to the side, silently wiping her tears. Guilt washed over me. I patted Lianhua's back with one hand and lifted my sleeve with the other to wipe the tears from Xinghua's face. Don't cry. See, I came back safe and sound, not a scratch on me. Didn't Pa tell you I'd be back a little late? Only then did Chun Laoyan sit down on the edge of the Kang, the worry he'd carried all night finally easing, though he still frowned. I told them, sure. But you worthless brat. You took off without a word about where you were going. What with the bandits and the Russians out there? How could they not worry? Their eyes are swollen from crying. I stopped keeping them in suspense and hauled up the sack from the corner. Pa, Ma, Xinghua, Lianhua. Just this once, I promise there won't be a next time. I wasn't running around for nothing. I went and got some good stuff for the family. Take a look. First, 2 Type 38 rifles, laid out on the Kang table. Then 5 Mauser pistols. And a heap of ammunition. A wristwatch. A crystal radio set with headphones. Finally, 10 tins of canned pork. Ma stared at the guns on the table, then grabbed my sleeve in a panic, patting me up and down without stopping. Son, what on earth did you do? Did you break into a bandit den? Did you rob somebody on the road? Tell your ma the truth. Shanzi, out with it. Where did you get all this stuff? I already had my story ready. Ma, I didn't break into any bandit den, and I didn't rob anybody. I stole this from the Ruskies in town. I scoped the place out during the market fair in the daytime, figured out where the guards were, and waited till the middle of the night to make my move. If I'd had more hands, I'd have hauled back everything they've looted. This stuff was taken from our own people by those Ruskies in the first place, so stealing it back is only right and fair. Pa, from now on we won't have to spend silver dollars getting somebody to buy us guns. We've got our own now. Chun Laoyan sat frozen at the edge of the Kang, not coming to his senses for a long while. He instinctively brought his pipe to his mouth, took a puff, and only then realized it wasn't even lit. He set it back down in a daze. He studied my face. He knew his own son better than anyone. The boy had lied since he was little, and his eyes would always blink without him meaning to. But this time, my eyes held steady. When Ma heard all this, her eyes went wide as saucers, and her voice shot up. What the? Shanzi, are you tired of living? Those Ruskies kill without batting an eye, and you dared to steal from them. That's like doing laps at the gates of hell. Are you trying to scare your ma to death? Chun Laoyan's face darkened. He shot her a fierce glare and dropped his voice low. What are you hollering for? Keep it down. Afraid the folks outside can't hear you or something? Ma flinched in fright, and quickly clapped both hands over her mouth, her heart pounding. No one in the room dared make another sound. Seeing Ma go quiet, Pa let out a breath. With a grave expression, he looked at me and asked in a low voice, "This business, besides you, does a single other soul know about it? Did anybody see you?" "Don't worry, Pa. It was just me the whole time. Not a trace, not a sound. Nobody saw me, and nobody knows it was me." Pa nodded, his heart churning with feelings he couldn't put into words, dread, worry, and a flicker of pride he couldn't quite admit to. The Ruskies had brought ruin on the villagers, and he'd long been grinding his teeth in hatred. His son daring to steal from them had, in a way, vented the whole village's rage. But this was far too dangerous. Those men killed like it was a game. Once it got out, I'd die, and the whole family would die right along with me. Shanzi's Ma, Xinghua, Lianhua. Since no outsiders know about this, then every word spoken and every single thing seen in this room today has to rot in your bellies. Not half a word gets breathed to anyone, ever, for the rest of your lives. Got it? As for those guns, that's easy to handle. We'll just say we traded for them with the hunter. It makes perfect sense that a hunter's family would have guns. Nobody will suspect a thing. At that, he turned his head. Shanzi, just this once. From here on out, you've got to stop. No more taking risks like this. You're the only son our Chun family's got. If anything ever happened to you, this whole family would be finished. I looked at my parents, then at the worry in Xinghua and Lianhua's eyes, and I nodded. Pa, Ma, don't you worry. Just this one time. There won't be a next time. This here's a crystal radio. Put it on, and you can listen to the broadcast. Doesn't even need electricity. But I'm keeping this watch. I need to keep track of time when I head into the mountains. It was the first time anyone in the room had seen such rare gadgets, and they were all fascinated. After I showed them a few times, they were all fighting over who got to listen through the earpiece. I wound the watch and set it right, matching it to the time signal on the broadcast. Watching everyone carry on, I noticed the sky was starting to lighten. Pa waved his hand. "All right, that's enough. We've been at it all night. Everybody get back to bed. Shanzi's home safe, so you can all finally sleep easy." Coming out of my parents' room, I walked ahead, then glanced back at Xinghua and Lianhua behind me. Xinghua's eyes were still rimmed red, and her gaze clung to me. Clearly, she had something she wanted to say, but hadn't. I reached out and pushed the two sisters into my room together. "It's nearly dawn. Let's just sleep together. Don't worry, I won't do a thing. I'll just sleep, nice and easy." Xinghua leaned against the doorframe and didn't move. Ever since she'd come to be with me, I was the only thing on her mind. Lianhua stood off to the side, her heart aching just the same. For the two sisters, their own family was long past counting on. I was the only one they had left to lean on in this world. Lianhua tugged at her sister's sleeve. "Sis, come on, let's sleep. Whatever you're feeling in your heart, I feel the exact same way." Xinghua's face flushed hot. With her little sister pulling on one side and me on the other, she half resisted, half gave in, and finally came into the room. I lay down between the two of them. After a whole night of running around, I was truly exhausted. Each of them held one of my hands. It was just the three of us in the room, nobody else. Xinghua let go of her reserve, shifted a little, and rested her head on my shoulder. "Shanzi, let me just tell you one thing. If anything ever really happens to you, I'm going with you." Lianhua pinched me on the waist. Me too. My eyelids had already been drooping with exhaustion, and that pinch made me suck in a sharp breath from the pain. Today was just an accident. Set your minds at ease, both of you. I haven't even gotten either of you pregnant yet. We haven't carried on the family line. Nothing's going to happen to me, I promise. But instead of easing up, Lianhua only got more worked up. She propped herself halfway up and looked at me in the moonlight. PSSH, don't go wishing bad luck. Even after we've got kids, you still can't let anything happen to you. If you dare go off and pull another reckless stunt, my sister and I will. You keep me tied to home. The work in the fields, the work at home, my sister and I can handle all of it. We can support you. As long as you stay right here with us, that's worth more than anything." As she spoke, her voice grew softer. "Even if you just sit at home and eat without lifting a finger, my sister and I would gladly take care of you. We don't ask for anything else, just that you stop putting yourself in danger, that nothing bad happens to you. Can you promise us that?" I gripped their hands tightly in return. After all these years, this was the first time I'd tasted what it felt like to be cared about. Two people were worrying over me with all their hearts. I had no reason not to live well. Besides, I still had my parents. From now on, whether for myself, for my parents, or for these two women beside me who were so full of me, this family, I would protect it. I promise. By early March, the temperature had warmed up considerably. But out here in the deep mountain wilderness of Nango village, the river was still locked under thick ice, with no sign of thawing. The old-timers had a saying, "The river opens on the seventh 9-day count. The swallows return on the eighth." But that was meant for the plains. Up here in these mountain hollows, it didn't hold true at all. This winter fishing was organized single-handedly by my second uncle. He was the village chief, fair in his dealings and bold in action. Once he took the lead, not a single soul in the village stayed behind. Everyone gathered early, tools in hand, and ready to go. Winter fishing was a big deal for the whole village. As long as the catch came up smoothly, every household would get a share of river fish, enough for several good meals. Nobody wanted to miss out. Just north of the village ran a great river, and beside it lay a fairly large wild pond. Generation after generation, Nango village had lived off this one river and one pond, surviving by fishing and hunting. The river and the forest were the very lifeblood of the people here. The river teemed with aquatic life. The 3 flowers, 5 luo, 18 z, 72 kinds of mixed fish could all be found here. There were even the massive Kaluga sturgeon, which could grow to over 5 meters long and weigh more than 1,000 kilograms. With a bit of luck, hauling up just one was enough to feed the entire village. And every fish here was a cold water species, soaking year-round in the frigid river. The flesh was firm and tender, without the slightest muddy taste. The winter fishing crew moved out onto the ice. Along with the other young men of the village, I shouldered a shovel and an ice pick, staying close behind the fishing master and waiting for his orders. The fishing master was old Third Chun, gripping a wooden pole over 7 meters long. By tradition, this time we'd cut 6 holes in the ice. The net going down into the river had been woven stitch by the women of the village, a full 40 meters or so long, with mesh spaced especially wide. It only caught the big fish. The small fry could slip back through the openings into the river, left to grow for the coming year. Never taking it all, that was the old rule, and the very reason there'd be fish to catch year after year. Old Third Chin walked back and forth across the ice, narrowing his eyes to study the patterns and colors, crouching now and then to tap the ice layer, drawing on decades of experience, knowing where the fish gather and which way they'll swim. That kind of skill isn't something just anyone has. It comes entirely from years of sharpening your eye, and there's no faking it. This was exactly the hard-earned talent that let him hold his place as the fishing boss. Once he'd pinpointed the spot, he laid the long pole flat on the ice, measured out the spacing, and jabbed marks with the pole's tip to set the position of each ice hole. He'd just finished marking when he looked up and caught sight of Fatty Sin standing there in a daze. "Dig right here. San, what are you standing around for? Get over here." "What? Your family don't want their share of fish in the pot." Fatty Sin snapped out of it and came scrambling over. "Uncle San, coming. My whole family's back home waiting on this fish. They've been looking forward to it for days." Old Chin swept his eyes over the busy crowd and hollered, his voice booming. "When it's time, everybody put your backs into it. With skills like ours, one cast of the net today'll bring in 500-600 pounds of fish, easy. Enough for every household, guaranteed." The 70-year-old granduncle had been watching the whole time, still tough as ever. He spotted Fatty Sin dragging his feet again in an instant, strode up, and kicked him flat onto the ice. "Quit your dawdling. You can't even keep up with a spry old woman. Get up now." The kick sent Fatty Sin stumbling, but he didn't dare talk back. He scrambled up, brushed the snow off his cotton jacket, and forced a grin. "Granduncle, kick me all you want. Just don't throw out that old back of yours. I'll work hard now, no slacking off, I swear." With that, he grabbed his ice pick and started chiseling away at the mark. March had warmed up some, but the ice on the river was still thick, a good half-meter at least. I picked up my ice chisel and drove it down with everything I had. Once, twice. Ice chips flew everywhere, and every strike took every ounce of strength I could muster. This was pure grunt work. Without real muscle, there was no way you'd hold up. My partner was Chien Juezi, early 30s, known all through the village as a solid, honest man. His wife had popped out 4 sons one after another, and that whole house full of hungry mouths depended on the couple hustling inside and out. They weren't well off, but their home was lively and full. Shanzi, watch your feet. Don't stab yourself. This pick's razor sharp. It'll punch clean through a cotton shoe sole in one go. Qian Juizi warned as he swung his tool. The chisels in our hands were only iron at the very tip, fixed on solid wood handles with two grips, just right for gripping with both hands and putting your weight into it. The old blacksmith in the village had melted down scavenged spent shell casings and reforged them. That's how we got those iron tips. What we were chiseling out were ice holes about half a meter across, and the deeper you went, the harder the ice got, and the more it wore you down. Qian Juizi and I took turns, one hacking away with all his might, the other clearing out the broken ice with a shovel. After a solid 2 hours and more, I swung my pick down one last time with all my strength, and the thick layer of ice finally. Just as the ice was pierced through, river water gushed out of the hole with a loud whoosh. The river had been frozen solid all winter, and the water below was starved of oxygen. The fish had been suffocating for months. Now that they'd finally found an air hole, fish of every size went crazy, all crowding toward the opening in a daze, too stupid to even think about escaping. I stared at the dense swarm of fish packed around the hole, my eyes lighting up. Juizi, quick! Reach in and grab him. These fish are so dazed they're not even moving. Qian Juizi was an honest, down-to-earth guy. He immediately rolled up his sleeves and plunged his arm into the ice hole, snatching up a pike and flinging it onto the ice, slippery and squirming. His whole face broke into a grin. This pike's the freshest and most tender. I'll stew up a whole pot back home. My rowdy little rascals can finally stuff their bellies with meat. Qian Juizi and I took turns pulling them out, one after another. Before long, we'd caught a dozen big fish, piled up on the ice, every one of them still flopping around. Catching his breath, Juizi leaned on his shovel, his eyes shining. Gao Shan, the old folks in the village always talk about it. 20-some years back, during our winter fishing, we pulled up a Kaluga sturgeon in one net that weighed over 200 pounds. Now that was a rare treasure. Back in the old days, that fish was reserved just for the emperor. It took 5 or 6 strong young men, sweating buckets, to finally drag it up onto the ice. I listened wide-eyed. I grew up drinking the water of this black earth, and the fish I ate most often were just the common kinds: carp, bullhead catfish, bighead carp. Juizi, have you ever eaten that Kaluga sturgeon? He scratched his head and gave a bashful laugh. A rare thing that big. How would folks like us ever be so lucky? But every kind of fish in this river of ours is delicious. Take the burbot stewed with eggplant your sister-in-law makes. That dish is out of this world. So good you'd swallow your own tongue. At the mention of food, I perked right up. Then it settled. Give me a shout when she's cooking it, and I'll come mooch a hot meal. That's nothing. Wait till summer when the vegetables come in. I'll take you down to the river to cast a net and let you catch your fill. While the two of us chatted away, over on the other side, all the ice holes had been drilled one by one. Chun Laosan, the head fisherman, sprang into action, gripping the long wooden pole to lower it and thread the line through. This was the most crucial step of winter fishing. Buoyed by the water, the pole carried a thin line, passing from one ice hole to the next, gradually guiding the net down beneath the surface, spreading it out where the fish gathered, and finally connecting it to the harvest hole. Now all we needed was everyone working together to haul in the net. Once everything was ready, Chun Laosan cupped his hands and hollered out, "Fellas of Nangu village, young and old, don't just stand around. Come pull in the net." Hearing the call, I gripped the net rope tight and followed Juizi over to join in. By rights, hauling the net should have been done with a horse hitched up for extra pull, saving a lot of effort. But second uncle took one look at the ice, frozen slick and glassy, and flat out refused. The horse was the village's precious treasure. If it slipped and fell, breaking a leg, nobody could shoulder that kind of loss. Besides, there were plenty of strong young men in the village, so we just hauled the net by hand. The fish chief stood beside the fishing hole and started up a work chant. "Listen up, young and old. Heave hey. Cut the chatter now. Hey. More hands, more muscle. Grab hold. Put your backs into it, hey. One step now, hey. Step forward, hey." We were all from the same village, and those chants carried a bit of raunchy humor, all meant to fire everybody up. But more importantly, the chant kept everyone in rhythm. Dozens of men pulling in the same direction, moving in sync, so that even the heaviest net could be dragged along. I was mixed in with the crowd, both hands gripping the coarse hemp rope, leaning back with each chant and pulling with everything I had. Maybe it was the thought of fresh fish or the thrill of the winter catch, but even though it was hard labor, I didn't feel the least bit tired. I was bursting with energy. But just as everyone was really getting into it, the net suddenly locked up. No matter how hard we pulled, it wouldn't budge an inch. It was like something had grabbed hold of it and refused to let go. A few men threw themselves into it too hard and nearly toppled over. The fish chief's face darkened. He raised his hand. "Stop, all of you. Don't force it. Something snagged down below." Joazy leaned close to my ear and lowered his voice. "We're screwed. The net's caught. Somebody's got to go down and free it." The most dangerous part of winter fishing is exactly this: freeing a snagged net. 9 times out of 10, the net gets hooked on a rock, an icicle, or an old tree root at the bottom. If you can't get it loose, the whole net is ruined. But that river water is bone-chilling. A man goes under, and he's frozen through in half a minute. And if you can't find the ice hole to come back up, you don't come back at all. My heart skipped a beat. I was just wondering who'd have to do the job when I heard the fish chief bellow, "Free the net." I quickly asked Joazy, "Who's going down there?" By the old rules of our fishing crew, the dangerous jobs rotate. Whoever joined the crew most recently this year takes the hit. We just lend our muscle to help out, and we get a few fish for it. The crew's the one that hauls the catch to town to sell and takes the biggest cut, so naturally they carry the risk too. The weight finally lifted off my chest. As long as it wasn't me going down. On a day like this, jump naked into an ice hole, and even if you didn't die, you'd turn into a popsicle. Over on the other side, the moment he heard the words, "Free the net," Zayakuzi, the newest recruit this year, shuddered all over. His face went white in an instant, and his lips trembled uncontrollably. The kid was only 16, hadn't finished growing, thin and small. His father had passed early, and last December his mother had died of illness too. He couldn't even afford a coffin, had to buy one on credit from the shop at the edge of the village, with a promise to pay it back come spring after selling the grain. His hands went limp. He let go of the net rope and backed away, step by step. The fish chief's gaze settled on him. "It's the old rule, Zayakuzi. Get down there." Zayakuzi trembled even harder. His eyes went red-rimmed, and he begged, his voice choked with tears. "Chief, I don't. You can go down there. I've still got a little sister to look after, and I haven't even paid off my ma's coffin money. If I die in this river, my sister will get dragged off to settle the debt. As her big brother, I couldn't die with my eyes closed." With that, he dropped straight to his knees on the ice, bowing his head and knocking out several loud kowtows in a row. The ice was frozen rock hard, and each blow rang out sharp and crisp. I stood there in the crowd. I've never been some selfless saint. I keep my own set of scales inside. Never mind stripping bare and diving into an ice hole. That's trading your life for fish. Even if I had to go without a bite to eat, I wasn't about to gamble my life away. Watching this half-grown kid kneeling and kowtowing, my heart did ache. But no matter how soft I got, nothing was more precious than my own life. I still had my old man, my ma, and my wife counting on me to provide. I couldn't afford to have anything happen to me. A whole ring of men, young and old, had gathered around, most just there for the show. One by one they shrank back. Nobody dared make a peep. Everyone there was a breadwinner with a family to support. They all knew damn well that going under to pull the nets was basically a 50-50 shot at life or death. If something went wrong, how would the wife, kids, and old folks back home get by? Nobody could shoulder that. In the silence, the fishing boss's face went dark, and he waved a hand at 2 men beside him. "Quit stalling. By the rules, grab him and strip him down." The 2 men stepped forward, reaching to drag up little Cozy, who had collapsed on the ground. I'd just let out a breath of relief when a powerful shove slammed into my back. I never saw it coming. I was already standing on the slick ice, and the momentum sent me stumbling forward. My feet slipped out from under me, and I went sliding straight toward the ice hole, skidding right into the middle of the crowd. Behind me, the place erupted at once. "Whose boy is that, coming out like that?" "That's the Chen family's second son, Chen Gaoshan." "All right, a true Chen, got some guts on him. That's a real man. This kid's got backbone, volunteering to go under in Cozy's place. A real man. Our Nanga village needs more like him." My head buzzed. I whipped around to look behind me, and there was Fatty San, wedged in the crowd, up on his tiptoes and hollering the loudest of anyone, a wicked grin he couldn't hide plastered across his face. I pointed at him, rage shooting straight to my skull. "Fatty San, was it you who shoved me from behind? You son of a bitch. You're trying to get me killed, you rotten dog. Fatty Sin dropped the grin in an instant, threw up both hands, stuck out his neck, and made sure everyone around could hear. Shanzi, quit slandering me. With this many men watching, what makes you so sure it was me? If you want to be the hero, don't stand there putting on an act. Just get down there and be done with it. Everybody hear that. Chun Gaoshan's volunteering to go under and pull the nets. Everything went black before my eyes. As a kid, I'd spent every day soaking in the water holes, picked up a bit of doggy paddle from watching stray dogs, and my swimming in the village was among. I'll translate this text into natural American English. One of the best among the young folks. But that was all summer stuff. Forget the frozen river in the dead of winter. Even the chilly water in early autumn was cold enough to cramp you up. Jump into that ice hole, and in less than 2 minutes you'd go straight into cold shock. Beside me, little Cozy took it seriously, thinking I was about to go into the water for him. He scrambled across the ice on all fours and dropped to his knees in front of me, kowtowing like crazy. Bro, thank you and 8 generations of your ancestors. No, wait, Brother Gaoshan, from now on you're my real brother. I'll never forget this kindness as long as I live. He kept talking and knocking his head against the ice, and before long a big lump swelled up on his forehead. Right about then, my old man, Chun Laonyan, was squatting by the riverbank, puffing on his pipe and watching the show. It was second uncle who had the sharp eyes. He smacked him on the arm. Laonyan, quit smoking. Take a good look at who's standing by that ice hole. Ain't that your boy Shanzi? My old man froze, squinting toward the crowd, and nearly dropped his pipe. Son of a bitch, that's my second boy. He shoved the pipe into second uncle's hands and took off across the slick ice, half running, half sliding, his body swaying left and right. He nearly wiped out flat on his back a few times, his heart in his throat. He charged right up to me and, without a single word, kicked me square in the ass. That kick had some real force behind it. I was already standing right at the edge of the hole, and my feet slipped. I damn near tumbled straight into the ice. What was my dad here for? To send me off to my grave? Are you drunk out of your mind? Throwing a damn fit? You got nothing better to do? My old man's weathered face turned beet red as he jabbed a finger at my nose, cursing up a storm, spit flying all over my face. Chen Gaoshan, you've got some nerve. You think that ice hole is something you can just jump into whenever you please? You tired of living? Cursing wasn't enough to cool him off. He cracked me on the skull 3 times, bang, 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 until my head was spinning and all I could do was clutch it, gritting my teeth. Dad, it really wasn't me. Somebody pushed me. I never even wanted to go down there. My old man was breathing hard, and he shot a glance at little Cozy beside us, whose forehead was oozing blood from all the kowtowing. Our Chen family hadn't wronged anybody. He knew exactly what was going on in his heart. His son had been set up, put on the spot, backed into a corner with no way out. This little troublemaker was always stirring up something. But right now the whole village was watching, and if we slunk away with our tails between our legs today, the Chun family would never be able to hold their heads up in Nanga village again. People would talk behind our backs for the rest of our lives. As a father, when it came to this point, he had to step up for his son. He gritted his teeth and looked up at the fish boss. Boss Chun, since my second boy got pushed out here, our Chun family will own it. And don't go giving that poor kid little Cozy a hard time either. This net, I'll go down and pull it up myself. With that, he started peeling off his coat and headed toward the ice hole. Fatty Sen was still off to the side, egging things on. Gaoshan already stepped up on his own. Come on, Uncle Chun, don't hold me back. Everybody in the village knows Gaoshan's the best swimmer around. He'll be fine. Dad whipped his head around and glared at him. Shut your mouth, you little punk. You're standing here yapping away. Why don't you go die for a good man yourself? If you're so tough, you do it. You're nothing but a bag of dirty tricks. The second I saw Dad about to jump in, my eyes went red with panic. I rushed over and threw my arms around his waist. Dad, you can't go in. You're almost 50. Your body can't take it. You go down there, you're not coming back. If anybody's going in, it's me. I'm young. I can handle it. I turned and shouted at the crowd. Zhuizi, Dummy Chong, get over here and drag my dad away. Dummy Chong was a giant of a man, born with a mule's strength. Before Zhuizi could even push his way through, he came charging over and hoisted Dad right up onto his shoulder. Sean, where do you want me to take Uncle Chun? I sighed and pointed toward the bank. Over there on those rocks. Keep an eye on him for me. Whatever you do, don't let him come over here. I turned my head and locked my eyes on that grinning face in the crowd, the one smirking and wiggling his eyebrows at me. Fatty San. I was chalking this one up on his tab, right alongside the fact that he'd been eyeing my wife, Xinghua. If I don't teach you a lesson today, I'm not even a man. When the fishing boss saw me starting to strip down, he didn't waste a second, barking orders over his shoulder. What are you standing around for? Get the thick blankets and the liquor ready now. All of it had been prepped ahead of time, just in case. It wasn't that he was heartless. This was the old rule of the fishing crew. If the net snagged on a tree root at the bottom and you didn't get it loose, the whole net was ruined. An entire haul of fish down the drain, and nobody in the village would get their share. Now that everyone was convinced I'd volunteered for it myself, if he suddenly changed the rules on the spot, how would he ever keep everybody in line after that? He gave my shoulder a pat. You've got guts. A real man. That's exactly the kind of guy I like. I didn't say a word. In my head, I'd already cursed out Fatty San 1,000 times. Shivering, I peeled off my cotton coat, then my sweater, until I was down to nothing but my shorts. I walked up to the ice hole and looked at the river water churning with broken ice and giving off a white mist. I took a deep breath and dove straight in. The instant I hit the water, my whole body felt like it was being pierced through by 1,000 ice needles at once. It was 10-some degrees below zero up top, and the water under the ice was right at freezing. Once a man came out, they had to start reviving him on the bank immediately. A moment's delay meant a life lost. I opened my eyes, sank to the bottom, and quickly found the big tree root tangled up in the fishing net. Without letting anything show, I pulled the tree branch into my space. This was a secret only I knew, while anyone else down there would have to claw desperately at the root, burning through all their strength and maybe still not getting it free. All I needed was a single thought. My hands and feet had long since gone numb and stopped obeying me, like they weren't even my own arms and legs anymore. Every little movement sent a stabbing pain straight through me. Running on the last shred of consciousness I had left, I strained. I forced my way toward the ice hole, heading upstream. By the time everyone grabbed hold of me and hauled me onto the bank, I was frozen stiff. My limbs were numb and dead to any feeling. My head was foggy, and I couldn't force my eyes open no matter how hard I tried. Hurry, don't waste time. Wrap him tight in the thick quilts and carry him to the cabin. There's a fire going in there. It'll bring him around. A few of them scrambled to bundle me up, rolling me like a giant green onion, and rushed toward the little cabin on the shore. The cabin was a rest stop for hunters and fishermen, and a wood fire had been burning for a while. But they didn't dare lay me straight onto the hot Kang. All they could do was set me down on the ground, which was covered with dry straw. Don't just stand there. Grab Snow and rub him down. His chest, hands, feet, nose, ears. Don't miss a single spot. 1 second too late, and these parts'll turn black and rot off from the frostbite. Fish Boss crouched down beside me. Rub his chest hard. It's got to get hot, or his heart will freeze up and stop, and then there's no saving him. Little Cozy had already cried herself into a mess, but right now she didn't even have time to cry. She snatched up Snow and rubbed my feet with everything she had. Uncle Chunlei, who had some first aid experience in the village, came over too. Zhuazi didn't say a word. He just jumped in to help. Along with 2 other guys, 5 of them huddled around me, each with a fistful of snow, rubbing down my frozen hands, feet, and ears. Silly Changzi had barely dropped off his old man before he came shuffling eagerly into the cabin, standing off to the side, so anxious he was pacing in circles, wanting to help but not knowing where to start. The moment my dad broke free, he took off sprinting toward the cabin, his old face white as a sheet, muttering the whole way. Ancestors of the Chin family, show us a sign down there. Lend us some strength. Our family's got this reckless fool on our hands. Just a few days ago, he risked his neck going over to the Russian side. And now here he is throwing his life away, diving into an ice hole. Even 9 lives couldn't take this kind of abuse. Please, don't let anything happen to him. I'm begging you. He burst through the door, and the second he saw me lying on the ground, face drained of all color, surrounded by people rubbing me down with snow, his legs went weak, and he nearly collapsed. All he could do was grab the door frame, shaking uncontrollably, unable to get out a single word. Meanwhile, not far outside the cabin, Fatty San stood glued to the window, staring hard into the room, his face dark and grim. The calculation in that gaze still sends a chill through me whenever I think back on it. Once greed takes root in a person's heart, It can rot them all the way to the bone. He was hoping I'd just freeze to death right there, so he could make a move on my wife. But what he didn't understand was this. The more you covet what's in someone else's bowl, the more likely you are to lose what's in your own. After all the commotion in the cabin, feeling finally started creeping back into my frozen hands and feet. I slowly opened my eyes, my gaze still hazy, my head still foggy. The moment my eyes opened, a shot glass was pressed to my lips. Shanzi, open up, drink this liquor down. One gulp and you'll start coming around. I opened my mouth on instinct and gulped it down. My throat, my chest. It burned all the way down to my stomach, a searing heat. My hazy consciousness slowly cleared. I looked down and saw myself sprawled out flat on my back, arms and legs splayed like a starfish. Dad, little Cozy, brother Juizi, and Uncle Chunlei were all kneading my arms and legs, slowly working the stiffness out of my joints. Some color had come back to my face. When Fishhead Boss saw me coming around, he let out a long sigh of relief. He's fine now. The blood's flowing again. No serious harm. He waved his hand. Hurry, get him onto the Kang, bundle him up tight, and heat some water so he can warm all the way through. Truth be told, I pulled off this whole net diving job pretty smoothly, all thanks to my space having my back. I didn't have to claw and thrash underwater like my life depended on it, which saved me a ton of energy. If Dad, at his age, had gone down instead, even if he'd survived, his toes, ears, and the like would have frozen solid for sure. Hell, he might have ruined his kidneys too. On the Kang, Dad's rough, calloused hands kept rubbing me down, from my arms to my chest, and the cursing never stopped coming out of his mouth. You little brat, you've got a death wish. If your mom and the others find out about this, all hell's gonna break loose at home again, day in and day out. Can't you ever give this family a break? Seeing me bristle and try to prop myself up, he shoved me back down, grabbed the sheepskin coat that had been warming by the stove, and threw it over me, all while his hands kept working my chest. Lie still and don't move. You're such a big shot. Always got something to prove, huh? Little Cozy, with that big lump on his forehead, stood by the Kang. Hearing Dad chew me out, he quickly cut in. Uncle Chun, don't be so hard on Brother Shanzi. This is all my fault. From now on, whatever work you've got around the house, just give me a shout, and I'll come running. Once I've paid off my debt to the coffin shop and my sister's married off, this life of mine belongs to Brother Shanzi. He can do whatever he wants with it. Dad didn't even want to look at him right then. Then you'd better burn these words into your memory. What Shanzi went through today, he did to save your life. Once I'd recovered enough to lie still and steady, Dad insisted on carrying me out on his own back. His back was a little hunched now, but broad enough to cover me completely. Lying against that back, I suddenly remembered being a kid with a high fever when he'd carried me just like this, step by step, over 10 miles of snowy road to find the doctor in town. All I could remember was the icy water, like knives, slicing from the soles of my feet straight up to my heart. By the time I came to again, I was already in Dad's arms, wrapped up in a thick cotton quilt, bouncing along on a wooden sled by the riverside. Beside me was piped up our family's share of the fish, tin fat, plump bighead carp, and a wooden basin full of little mixed fish flopping around. This haul from the net had been more bountiful than any year past. The first stretch had come up empty, and it wasn't until the last 30 feet that the fish came surging out thick as anything. Every household got a full basin. But I couldn't feel the slightest bit of joy. My frozen-through body felt heavy as a stone, and no matter how hard I tried, my eyelids just couldn't open my eyes. Hooves pounding, the sled bumped and jolted all the way to our front door. Pa cupped his hands and hollered, Shanzi's ma, Xinghua, Lianhua, get out here quick and lend a hand. What happened next, Ma told me over and over, again and again. Ma came out beaming with both daughters-in-law behind her, expecting to divvy up the fish. But the second she saw me slumped on the sled, Pa scooping me up in his arms, the smile froze on her face. Her legs buckled and she nearly toppled over. It was only Xinghua and Lianhua, one on each side, that kept her upright. Old man, what happened to Shanzi? He went off to ice fish just fine. How'd he end up like this? Went in the water to free the net. Chilled clean through. Don't just stand there. Clear the way. Let's get the boy inside first. Pa carried me over to the warm Kang and tucked the quilt tight around me. Xinghua had been staring at my face the whole time, so scared she was seeing stars. Then everything went black, and she pitched forward, head first, crashing to the floor. Ma nearly jumped out of her skin. She slapped her thighs and wailed. Old man, Xinghua's gone down too. She was fine 1 second and fainted the next. It's shock. Too much on her all at once. Get her up on the Kang. Lianhua, watch your sister. Keep her covered. Shanzi's ma, boil some scalding ginger tea to drive the cold out of him. I'm going for the doctor. Pa spun around and bolted for the door, caught his foot on the threshold, and went down flat on his face. It hurt so bad he was baring his teeth, and he couldn't help cursing. In this life, the hardest thing to bear isn't hardship itself. It's when troubles pile on one after another, never giving you a moment to catch your breath. He picked himself up off the ground with just one thought left in his head. Once both kids came to, he'd go to his parents' graves no matter what, burn some paper, and have a word with them. Because if this kept up, this family was going to fall apart. Pa drove the sled hard, the horse running and jolting, and in no time he'd reached the door of Zhou Wanshui, the only doctor in the whole village. Brother Zhou, you home? The door swung open at a push. In the yard, Mrs. Zhou was turning over drying herbs. What's got your tail on fire, you old mope? Zhou's inside. Pa lifted the door curtain. Doc Zhou was barefoot, stomping on a stone mortar to grind medicine powder. Brother Zhou, hurry up, grab your medicine box, and come with me. What's wrong with the missus? It's not my wife. It's my second boy and Xinghua. I'll explain on the way. Doc Zhou took his sweet time reaching for his shoes. Pa got so worked up he slung the medicine box around his own neck, hoisted the man up over his shoulder, and grabbed the felt shoes the doc hadn't even put on yet with his other hand. Aya, you old mope. You're gonna shake up that bowl of corn porridge I had this morning. Damn it, slow down. Puke if you gotta. I'll get you a 2-grain cornbread bun when we're home. People are collapsing and you're still primping like a lady. If it's a real emergency, by the time you get there, they'll be stiff as boards. A crack of the whip on the horse's back, and the sled flew back the way it came. Doc Zhou came into the house with the medicine box on his back, huffing and puffing. He went to my Kang first, took my pulse, and lifted my eyelids. You went into the water to pull up the traps, and the cold got into your body. You're worn out and chilled, but there's nothing seriously wrong. A strapping young man like you has plenty of fire in him. Drink a few doses of ginger tea to drive out the cold, bundle up to sweat it out, and get plenty of rest. You'll bounce right back. Just don't be foolish enough to jump into ice-cold water again. Hearing that I was fine, Ma and Pa finally breathed a sigh of relief, then pulled the doctor over to the edge of Xinghua's Kang. Old Zhou, come take a look at my daughter-in-law here. She was perfectly fine a moment ago, then suddenly went woozy. She only perked up a little after we fed her some sugar water. Dr. Zhou sat on the edge of the Kang, pressed his fingers to Xinghua's wrist, sometimes lightly, sometimes firmly, and held there for a good long while before letting go. Besides the dizziness, have you been drowsy lately? Any tightness in your chest? How's your appetite? Xinghua really had felt woozy just then, seeing stars, nauseous, breaking out in a cold sweat. Afraid she'd come down with something serious, she answered softly. I just can't seem to get enough sleep. My chest's fine. If anything, I've been eating more. Did you get your monthly last month? Xinghua's face flushed, and she shot an embarrassed glance at her mother-in-law. Ma plopped herself down at the head of the Kang. The doctor's here to figure out what's wrong with you. What's there to be shy about? Whoever's sick is the one who suffers. Your pa and I can't do it for you. So out with it, quick. Xinghua counted the days on her fingers. It always comes on the 15th, regular as clockwork. But last month, it didn't come. When was the first time you and Shanzi shared a bed? Ma had been through this herself and caught the meaning right away. Too anxious to wait, she answered for her. The 1st of February. Lianhua's heart leapt into her throat. Uncle Zhou, how's my sister? Is it serious? Dr. Zhou's face broke into a wide grin, and he cupped his hands toward Ma and Pa. Congratulations. Wonderful news. Your daughter-in-law isn't sick. She's expecting. By my reckoning, she's a little over a month along. The pregnancy's stable. It's just that she's weak from having only just conceived, and the shock and worry sent her blood rushing up, which is why she fainted. I'll write out 2 doses of medicine to steady the baby. Rest, and don't let her fret over anything. That'll do more good than anything else. The moment the words left his mouth, the whole room fell silent. Pa stood there with his mouth open, unable to gather his wits for the longest time. Ma's eyes went round as saucers, and it was a good while before she managed to stammer out. Dr. Zhou, what did you say? My Xinghua is expecting? The Chun family's getting a grandchild. The pulse is smooth and slippery. It's a pregnancy pulse, no mistake about it. Ma spun around and rushed to the kitchen, fishing 3 eggs and a rabbit pelt out of the basket hanging from the roof beam to pay for the visit and the medicine. After seeing the doctor off, Pa came back inside, pacing back and forth with his hands clasped behind him, muttering nonstop. Wonderful. Just wonderful. One minute I'm thinking our luck's gone sour, and the next, this good news lands right in our laps. Tears streamed down Ma's face. She couldn't have cared less about me, snoring away like thunder on the other end of the Kang. She reached out and stroked Xinghua's hair. My silly girl, how could you not keep track of whether your monthly came or not? Why didn't you tell your ma sooner? You scared me half to death. Thank goodness you're all right. Our Chen family finally has a next generation. The eldest son finally has an heir. Lianhua leaned in close to the Kang. 2. Sis, you're finally pregnant. Now big brother can rest easy down below. Xinghua lowered her head and touched her still flat belly. So it had never been her fault. She could have children. Her nose stung and her eyes reddened, but she couldn't stop the corners of her mouth from turning up. Ma Lianhua, I'm really pregnant. When you're misunderstood long enough, you almost start believing it yourself, that you're the one who can't. Then one day the truth is laid bare before you, and you finally realize what had been crushing her all along was never fate. It was all those wagging tongues and idle gossip. Ma wiped away her tears. Yes, you're pregnant. I'll go stew some meat right now to build up your strength. And when that little rascal Shanzi wakes up and finds out he's going to be a father, won't he be grinning ear to ear? I slept like the dead, so deep I didn't even dream. When I opened my eyes, it was pitch black outside the window. A single oil lamp flickered in the room, its flame wavering. The bone-deep chill in my body had finally been warmed away by the hot Kang. But once I saw the scene in front of me, I nearly choked. There on the edge of the Kang and back against the wall, Ma, Xinghua, and Lianhua sat silently in a circle around me. 6 eyes stared at me without blinking, not a sound between them. I rubbed my eyes. Ma, why are you all crowded around me? Chanting like monks, it's creeping me out. All 3 faces instantly relaxed. The stone that had weighed on them all afternoon finally dropped. Ma was angry and relieved all at once. She raised her hand and gave my arm a hard slap, then couldn't help but rub the spot, checking whether my body was still cold. You troublemaking little brat, crawling into an ice pit and forgetting all about it the second you turned around? You won't be satisfied until you scare this whole family to death, will you? After the scolding, her voice softened. Are you thirsty? There's ginger water warming on the stove. There, Pa, bring it over. Pa hurried into the room. Seeing my flushed little face and my spirit back, the tension he'd carried all afternoon finally drained from his shoulders, and he let out a long breath. Lianhua had been holding it together, but now she couldn't anymore, and the tears rolled down her cheeks. So you finally decided to wake up. My sister was so worried about you she fainted. That snapped me half awake. Ignoring how weak my body felt, I bolted upright. I turned and saw Xinghua sitting off to the side, secretly wiping tears with the back of her hand. I grabbed Xinghua with one hand and pulled Lianhua over with the other. What happened? Why did Xinghua faint? Is it serious? Did you send for the doctor? Lianhua pulled her hand back and shot me a look. We had him check. There's nothing wrong with her. She was just worried sick about you. You fool. Shanzi, let me tell you something important. You're going to be a father. A father? I froze on the spot, my mind buzzing. Those 3 words turned over and over in my heart, strange and unreal. I used to be a bachelor who couldn't even find a wife, just getting by one day at a time, counting the days with nothing to look forward to. Now I not only had a wife, but was going to have my own flesh and blood, a kind of steadiness I'd never felt before, weighed down with a heavy responsibility that suddenly landed square on my shoulders. It hit me all at once. A man doesn't truly grow up when he marries someone. He grows up when there are people behind him counting on him. From here on out, I couldn't go around careless and reckless like I used to. You silly boy, you're grinning like a fool. Ma reached over and gave my cheek a light pinch. You're gonna be a daddy. Our Chen family's gonna have an heir. I snapped out of it, pulled Xinghua into my arms, then reached over and gathered Lianhua in too, breaking into a wide grin. I'm gonna be a dad. That's wonderful, absolutely wonderful. A bowl of warm ginger soup went down, the heat trickling through my throat into my belly, chasing every last bit of cold clean out of me. I was holding Xinghua's hand, murmuring soft words to comfort her, with Lianhua chiming in beside us. the whole room warm with the joy of the good news. Knock, knock, knock. Pa looked toward the pitch-black window, his brow furrowing. Nobody should be showing up at this hour. He lowered his voice and pressed his hand down. Everybody quiet. I'll go take a look. Ma grabbed the rolling pin off the stove and gripped it tight, falling in behind him. Pa pulled open the courtyard gate. There, resting quietly by the threshold, were two big mandarin fish, each better than 5 pounds. Off in the distance, a small, skinny black figure was running for its life into the darkness. That mandarin fish has flesh like garlic cloves. Take two to a restaurant in town, and you could trade them for 50 pounds of cornmeal, enough to feed the whole family for the better part of a month. Ma clutched Pa's arm and craned her neck to peer outside. Who is it, Han? Somebody just gave us fish for free. Pa hefted the fish, gazing toward where the figure had vanished. It's little Cozy. So the kid finally remembered what we did for him. Guess he's still got some conscience in him. A drop of kindness repaid with a gushing spring. That's a truth even educated folks might not grasp. Yet a poor kid who's known hardship understood it plain as day. Early the next morning, my fever had broken completely, and I was full of life again. But even though my body was fine, nobody in the family let up one bit. Ma watched me all day, and even Pa, usually a man of few words, put on a stern face and warned me over and over. Stay put at home, no wandering off. That about drove me crazy. Feeding the chickens, sweeping the yard, the same little chores over and over. In a couple of days I was so restless I could have clawed my own heart out. Finally, I made it to nightfall, and by the family's rules, tonight was my turn to sleep in Xinghua's room. I pushed the door open all excited, but before I could even step over the threshold, I got stopped right there. Xinghua planted both hands against my chest, blocking the doorway tight. Shanzi, Ma made a point of telling me, this pregnancy just started, it hasn't settled yet, so the two of us can't share a bed. Go back to your own room. My face fell. I reached out to pull her toward me. What? Now that there's a baby, we don't get to make one. Their father? What kind of two-faced move is this? Using me and then tossing me aside like that. Let me in. I'll just hold you while we sleep. I won't do a thing. I swear. Xinghua shook her head. She wasn't buying a word of it. Yeah, right. You say you won't touch me, but once you're on that bed, you think you can hold back? What if we mess something up with the baby? By then it'd be too late to regret it. Her face was set. No room for negotiation. I made a face, but I had to give in. Fine. Don't think I don't know the rules. The first 3 months and the last 3 months are off limits, but the 4 months in the middle are just fine. I'll give you this 1 month. I'll behave and won't stir up any trouble. But once the baby's settled in good, you'd better make it up to me proper. Xinghua's face flushed red all the way to her ears. She swung up and thumped me one. Then, worried I'd lose my balance and topple backward and crack my head, she quickly grabbed a fistful of my padded jacket. What are you being so loud for? I'm not deaf. And aren't you afraid somebody'll hear? How do you have such a thick skin, you shameless thing? That soft little scolding hit my ears and melted me right down to the bone. Looking at her, cheeks flushed pink, eyes all misty, my heart went a-fluttering. What a sweet, precious wife. I leaned in on purpose, dropped my head close to her burning ear, and whispered a few more little things. Before she could react, I planted a kiss on her cheek, then backed off a couple steps, grinning. Xinghua slammed the door shut, bang asterisk, and leaned back against it, breathing hard, her heart pounding like it was about to leap right out of her throat. This man, he'll say anything, no shame at all. She pressed one hand to her chest, her mind a tangled mess. But she couldn't help wondering, those things he said, do they really work? I headed back to the room, humming a little tune. Lianhua was already lying on the bed. Seeing me come back alone, she wasn't the least bit surprised. She just curled her lip. Back so soon? My sister wouldn't let you in? Don't come playing the poor pitiful act with me. If you ask me, that time you spent in the ice hole was still too short. Carrying on like this every single day, aren't you tired? Even a saint couldn't hold up to you wearing them out like that. Give it a rest, husband. Even a donkey pulling the millstone gets to catch its breath. I plopped down at the head of the bed and, while peeling off my clothes, cut her a sideways glance, teasing her on purpose. So you and your sister were in cahoots against me the whole time, huh? If I didn't carry on, how would she have gotten pregnant? I think you're the one asking for it. One of these days I'll put one in your belly too, and see if you keep talking so bold. She shot straight up, wearing nothing but a red bib embroidered with mandarin ducks, stretched her neck out, and thrust her chest forward. If you've got what it takes, go on and do it. Doesn't everything have an order? First come, first served? If anybody's getting pregnant, it ought to be me first. Now tell me the truth. Have you just been putting me off this whole time? Talk. I hunched over and burrowed under the covers. Are you dense? Let go quick. You tell me whether you can get me pregnant or not. Say it. Can I? Of course I can. I'll get you knocked up right now. 2 at once. Give you a set of twins. About an hour later, I was lying on the Kang while she propped her long legs up doing a handstand against the wall. That's enough. All the blood's rushing to your head. Nope. Qian Juizi's wife taught me this trick. She popped out 4 boys one right after another. I got up, went to the outer room, and ladled some hot water from the pot. I washed up, then washed her too, and finally settled in with my arms around her and closed my eyes. That mouth of hers never gave anyone a break, but her body was soft and warm, real nice to hold, like a big, ripe peach. But even with my eyes shut, my mind kept circling back to that business with Fatty San. Until I settled the score, I'd be stewing over it. That menace couldn't be left alone, but I needed a solid plan. Wouldn't you know it? On the 3rd day after Xinghua got pregnant, Lianhua started feeling off. Always hungry, finishing one meal and already wanting the next, her stomach churning and roiling, nauseous enough to keep her brow all scrunched up. She didn't put 2 and 2 together herself, just figured she'd eaten something bad. Ma had been through it all before and spotted the signs right away. Without a word, she sent for Dr. Zhou again. Dr. Zhou laid 3 fingers on Lianhua's wrist, held them there a moment, then let go and turned to Ma with congratulations. The pulse was steady and strong, no doubt about it. She was expecting. At first, Lianhua beamed, but then a knot of worry tightened in her chest. These past few days the two of us had gone at it day and night without a care in the world, and now her palms broke out in a cold sweat. She was scared she'd hurt the baby. Seeing her face fall so suddenly, Ma thought she was feeling poorly and hurried over. Lianhua, while the doctor's still here, speak up if anything's bothering you. Don't wait till he's gone and then start fretting after the fact. Lianhua glanced at me, then at Pa sitting off to the side, both grown men. She just couldn't bring herself to talk about what went on in the bedroom, her face flushing bright red as she shot me look after look. Having been through thick and thin with her, one twitch and I knew exactly what she was after. I turned to Pa right away. Pa, it's stuffy in here. Let's you and me step out for a smoke. I pulled him out the door before he'd even caught on, closing it behind us. Later I heard from Xinghua how it went. Lianhua, red-faced, quietly asked Dr. Zhou whether it might harm the baby. Dr. Zhou stroked his beard and chuckled. Now put your mind at ease. Sturdy as you are, there's no real danger. But from here on out, there's 1,000 things to keep in mind. Only remember one. The first 3 months the pregnancy isn't stable, so absolutely no relations. Even once it settles, you'll want to take it easy. You weigh it yourself. Which matters more, the child in your belly or a little fun in bed? There's a time and place for everything. The 2 sisters had gotten pregnant one right after the other, just a few days apart, double the joy. Ma and Pa were grinning ear to ear, though with the 3 months not yet up, they didn't dare spread the news around. Once the excitement wore off, though, I was left groaning with worry. These 2 sisters, of all the times, why did it have to be at the same time? Even coming one after the other would have been fine. Now for the first 3 months, I can't touch either of them, and I've got no idea how I'm going to get through the days ahead. Both pregnant at once. Just my luck. Lu Chunchao had no idea about me falling into the ice hole. It only slipped out when Sister Lee from next door leaned in close along the wall and got to chatting, going on about this and that. When she heard it, the ear of corn she was shucking nearly dropped to the ground. The 2 of us had, after all, shared a pot on the same Kang. Deep down she did care about me. You couldn't eat someone's food and then turn around and forget their kindness. She was afraid I'd really wrecked my body from the cold, and that there'd be no one to help her out down the road. Her big girl was still little, her mother-in-law was blind, and the whole household, young and old, all depended on her, a widow with no man, to hold things together. That widow Lee in the village, whoever came to her door, as long as they'd bring grain and work the fields, she'd swallow her pride, lie down on the Kang, and let them have their way. Just the thought of a life like that made Lu Chuansao's skin crawl. Unless she was truly at the end of her rope, she'd never take that step, no matter what. The village head, taking pity on this widow and her orphaned family, gave them 2 big fathead fish. She cleaned them and set them stewing in the pot, but she had no appetite at all. Her mind was fixed entirely on me. In the blink of an eye, 7 days went by. She kept thinking about me, but didn't dare go ask, afraid folks would notice and start wagging their tongues. At night she tossed and turned, unable to sleep. By day, while stitching shoe soles, she jabbed the needle right into her hand, only snapping back to herself when a bead of blood welled up. She turned it over and over in her mind, then gritted her teeth. There was no avoiding it anyway, so she might as well sneak over near my place during the day and take a look. As long as I was all right, she could set her heart at ease. Her blind mother-in-law sat at the head of the Kang, holding Big Girl. Lu Chunchao said she had some errands to run. Though the mother-in-law couldn't see, her heart was clear as a mirror, and she only said mildly, "Go quick and come back quick. Big Girl be wanting her milk when she wakes." She wrapped a coarse cloth scarf over half her face, leaving only her eyes showing, and kept to the little paths along the walls, glancing back every few steps, afraid of running into anyone. A widow heading to a man's house was bound to stir up gossip on its own, and if word got back to my wife and the help got cut off, she and her 2 little ones would truly have nothing to count on. After circling around most of the village, she finally dawdled her way near my place. Right about then, I was carrying the piss bucket over to the manure pit to dump it. Just as I turned to head back into the yard, out of the corner of my eye, I caught sight of a figure coming up the little path to the west, head wrapped in a scarf, the shape somehow familiar. I squinted. Wasn't that Lu Chunchao? What was she doing over here? She spotted me at once too, and not daring to come any closer, waved at me from about 10 meters off. I glanced all around, made sure no one was paying attention, then quickly carried the empty bucket into the yard and set it down in the corner. My mother had Xinghua and Lianhua in the room, busy making little clothes and little quilts, their whole attention on the baby, paying me no mind at all. I quickly threw on my thick padded jacket, put on my hat, pulled on the mittens, lifted the door curtain and hollered into the house. "I'm heading out for a bit, be back soon." Then grabbed an empty cloth sack on my way. A quick glance left and right, nobody around. So I pulled 30 pounds of cornmeal out of my space, stuffed in 2 cans of pork too, and then hurried off toward her. She walked ahead with her head down, moving fast, while I trailed behind at a distance with the sack, both of us heading toward the little grove west of the village. That pine woods was dense, and folks hardly ever went there. Once we got into the woods, she hid behind an old locust tree and waited for me. When she heard my footsteps drawing near, she couldn't hold back any longer. She threw her arms around my waist and buried her face in my chest. "Do you have any idea what these past few days have been like for me? Something that big happened, and you didn't even send word." I couldn't shut my eyes for nights on end, scared to death something had happened to you. What would me and Big Girl do then? Ever since Xinghua and Lianhua got pregnant, I hadn't touched a woman in 3 days. I was at that age where the heat runs high, and catching that faint milky scent on her, feeling her soft body press against me, a wave of heat shot straight to my head. I bent down and kissed her on the neck. "See, I'm just fine, not a scratch on me. I know what you're worried about. As long as I'm around, I'll never let the 3 of you go hungry. You'll get every bit of what you're due." She nestled against me, but her eyes stayed alert, darting toward the path. Only after she was sure no one was there did she tug at the front of my shirt, eyes brimming with tears. "Shanzi, don't you miss me even a little? I miss you so bad it's tearing me up inside. I can't put my mind to anything." Half an hour later, the 2 of us buttoned up our clothes. The snow on the ground crunched underfoot. I bent down and used my mitten to brush the snow off her knees. "This sack of cornmeal is 30 pounds, enough to feed the 3 of you for a while. You go on ahead. I'll wait a bit before I head back." She hurriedly wrapped her headscarf back on, her face still flushed, picked up the cloth sack, straightened her clothes, and slipped carefully out of the woods. I put my mittens back on, brushed the snow off my cotton trousers, and forced myself to wait another 5 minutes before starting toward the village. It was just past noon. Every household had finished eating, and with no farm work to do, everybody was bored out of their minds. The women were either sitting on the Kang stitching shoe soles and sewing padded jackets, or huddled up cross-legged at a neighbor's place gabbing away, gossiping about this family and that with no end in sight. "Well, hey, ain't that Shanzi? Freezing cold out, and you're just now getting back. Where you been off to? How come you're coming from the west end of the village? Gotta hand it to you. That ice hole opened up out of nowhere, and you act like it was nothing." Ain't another guy in this whole village built like you. The one running his mouth was none other than that no-good Sanpangzi. His cotton cap sat crooked, the ear flaps drooping on both sides, hands tucked into his sleeves and neck hunched down as he sidled up to me, grinning like a fool, not the least bit aware of the fury in my eyes. The second I saw him, rage shot straight up to my head, my temples pounding. I was about to. If that little punk hadn't egged everyone on and pulled his crap, I never would have fallen through the ice and gone through that hell. I'd actually been figuring out some dignified way to off him. Never expected he'd come waltzing right up to me on his own. Guy's just begging to die, a born short-timer. I didn't waste a single word. I charged straight at him, and before he could react, I grabbed him by the collar of his cotton jacket, put some muscle into it with both hands, and hauled him clean off the ground. The hell kind of shit are you spouting? I'm really that guy, I said through gritted teeth. You know better than anybody how I ended up in that ice hole. I haven't even come to settle the score with you. And here you are playing dumb right in my face? What I do is none of your goddamn business. Stick your nose where it belongs, and keep your yap shut. He hadn't figured I'd actually throw down the second I said so. The collar dug into his throat, choking him so he couldn't breathe. His face went beet red, both hands slapping wildly at my arm, feet kicking in the air. Let go. Shanzi. Cough cough. I can't breathe. You don't let go. I'm gonna holler for help. Seeing his tongue about to loll out, and not wanting to actually kill a man in broad daylight, I shoved him away. He stumbled a few steps and dropped ass first into the cold snowbank, gasping in big greedy gulps. I stared him down, eyes vicious. Get the hell out of here now. Don't you ever come near me again. Just the sight of you pisses me off. Next time I catch you strutting around, I'll beat you so hard you'll piss sideways. Or my name ain't Chun Gaoshan spelled backwards. San Pongzi's a scrawny little thing, a whole head shorter than me. All he's ever been good for is running his mouth. He was never any match for me. He clutched his neck and rubbed at it a good while before he could cough out a full sentence. Asterisk cough cough asterisk. You trying to strangle me to death, you son of a bitch? We ran around bare-assed together as kids. We go way back. You think a buddy like me would do you dirty? That's what came out of his mouth, but his brain was spinning fast. He was clearly remembering Hunter Liu, who he'd run into a few days back. Wanted to make one more trip up the mountain before the snow melted. He had his sights set on me, was what it was. He crawled up out of the snow, rubbing his hands as he chased after me. Shanzi, you're the most capable, most promising guy of our generation in the whole village. Who doesn't look up to you? That ice hole business last time really wasn't on me. It was those guys behind us who lost their footing and shoved you out in the panic. If you're gonna blame somebody, blame them. Close as we are, you think I'd joke with you about something that could get you killed? You gotta believe me. He stole a glance at my face, and seeing my temper had cooled a little, he let out a cold snort on the inside. I knew exactly what was up. This little bastard never shows up without an angle. All this sweet talk out of nowhere. He's definitely got something rotten cooking up his ass. He figured I was all brawn and no brains. Easy to fool. But he forgot. I'm not the same Chun Gaoshan I used to be. You've been laid up at home this whole time, so you don't know what's been going on in the village. Everybody, young and old, around here. When it comes to you, Chun Gaoshan, who wouldn't give a thumbs up? Everybody says you've got real backbone. A stand-up guy through and through. Shanzi, why you gotta be so hot-headed? You know exactly what kind of guy I am. I just like being where the action is, running my mouth a little, but I never mean any harm. And hey, if it wasn't for me stirring things up around the village for you, you think your name would ring out like it does? You think all the young gals and pretty little wives in this village would look up to you the way they do? Pa, you? No harm meant. Save your sweet-talking BS for someone else. I let him ramble on and on while I was already doing the math in my head. Guys like him are experts at dangling a few compliments like bait, trying to reel you onto their crooked little boat. The more a man piles flattery at your feet, the harder you gotta look at what he's really after. I couldn't be bothered wasting more breath on him. I turned, lifted my foot, and kicked right at him. He flinched hard, hunched over, and scrambled back several steps to dodge, getting all worked up. He'd spouted a whole barrel full of sweet talk, and not one bit of it had worked. His family used to get by just fine. His old man was a stonemason famous for miles around, made his living carving gravestones, never went hungry. But when his father died last year, those good days came to an end. Both his sisters were married off, and though he'd picked up his father's trade, chiseling stone was backbreaking work that didn't earn quick money. With no income coming in, All they had left was 7 measly acres of land to scrape by on, plus whatever his wife, Chiu Yinzi, could barter for food. Watching those few hunter families in the village come back from the mountains with more game than they could eat, trading pelts for money and grain, mouths dripping with the smell of meat at every meal, it ate him up inside with jealousy. Who doesn't want to eat meat every single meal? But he had no skills, no way into those mountains, so all he could do was stand there and stare, which is why he set his sights on me. He blamed his own useless wife, Chiu Yinzi, too. Dumb tongue, dumb head, no good at working people. Couldn't she at least holler a little louder, sweet talk a couple extra steamed buns out of somebody? His scheme was a slick one. All he had to do was tag along with the hunters into the mountains, get his cut of meat and pelts, trade them for grain, then show up in the dead of night pounding on Widow Lu's door with that grain in hand. No way she'd turn him away, he figured. Once he was through that door, she wouldn't be getting away. To worm his way into the hunting crowd, he'd even gritted his teeth a couple days back and treated Hunter Lu to drinks to butter him up. But that old hunter was sharp as a tack. No matter how much you poured down him, he never let his guard down. So now, running into me just as I was heading out the door, he'd set his sights on me instead. Seeing that I wasn't budging, Fattison sidled up, grabbed hold of my sleeve, and put on a pitiful, whining face. Shanzi, I've talked myself hoarse, said every nice thing and every rotten thing I could think of. How can you still hold a grudge against your buddy? I've groveled and apologized every which way. We've been friends all these years, and you're just going to toss it aside? Fine. If that's how it is, beat the hell out of me again to get it out of your system. And if that ain't enough, I'll let my Chiu Yinzi keep you company for a night. That ought to square us up, right? As he said it, he waggled his eyebrows, his whole face twisted into something slimy. I stopped in my tracks and glanced at him sideways. They all say, a good man never gets a good wife. It's always the worthless bums who land the pretty ones. And that saying holds true. Chiu Yin had a fine face and a nice figure. Back in the day, she was one of the best-looking girls for miles around. She must have been blind to marry him. While Third Fatty's old man was still alive, he could keep the boy in line, but the moment he died, this good-for-nothing showed his true colors. Not only was he lazy and gluttonous, he forced his wife to fool around with the men in the village while he stood guard at the door, basically running his own little pimping racket. A perfectly good woman, stuck with a piece of trash like that. What a damn shame. If you've got something to say, spit it out. Quit buttering me up with all that useless flattery. Third Fatty's eyes lit up instantly. There it was. He knew it. As long as he dangled his wife out there, there wasn't a thing that couldn't be worked out. Shanzi, I heard from old Lu that you boys are heading into the mountains to hunt the day after tomorrow. Think you could take me along? If you'll bring me, I'll let you have my Chiu Yin free of charge for half a month. My word's my bond. I swear I'm not blowing smoke. The second I heard into the mountains, my mind started working, though my face gave nothing away. A month. He froze for a beat, then broke into a wide grin, the wrinkles on his face bunching up. He wiped away the snot the cold had drawn out with his sleeve. A month it is. Deal. Anybody who backs out won't be able to get it up in bed for the rest of his life. We started walking. Then I stopped short. Third Fatty, trailing behind and caught off guard, walked straight into my shoulder. Ow. He grunted in pain, his nose gone numb from the impact, tears springing to his eyes. He opened his mouth to curse, but the moment he looked up and met my face, the words died in his throat. He just stood there clutching his nose. Third Fatty, let me lay it out straight. Hunting up in the mountains isn't like taking a stroll through the village. Those deep woods are dangerous as hell. I take no responsibility for whether you live or die. Wild animals maul people up there all the time. A black bear got my older brother. If you really want to come, once we're in the mountains you do exactly as I say, from start to finish. Anything happens, don't go pinning it on me. The way I looked at him made his skin crawl. His eyes darted around, but all his brain could think about was getting into the mountains to eat meat and getting his hands on the Widow Lu. Don't worry, don't worry. Once we're in there I'll do whatever you say. You tell me to go east, I won't go west. You tell me to chase a dog, I won't grab a chicken. I didn't bother saying anything else. I just turned and headed home. The idiot still thought he'd come out ahead. Once you're in the mountains, accidents are just part of the deal. Maybe a bear gets him, maybe the wolves gut him. Who's to say? 2 days flew by. This time my father didn't try to stop me. Ever since the incident at the ice hole, he could see I was holding something in, and that keeping me cooped up at home all day would only lead to bigger trouble down the line. I was in my early 20s, brimming with energy I couldn't burn off. There was no reining that in. Better to let me go into the mountains, sharpen my skills, and bring home some meat for the family. The only thing was, I insisted on dragging along that deadweight, third fatty, and my father was 100 times. He wasn't willing. Everybody in the village knew what kind of guy Fatty San was. Lazy as sin, all talk and slick words. First in line to stir up trouble. Take him into the mountains, and he'd only slow us down. And there was still that whole business with the ice hole. Dad hadn't let go of it. He couldn't figure out what had gotten into me, taking Fatty San along after all that. But I'd given my word, and Fatty San came around every single day, thumping his chest and swearing up and down. Dad couldn't hold out, so he finally gave in. After breakfast, we got everything packed up and set out. Uncle Lu and Wang Changfa walked at the front. Both were seasoned hunters who'd worked these mountains for more than 20 years, sure-footed, keeping an eye on the tracks and any movement in the woods as they went, exchanging a few low words now and then. Fatty San and I were in the middle, with Dad bringing up the rear. Usually we brought Big Yellow and Second Yellow along when we went into the mountains, but not this time. For one, we had enough men. For another, there were 3 women back home, and with us gone 3 or 4 days, we needed to leave a couple of dogs to guard the place and keep everyone's nerves steady. Those were about the finest hunting dogs around, noses that could catch a scent from miles off, ears that pricked up at the slightest rustle. I had a Mauser tucked into my belt and a basket on my back, packed with rope, enough dry rations for a few days, a canteen, and matches. On my hands were the special mittens Mom had sewn, with a little hole cut in the palm so my finger could slip through to work the trigger. Right then I had both hands on my Type 38 rifle, scanning the woods around us. Uncle Lu's real name was Lu Chunlei. He'd been Dad's hunting partner for years, and the two of them had roamed this black tiger forest for the better part of their lives. Wang Changfa was the eldest son of second granduncle, the village chief, pushing 50 himself, and a real old hand. Once second granduncle passed on, 9 times out of 10 the chief's seat would go to him. Don't underestimate the black tiger forest behind the village. It was a branch of the Shaoling Mountains, stretching for hundreds of miles. Even a hunter who'd walked these mountains his whole life wouldn't dare claim he knew them inside and out. The deep woods hid plenty of danger, always had. These days, hunting in the mountains wasn't some hobby, it was survival. The meat we kept to feed our own, the pelts and extra game we traded for oil, salt, rice, and flour. Also, the wives and kids at home could get a full belly. We tramped deeper into the mountains through the snow, which came up past our ankles, crunching with every step. Uncle Lu, cradling his Hanyang rifle, turned his head toward me. "Shanzi, winter's been here a good while now. This is your first time in the mountains this season, isn't it? Fatty San's here because you brought him. Have you gone over all the mountain rules and taboos with him?" "Don't worry, Uncle Lu, I've already." Before I could finish, Fatty San cut in, all in a rush. He didn't have a gun, just gripped a wood-chopping axe, hunching his neck and glancing every which way. "You can rest easy 120%, Uncle Lu." Shanzi spelled it all out for me. "Don't touch what I shouldn't touch. Don't go where I shouldn't go. I'll stick with the group nice and obedient, guaranteed." Then he gave a shiver. "But Uncle Lu, I heard the old folks in the village say this black. Are there really big cats in Tiger Forest? I'm scared that if I actually run into one, my legs will cramp right up and I'll be a goner. You guys gotta have my back." Uncle Lu shot him a sideways glance. A while back, this good-for-nothing had come around with a bottle of liquor, pestering him non-stop to let him tag along into the mountains. Uncle Lu had seen right through him. Lazy as sin, couldn't carry a load or lift a finger, not cut out for hunting at all. Who'd have thought Shanzi would actually agree to bring him? But now that they were already in the mountains, and being neighbors and all, he figured he'd better lay out the rules and warn him about the dangers, plain and clear. Scared of what, damn it? When us men head into the mountains, we don't fear anything in the first half of life, so we've got no regrets in the second. A young buck's gotta have some grit. Otherwise, you'll live your whole life like a spineless nobody and never amount to anything. Wang Changfa chimed in, cradling his old rifle. "Lu's got it right. So what if we run into a big cat? 4 of us, for guns, we'll surround it and drop it." He turned to look at me. "Shanzi, keep an eye on Fatso 3. Don't let him wander off, not one step. Even when he's taking a piss or a dump, we take turns going with him. The deeper we go, The rougher the terrain, leopards, black bears, wild boars, you name it. One slip and it's all over. Fatso 3 ducked his head and nodded eagerly. Don't worry, Uncle Changfa. I'll stick close and behave. Only a fool with a death wish would go running off. The group pushed on deeper. The stretch near the entrance saw plenty of folks coming to chop firewood and gather goods, so the snow was packed down hard. But the farther in we went, the fewer people there'd been, and the deeper the snow got. Before long, it was up to our knees, and every step meant heaving your leg out and stomping it back down. This was my first time going deep into the old-growth woods of Black Tiger Forest, and I was pretty excited. Then I looked at Fatso 3, the guy who griped about even a little farm work and leaned on his wife to get through it. And sure enough, he was already huffing and puffing after just a short while. Uncle Changfa, how much farther do we gotta go? We've been walking half the day and haven't even seen a shadow of any game. Wang Changfa turned and glared hard at him. What did you expect to see? It's the dead of winter. Anything that hibernates is holed up in its den, and the clever ones are hidden away too. They're not stupid. Why would they come out in broad daylight just to catch a bullet? Let me make this real clear. The leopards and black bears in these woods have been starving all winter long, and they're all crazed with hunger. Don't go hollering and howling. Make too much noise, and you'll draw a black bear over. One lick of its tongue, and it'll peel the skin right off your face before you can even cry out. Fatso 3 didn't dare say another word after that tongue lashing, but he grumbled to himself. Once we bag some game and sell the pelts, I'm getting myself a gun no matter what. With a gun in hand, then I'll have some real backbone. Wang Changfa had barely taken 2 steps when he suddenly spotted a line of tracks in the snow, with some droppings beside them. He crouched down at once, pinched up the still unfrozen clump, and gave it a sniff. Shanzi, come take a look at these tracks. I stepped over and squatted down, carefully reading the trail based on the experience I'd stored up over time. Old hunters relied entirely on reading tracks and signs to identify their quarry. The depth and shape of a footprint, whether the droppings are wet or dry, the trampled marks on the surrounding ground. All of it tells you what kind of animal passed through, when it came by, and how long it's been gone. We keep 2 dogs back home, Big Yellow and Little Yellow, so I know a dog's paw prints inside and out. But these tracks in front of me were clearly a good bit bigger than our dogs. Uncle Changfa, these are wolf tracks, and it's definitely not just 1 or 2. The paw prints are packed together thick. This might be a whole pack. Wang Changfa tossed aside the clump in his hand, wiped his palm against a tree trunk, and nodded. You got it, it's a wolf pack. They passed by not long ago. Follow the trail, and we'll catch up for sure. Stick with the tracks, and there's a big haul waiting. Trailing at the very back, Fatty 3 heard every word and curled his lip, sour with resentment. Asterisk, all they ever do is holler for Chen Gaoshan. So what am I? Just a piece of furniture. Asterisk, it was his first time in the mountains, and he didn't know a thing, yet nobody had bothered to teach him how to read tracks, not an ounce of consideration. They'd all forgotten it was his own father who'd carved the headstone for the old man's mother with his own 2 hands. But he only grumbled in his head. His feet didn't dare fall behind. Dad still brought up the rear, rifle held ready in his hands, glancing back warily every few steps. He'd roamed these woods his whole life, and what he feared most wasn't the black bears, nor the big cats. It was a pack of wolves. These creatures were almost human in their cunning. They knew how to work together, hunted with real strategy, and they were bold and vengeful. Wound just one of them, and the entire pack would hunt you down to the death. Plenty of seasoned hunters had met their end in those jaws. Shanzi, you remember the story I told you about the old hunter from our South Gully village? It happened right here, on the edge of Black Tiger Forest. 2 hunters were traveling by night, and the man in front suddenly felt a paw come to rest on his shoulder. He figured his buddy was messing with him, so he spun around to cuss him out, and when he turned, it wasn't his buddy at all. It was a wolf, standing upright, its front paw resting right on his shoulder. His companion behind him had already been bitten dead on the ground. There's an old saying, ghosts breathe on your neck, wolves claw at your back. Every word of it was paid for in the lives of the old-timers. Listening to Dad, I gripped my rifle even tighter, my finger drifting toward the trigger without my meaning to. Dad, I've got it. Whatever you do, keep your eyes locked behind us. The words had barely left my mouth when a wolf's howl rose up from somewhere close by, chilling enough to make your scalp crawl. It's the pack. Someone barked out in a low voice, and in an instant everyone was on alert. Rounds chambered, click-clack, muzzles trained in every direction. Right behind that, Wang Changfa and Uncle Lu broke into a quick march toward the sound of the howling. These wolves are starving. That's why they've come out to hunt. Everybody keep up, pick up the pace, and today not a single one gets away. Uncle Lu charged out in front. Fatty 3 was so terrified his soul nearly left his body. Clutching his axe, his heart pounding in his throat. He'd talked a big game before, but the moment things got real, his nerve crumbled in a heartbeat. He'd figured heading into the mountains just meant bagging a few rabbits and roe deer. Easy. I was just trying to scrape together a little meat. Never expected to run straight into a pack of wolves. Deep in the mountains, a man's got 2 legs. How's that gonna outrun for? If they surrounded us, this would be where I'd meet my end. The more I thought about it, the more terrified I got. My legs turned to jelly, and little by little I fell behind the group. Shanzi, wait up. Don't leave me out here alone. I glanced back at him and frowned, but I didn't dare stop. I just waved for him to hurry and catch up. We tracked all day without realizing it, from daylight straight into the night, until the forest went pitch black. Along the way we ran into 3 rabbits, dropped each with a single shot, bled them and gutted them right there on the spot, then covered the blood with snow so it wouldn't draw more animals. The pelts and meat all went into the pack basket. But after a whole day of chasing, there was still no sign of that pack of wolves. Lu Chunlei looked up at the sky. Wolves are territorial. They won't leave this stretch of forest. They're obviously playing hide-and-seek with us, trying to wear down our patience. Well, we've got plenty of time to play their game. Let's find a sheltered hollow first, build a lean-to, get a fire going, and rest up. We'll deal with them once we've got our strength back. Following old Lu's lead, we found a windbreak spot with mountains on 3 sides. The wind and snow died down by more than half here. Everyone grabbed their shovels and cleared away the thick snow, exposing the dry leaves underneath. Third Fatty and I chopped some firewood, pulled out the matches, and soon had a bonfire blazing. The ground dried out and wasn't so damp anymore. Then we hauled over a thick layer of leaves to spread on the ground. Fire for warmth, leaves against the cold. Out in the middle of nowhere, that was the best we could do. I dug 4 cornmeal flat cakes out of the packed basket, propped them by the fire to toast, and pinched some salt over them. Working the mountains and freezing your ass off. If a man doesn't eat salt, he's got no strength left in him, no way to hold up. Washing it down with snowmelt from a can, my dad and I wolfed the cakes down in a few bites and got ready to take turns keeping watch. Wang Changfa pulled out an old pocket watch to check the time. We agreed each man would stand watch for 2 hours. Everybody listen up. Old Lu, Shanzi, and Third Fatty take the first half of the night. Old Nian and I take the second. Third Fatty, I'm talking to you especially. Whatever you do, don't doze off. Wolves are cunning as devils. They wait for a man to fall into a deep sleep and let his guard down. Then they strike, going straight for the neck and the back. Every one of you, stay sharp as attack. One slip up out here, and it costs you your life. Third Fatty nodded again and again. Once Wang Changfa finished, he lay down in the leaf-lined hollow, pulled his fur coat over his head, and, dead tired from running all day, was out cold the second he hit the ground. I threw on another armful of wood to build the fire higher, then turned my head to look at Third Fatty huddled beside me. This sorry sack of shit had traded his own wife for a spot on this trip. He'd walked right into it himself. The score for the ice hole, the score for eyeing my wife. I had it all tallied up in my head. Keeping him around was nothing but a liability. If I didn't take care of him, I wouldn't sleep easy even after I got home. You can't call me cold-blooded for it. He was digging his own grave. Nobody else to blame. Third Fatty had no idea I was watching him. Out here in the mountain forest. From time to time, the strange cries of wild beasts drifted through the dark. He huddled by the fire, shivering, gut twisting with regret. If he'd known it would be this dangerous, nothing could have dragged him here. Back home he'd gotten by letting his wife turn tricks to scrape together some food. Not exactly honorable, but at least he ate his fill and stayed warm. Never had to gamble his life with his neck on the line. He swore to himself that if he made it down this mountain alive, he'd never set foot in Black Tiger Forest again. His mind wouldn't stop racing. What if a wolf crept up in the middle of the night and tore his face clean off in one bite? But the day had worn him out, and slumped by the warmth of the fire, he drifted off into a hazy sleep anyway. Less than 50 meters away, 7 pairs of eyes were locked onto the figure by the fire. It was that pack of starving wolves. They'd been lurking around the camp for a long time, watching the prey practically deliver itself right up to the fire, drooling with hunger. Yet they held their ground, waiting for the alpha's signal to charge as one and tear everyone into bloody pulp. The night dragged on, neither fast nor slow. My shift with Uncle Lou passed quickly, and then it was Fatty Sand's turn. I got up and gave him a pat. Fatty Sand, stay sharp. Whatever you do, don't close your eyes. If anything moves, you call us right away. Don't try to tough it out. Then I lay down next to my dad, but I didn't dare sleep soundly. I kept my eyes half open, watching the surroundings, and keeping an even closer watch on that unreliable idiot Fatty Sand, who knew if the little punk might pull something on me from behind. Just as I was drifting between sleep and waking, a cracked, ear-splitting scream exploded through the camp. Ah! Oh no! The wolves are here. Everybody get up. I shot up almost on reflex, my hand already on the Type 38 rifle beside me. There was Fatty Sand, scared out of his wits, frantically waving a torch he'd snatched off the ground. The commotion woke everyone. We grabbed our guns and huddled together, muzzles trained on the pack. Dad leveled his rifle and barked, "Fatty Sand, hold your weapon steady. Nobody told you to run, so stand your ground. When you're up against a wolf pack, you never scatter, and you sure as hell never turn your back and run. These things have been starving all winter. They're rabid, and they can smell fear in a heartbeat. The second you show weakness, they'll eat you alive." The words had barely left his mouth when the wolves seemed to understand. The alpha let out a low growl, its green eyes locked on the trembling Fatty Sand. Its legs coiled and slammed against the ground. A wave of rank stench swept over us as the whole pack lunged forward. They'd fixed their sights on the weakest one. Fatty Sand's legs buckled, his mind went blank. He forgot every single warning and broke down sobbing on the spot. "Don't bite me. Bite them instead. I'm all bones, no meat. I don't even taste good." He swung his axe wildly, not even grazing a single wolf hair. I raised the Type 38, took aim at the alpha, and pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. The night was too dark. The wolves were too fast. I only brought down one. It let out a howl in the snow, then went still. The others opened fire too. Dad and Uncle Lou held down the gap, one on each side. The alpha had already lost two of its pack. It threw its head back and snarled, eyes blazing red, then leapt straight at Dad, the one farthest from the fire. "Dad, look out." I shoved him aside, swung my rifle but down at the wolf's head, and kicked out. It was too close. I just hit whatever I could. The alpha took the blow, yelped, and wheeled back. In the blink of an eye, 4 of the 7 wolves were down. The remaining 3, seeing their leader wounded and their packmates dead, didn't dare charge again. They just let out low, resentful growls. But in that same instant, they found their opening. Straight at Fatty Sand. Fatty Sand lost all sense of everything else. He screamed and bolted. The 3 wolves latched onto him and chased him straight into the pitch-black woods. Wang Chongfa's face went livid. He spat hard on the ground. "That worthless coward. Can't make anything of him. We told him again and again not to run. He's digging his own grave. Don't just stand there. After them. The alpha holds a grudge. We have to kill it. Leave it alive, and it'll be nothing but trouble." I was young and fast. The second I took off, I left everyone else far behind. I hadn't run long before the scene ahead came into focus. Fatty Sand was circling an old tree, the 3 wolves right behind him, about to pounce. "Fatty Sand, I've got a gun. Run to me." I loaded rounds into the rifle as I moved. He heard it and grabbed onto it like a lifeline, sprinting toward me, panting hard as he reached me, about to duck behind my back. And in that split second, I glanced back over my shoulder. Dad and Wang Chongfa were still behind. They hadn't caught up. With everything I had, I grabbed him by the collar and threw him back out, hard. "Chen Gaoshan, you son of a bitch." The relief on his face froze in an instant, turned to shock, then to terror. From the moment I threw him out to the moment all 3 wolves were on him, less than 3 seconds. I watched cold. One wolf tore through his throat. Blood sprayed out. He wasn't going to make it. I squeezed the trigger and emptied the magazine. Crack, crack, and 2 wolves dropped one after the other. The alpha didn't rule its pack through brute force. It ruled through cunning. It fixed its eyes on me, and the moment my attention was fully on those 2 wolves, it dug in its legs, whipped around, and lunged. I pulled the trigger, out of bullets. Adrenaline shot to my head. There was no time to think. My body moved first. I twisted to the side, using the momentum, and locked both arms tight around that thick, powerful neck. The wolf had to be over 100 pounds. Once I had it by the neck, it thrashed like mad. I could barely hold it down. Riding the force of its struggle, I flipped myself onto its back, clamped my legs tight around its flanks, and reached for my dagger. I plunged it in. The wolf let out a piercing howl and kept thrashing. I stabbed again and again until the body beneath me went completely still, going limp and collapsing into the snow. Only then did I let go, sliding off the wolf's back and dropping onto the snow. I'd been so focused on killing it that at some point I'd wrenched my hand. Now the pain came rushing in. I got to my feet and kicked at the wolf carcasses on the ground, making sure they were all dead before walking over to Fatty San. Blood was still pouring from his neck. His eyes were bulging, locked on me, and his throat made a wheezing, air-leaking sound. Breath going in, but nothing coming out. I crouched down and leaned close to his ear, my voice low enough for only the two of us to hear. That business years ago with the ice hole. I know it was you who pushed me. Today I'm pushing you back. An eye for an eye. Now we're square, you and me. Go in peace. You're two girls. I'll take good care of them. I won't let them suffer. Fatty San coughed up another mouthful of blood and reached out with a bloody hand to grab me. But those words made him so furious he gave up the ghost right then. His hand went slack and flopped down onto the ground. I timed it just right and grabbed his hand again. Fatty San, wake up. Don't scare me like this. My shoulders shook, a convincing performance. Dad was the first to reach me. When he saw the wolf carcasses scattered everywhere in that bloody heap, his face darkened. He strode over and gave me a quick look. You okay? I'm fine, Dad. Wang Changfa and Lu Chunlei arrived right behind him, both of them frowning hard. Wang Changfa first swept his eyes over the 4 wolf carcasses, then crouched down and checked Fatty San's breathing. He sighed, reached out to close the dead man's eyes, then stood and patted my shoulder. Sanzi, don't take it too hard. This is nobody's fault but his own. Before we came up the mountain, I told him over and over, if you run into a wolf, don't go running off. He wouldn't listen, and he got himself killed. Can't blame anyone else for that. The smell of blood was too strong. Staying any longer would only draw more beasts. Wang Changfa made the call on the spot. Somebody's dead, we can't stay here. We head down the mountain at first light. Sanzi, you go with your Uncle Lu and chop down some trees to build a sled. We'll haul Fatty San and the wolves down together. Your dad and I will skin the wolves and bleed them out. Hurry. If we wait too long, the meat will spoil. I looked up, my eyes red. Uncle Changfa, I'm the one who brought Fatty San up the mountain. Now he's dead. How am I supposed to face Chiu Yinzi when I get back? This is my fault. I didn't watch out for him. This has nothing to do with you. Don't go putting it on yourself. Wang Changfa cut me off with a frown. Your Uncle Chunlei and I will both vouch for you. He wouldn't listen, ran off on his own, and got bitten to death. He brought it on himself. Now quit dragging your feet and whimpering like some woman. You think our village hasn't lost plenty of hunters to wolves over the years? If everyone acted like you, how would any of us get by? Get up and do what I told you. Don't hold us up. Time to go. Wang Changfa gripped his knife and walked up to the 3 wolves. Even though none of them were moving, he still stabbed each one a few more times to be sure. Once we confirmed they were dead, the 4 of us each hauled one back toward camp. Third Fatty was carried to the open clearing beside the camp and laid down in the snow. I followed Uncle Chunlei into the woods to cut branches, hoping to rig up a makeshift sled before daybreak. After working at it for a good while, I felt a chill creeping up my leg. Cold wind was slipping in through my pant leg, biting right into my skin. I looked down and saw that during the earlier scuffle, a wolf's claw had torn a gash in my leather pants. Lu Chunlei swung his axe and said in his gruff voice, Kid, you took down 3 of those gray devils all by yourself. Didn't figure you had it in you. You've got some real guts. This is a small pack, and all 4 of us are armed. 7 wolves is nothing. What happened to Third Fatty isn't on you. If anyone's to blame, it's him for running off like an idiot. Look at it the other way, and don't take it all on your own shoulders. He's the one who insisted on tagging along into the mountains. He should have known this could happen. I stood there holding my axe. Uncle Chunlei, I get it. Once it's light, let's not waste any time. We head down the mountain right away. But at the end of the day, Third Fatty only got into this because he followed me up here. When we get back and divide the meat, my whole share goes to his family. Chiu Yinzi has it hard enough raising those 2 girls, and things are only going to get harder for her from here on out. Whatever little I can do to help, I'll do it. Lu Chunlei snorted right away. Bullshit. If Third Fatty hadn't stirred up trouble, that mother and her two girls could have lived a perfectly decent life. With his lazy, good-for-nothing ways, him dying this time counts as taking the hit for better people. You've got money to burn or something. You'd throw in your own share on top of it. To be honest, I agreed with him. My helping out was for the sake of his wife and kids. It had nothing to do with Third Fatty himself. Uncle, people do what they do, and heaven's watching. I've done what my heart tells me. A clear conscience is enough for me. All right, quit running your mouth. Get to work so we can get out of here. Lu Chunlei waved his hand. Your dad and the others are over there skinning the wolves. This whole forest reeks of blood now. Black bears and wild boars will come sniffing around. And if we run into another big beast, we'll be in real trouble. Hand over the nails. Let's put this sled together. I pulled a cloth bundle out of my basket and opened it up, nails inside, with a coil of hemp rope beside them, and handed it to Uncle Chunlei. His hands, rough and strong from years of farm work and hunting, grabbed the wood and nails, and with a few quick swings and ties, he hammered and lashed everything together. In no time, the makeshift sled was done. By the time the two of us dragged the sled back to camp, Dad and Wang Changfa had already finished up. 7 gray wolves lay on the ground, hides stripped off and innards cleaned out. Everyone who lives in the mountains knows you don't keep a wolf's guts. A wolf's heart has a sharp, rank stench. Soaking it in a whole bottle of grain liquor won't get rid of it, and there's no way to eat it even if you bring it home. Wang Changfa used a shovel to cover the blood-soaked snow pit and that pile of wolf guts, doing his best to smother the smell of blood. Then he scooped up a handful of clean snow and hard, rubbing my blood-stained hands together. Seeing the two of us dragging the sledge over, he called out, "Hurry, load all the gray hides onto the sledge and put Third Fatty on top. Whatever else you can say, we're all from the same village. Respect the dead. We can't let him go out crushed under this stuff." We loaded the wolves on, laid Third Fatty on top, and tied the rope tight. Lu Chunlei and I took the front and back and pulled the sledge down the mountain. We'd trudged along with our heads down for less than half a mile when the sky turned fully bright. The rope dug into my shoulder, chafing my skin raw, and Lu Chunlei took over the pulling for a while. Wang Changfa was about to tell everyone to catch their breath, his hand already halfway through a wave, when he froze, his eyes locked on the snowy slope ahead. Not far off, 2 roe deer stood in the snow. Their round, plump bodies were wrapped in thick fur, their split lips smacking away at the moss beneath the snow. A pair of big, glossy black eyes stared out, wide and round, gazing dumbly in our direction. Not the faintest sense of danger. That goofy looked both foolish and dazed. "Nobody move, don't spook him." Wang Changfa lowered his voice. Roe deer walked right up to us. I immediately let go of the rope that had rubbed my hands red, my fingers instinctively reaching for the Mauser pistol at my waist. Roe deer meat is coarse and stringy, with a gamey, earthy stink that never quite goes away, nowhere near as good as farm-raised pork or mutton. But given our situation, having something to eat beat coming away empty-handed. Before I could move, Wang Changfa had already shouldered his rifle, waved one hand back, and signaled to my dad. The two of them hunched down and crept closer, inch by inch. These 2 roe deer acted like they didn't have a brain between them, staring blankly at the men closing in, ears not so much as twitching. Not only did they not run, they even cocked their heads with a look of pure curiosity, living up to the name foolish roe deer completely. Once he was in position, Wang Changfa squeezed the trigger. A crack rang out, and one deer dropped where it stood, twitched a few times, and went still, right in a vital spot. The other one finally caught on and bolted for the woods in a panic. As it ran, a tuft of white fur on its rump flared open, shaped exactly like a heart, standing out sharply. Dad reacted lightning fast, raising his rifle, taking aim, and firing all in one fluid motion. Another shot cracked out, and the bullet struck that patch of white dead on. The deer stumbled and fell, but its survival instinct drove it to drag its wounded body forward with everything it had. "Shanzi, get after it. Don't let it get away." I took off running, following the blood trail, my feet sinking and slipping through the snow. Less than 50 yards on, the deer couldn't hold out any longer and collapsed into a snowdrift. I hurried up, and just as I reached for its hind leg, it suddenly thrashed with all its might. Seeing it suffer, I didn't hesitate. I raised my gun, aimed at its head, and fired one clean shot to spare at the misery. Roe deer meat holds a stronger, bloody stench if the blood sits in it. I pulled out my knife and crouched down, slicing open its throat. Once the blood had drained, I bent over, hoisted it up, and started back. The roe fur pressed against my shoulder was thick and soft and warm. The fur, warm through my clothes, gave off a bit of that downy heat. It wasn't too heavy to carry. Back at the spot, I handed the roe deer straight to Dad without a word, and he set to skinning and gutting it. We'd killed a wolf and a roe deer one after another, and the snow was soaked with blood. The smell carried far on the wind. Nobody dared linger. Everyone hurriedly gathered up the game, loaded the sleds, and pushed to get down the mountain. We hustled the whole way, and finally reached the foot of the mountain before noon. Wang Changfa stopped and glanced back. I was straining to pull the sled, with Fatty San lying still on top of it. He spat on the ground. Damn it, the poorer a man is, the more trouble finds him. This trip we bagged 7 sables and 2 roe deer. By the rules, we split it evenly among everybody. But we lost Fatty San. When it comes down to it, we didn't keep an eye on him. He swept his gaze over the group and laid out his plan. Here's what I'm thinking. Everyone here takes 1 sable, and the remaining 3, plus the 2 roe deer, all go to Fatty San's family. Chiu Yinzi's just one woman with 2 little girls, and now the man of the house is gone. There's no way they can get by. At least this game can help the 3 of them scrape through till the spring thaw, so they don't go hungry. Dad was the first to nod. We'll divvy it up just like Brother Changfa says. We judge the person, not the deed. Fatty San brought this on himself, but those 3 are innocent. We can't let them starve too. Now that things have come to this, whatever little help we can give, we give. Call it building up some good karma. Lu Chunlei stood off to the side. Me and Old Nyan are thinking the same thing. No objections here. We're all from the same village. Can't just stand by and watch the 3 of them starve. Wang Changfa normally couldn't stand Fatty San, but when it really counted, these men were all stand-up folks. Shanzi, what do you think? Speak your mind. Uncle Changfa, I've got no other thoughts. I'll go with whatever you say. Back at Nangu village, the hunters hauling their sleds into the village made quite a stir. Every household turned out to gawk. Everyone except those too sick to get off the Kang. Someone in the crowd counted the men beside the sleds and muttered under their breath. There were clearly 5 grown men when they went up. How come only 4 came back? An older woman beside him immediately clapped a hand over her mouth. Oh my God, where'd Fatty San go? Don't tell me something happened to him. Look at the back of that sled, that bloody heap under the cloth. Isn't that Fatty San? This whole sled's full of sables. Looks like 5 of them. They struck it rich this time. If you can't count, don't run your mouth. It's clearly 7, and there's 2 fat roe deer underneath. Wang Changfa had helped his father run the village's weddings and funerals and settle neighborly disputes since he was a kid. Aside from second uncle, he carried the most weight around here, and everyone respected him. Right then, seeing a bunch of half-grown boys standing on tiptoe, craning their necks, practically dying to stick their heads into the sled, he barked at them on the spot. What are you all crowding around for? You got nothing better to do? Belly full? Got your winter long johns on nice and snug? Or did your folks already line up a wife for you? You don't understand plain talk? Quit gawking here. Go find somewhere cool to sit your ass down. Break it up, all of you now. The words had barely left his mouth when Big Dummy Chong came bumbling out of his own yard, wrapped in a loose, sloppy cotton coat. He was running so fast the coat flapped wide open, letting the cold wind pour straight in. Auntie Wong chased after him, hollering at the top of her lungs. Chong, slow down. Button up before you head out. Be good now. Mom'll find you a wife later. The second he heard those 2 magic words, a wife, Big Dummy Chong froze dead in his tracks, grinning like an idiot, fumbling clumsily with his buttons and mumbling. A wife. I want a wife. Chong'll be good. Buttoning up, hee. Once he'd finished with the buttons, he came bumbling right over to the sled, craning his neck and tilting his head up to peer at it, damn near drooling. Uncle Changfa, meat, meat, Chong wants meat. Wang Changfa was already steamed over the whole business with Fatty San, and the gawking crowd had worn his patience clean through. He let out a roar that just about scared the piss out of Big Dummy Chong, who flinched, shrank his neck down, and backed away. Eat, eat, eat. All you know is eat. Is there anything in that head of yours besides food? There's a dead man up here. Go eat your grandma's mouth. Hey, Wang number 2's wife, get your boy Chong out of here. There's a time and place for rubbernecking. You think this is something your fool of a kid ought to be crowding around. The moment Annie Wong heard that, she was having none of it. She twisted her whole body around, her little bound feet churning like the wind, and shot right up to the front in a flash. She yanked big dummy Chong behind her, planted both hands on her hips, threw her head back, and squared off with Wang Chongfa. "What's your problem, Wang Chongfa? What's with the big temper? My boy Chong do something to you? Which one of your nerves did he touch? Why's your mouth so foul? You spend every day scooping soybean paste out of your crock at home. That why your mouth's all pickled and rotten? You strut around with that garlic bulb head of yours, treating my simple boy like some stray dog you can just bark at? His mama's standing right here. You got a bone to pick, you take it up with me, and quit taking it out on the kid." Wang Chongfa had no comeback. In this whole village you could pick a fight with anybody, except this woman. Her mouth alone could out-argue 3 people, and once she started raising hell, there was no end to it. Right now Fatty San was the real crisis. He had no time to tangle with her. Besides, the gods and spirits this woman worshipped, those had a sinister, uncanny power to them. He sighed and waved his hand, backing down. "It's my fault, all right. Now hurry up and get Chong home. Please, lady, I'm begging you, stop making trouble here, will you?" As he spoke, he jerked his chin toward the sled. Fatty Sin got bitten to death by a green-skinned snake. A man's dead, don't hold things up. Auntie Wong wasn't an unreasonable woman, either. She pulled Chong over, gave him a pat, shot Wang Chongfa a dirty look, and dragged him along, grumbling. "Come on, let's go home. Mom'll stew you some meat." Seeing the two of them finally turning to leave. Once everyone was back home, Wang Chongfa let out a long breath, shot the others a look, and dragged the sled toward Fatty San's place. It didn't take long to reach the gate. The yard wall was made of stacked mud bricks, barely waist high. Fatty San's wife, "Get out here, quick." Inside, Chiu Yinzi was sitting at the edge of the Kang, shelling corn, the stripped cobs piled up around her feet. When she heard the shouting outside, something clenched in her chest for no reason. She dropped what she was doing at once, pushed aside the door curtain, and hurried out. "Who is it? Hollering for me in the middle of the day?" "It's me, Wang Chongfa." Chiu Yinzi walked briskly to the door and pushed open the wooden panel. "Uncle Chongfa, didn't you all take Fatty San up the mountain to hunt? You only left yesterday. How are you back so soon?" Before she could finish, she realized something was off. Her doorway was already surrounded 3 rings deep. Nanga village wasn't big to begin with, and the moment anything stirred at anyone's house, the gawkers came swarming in, clinging to the yard wall, standing on tiptoe, practically dying to press their faces right up under the window. Just as I was about to speak, Wang Chongfa threw out an arm and cut me off. "You boys stand right there. As long as I'm here, it's not a youngster's place to talk." He turned to Chiu Yinzi, his voice dropping low. "Chiu Yin, listen to your uncle. Steady yourself, don't panic, Fatty San's gone." Chiu Yinzi swayed and nearly toppled over, her face frozen. "Last night, in the dead of the mountain, we ran into a pack of starving wolves. That boy wouldn't listen, took off on his own, got surrounded. His throat was torn right open. He was dead on the spot. We hauled his body back for you. As for the game, the few of us talked it over and each pitched in from our own share. We're leaving you 3 wolves and 2 roe deer. Sell them for money or grain. It should at least get you and the 2 girls through the winter." With that, he jerked his chin toward us. "Shanzi, Chunlei, don't just stand there. Carry him inside." Lu Chunlei and I stepped up and lifted Fatty San toward the house. That bloody, unrecognizable thing weighed heavy in my palms. Chiu Yinzi just stood there stiffly, her eyes hollow, as if her soul had left her. She didn't cry, but the daze lasted only a moment. Her 2 daughters were bawling in fright, and she pulled the heads of Da and I and Air and I into her arms. Yet inside, she couldn't help but feel something loosen. Dead. Fatty San was really dead. She clenched her fists. From now on, she'd never again be forced by that lazy, good-for-nothing man to go warm the beds of the other men in the village. From now on, if they ate sparingly, the 3 of them could grit their teeth and scrape by. And if worse came to worst, in a year or so she could take her daughters and remarry, find a steady man to build a life with. Anything was better than sticking with this hopeless waste of a husband. Her heart churned, but she didn't dare let a trace of it show on her face. She pinched her own thigh, hard, and her eyes instantly. Her face flushed red. She was a widow with 2 kids to raise. Life in this village was hard enough for her already. If people saw through what she was really thinking, she'd never be able to hold her ground here again. Seeing that Wang Changfa was about to leave, Qiu Yinzi suddenly snapped out of it and hurried forward to stop him. Uncle Changfa, wait. I've got a favor to ask. She wiped the corner of her eye. These meat and pelts. There's no way the three of us can hold on to them. They'll only bring us trouble. Please, help me trade all of it for coarse grain. Grain keeps, and it'll help us get through more days. Uncle Changfa, do a good deed all the way through. Please, have some mercy. Wang Changfa stared at her for a couple of seconds, then understood right away. A widow sitting on this much wolf meat and wolf hide. That really was a magnet for disaster. All right, your uncle will get it handled proper for you. I'll haul the stuff back first, trade it for grain, and have your aunt bring it over. As for the funeral, set your mind at ease. We all live in the same village. Folks won't just turn their backs. We'll give him a simple send-off, let him rest in peace. A few of us will cover the cost. I can't let you foot the bill, Uncle Changfa. Just take it out of the trade. Qiu Yinzi quickly cut in. My dad, Chen Laoyan, and I had been standing off to the side the whole time, not saying a word. For matters like weddings and funerals, it had to be Wang Changfa who stepped up. He had standing in the village, far better suited for it than we were. With that no-good Sanpangzi finally gone for good, I actually felt a weight lift off my chest. The guy had been an idle loafer, all shifty-eyed, always eyeing the young girls and young wives in the village. He was the type to climb over walls in the dead of night and sneak up to Xinghua's window. That festering worry of mine was finally cured today. The moment we stepped out the courtyard gate, the villagers crowded around outside swarmed us, all eyes locked on the wolf meat and roe deer meat piled on the sled. Uncle Changfa, is that wolf meat for sale? My family'll trade grain for it. I'll trade too. It's for sale, all of it. Anyone who wants to trade, come on over to my yard in a bit. A gangly young fellow squeezed to the front. Uncle Changfa, are the wolf pelts for sale? My dad's got bad rheumatism in his legs. Come winter, the pain keeps him from even getting off the Kang. I want to make him a couple of knee wraps to keep him warm. Someone nearby who knew a thing or two chimed in. Wolf pelts were more valuable than wolf meat, and the wolf oil rendered from them, mixed with eggs, cured coughs. It was the most reliable folk remedy in the whole village. Qian Juizi stood in the crowd with his pipe clamped in his teeth, just there for the excitement. In his eyes, whether Sanpangzi lived or died had nothing to do with him. At most he'd mutter to himself about poor Qiu Yinzi and her hard luck. The second he spotted me, he sidled right over, waggling his eyebrows. Shanzi, eat up on that wolf meat when you get home tonight. That stuff's a real tonic, way more potent than dog meat. You're young and full of fire, and after a meal like that, you'll be running those two at home ragged, right down under the Kang. Just watch you don't bust the whole thing to pieces. I reached over and gave his arm a shove. I don't need wolf meat. I've got plenty of fire as it is. What's the deal, Brother Juizi? You pressing your ear to my door every night to eavesdrop? How do you know everything about my family? Not really. Qian Juizi chuckled. Your big brother here doesn't need to eavesdrop. I just do a little finger counting and I know. If you two can't handle things at night, just holler at your brother. I can't help with much else, but standing behind you and lending a hand to steady things? No problem at all. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This guy talked pure nonsense and never had a serious bone in his body. Brother Juizi, you're so experienced. You must have done plenty, huh? Come clean now. You and that Qiu Yinzi. Did the two of you ever get up to anything or not? Qian Juizi panicked on the spot and shot a quick glance all around. That wife of his was famous for her fiery temper. If word of this got to her ears, he could forget about crawling under the covers tonight. No, no, no. Don't you go pinning that dirty business on my head. I've got a whole house full of mouths crying to be fed. Where would I find the spare money or the spare mind for that? He rubbed the few thin strands of hair on top of his head and forced a laugh to change the subject. Thinking about it is one thing. Doing it is another. You can't go mixing up two totally different matters. Hey, your dad's calling you. Get on over there. I turned around and only then realized I'd unknowingly drifted to the back of the line. My dad stood not far off, frowning and waving me over. I cupped my hands to Qian Juizi in a quick farewell and hurried over. Without a word, my dad shoved the back basket into my hands. Inside was a dressed wolf and 2 whole wolf pelts. The other wolf he carried on his shoulder. Quit shooting the breeze with that crowd. Let's head home. We've been at it since morning. Aren't you hungry? His reminder made me realize my stomach was so empty my belly was practically touching my back, and I felt drained all over. Just killing time chatting, that's all. I hoisted the basket onto my back and followed close behind my dad, hurrying home. Before long, we reached our own gate. There, Ma. Open up. We're back. In the yard, Big Yellow and Second Yellow recognized their master's voice and started wagging their tails and barking. Inside, my mom was sitting on the warm Kang with the two sisters, Xinghua and Lianhua, restuffing quilts and sewing little swaddling blankets for the two babies not yet born. Hearing the shout, her hands froze mid-stitch on the needle and thread. My goodness, you left just 1 day ago. How are you back already? I'll open the gate right now. She slipped on her cotton shoes and ran out, pulling open the gate. Their pa, Shanzi, you're back. The wind's fierce out here. Hurry inside and warm up. She stepped aside to let us in, grabbed the worn-down broom by the door, and swept the snow off both our pant legs. Then she looked up and spotted the wolf in the back basket. Bagged another wolf? These wild wolves have gone hungry all winter. They're vicious. Don't let one catch the scent and come charging into the village in the middle of the night. My dad stamped the snow off his feet. Don't you worry. Our yard walls are high, and we've got Big Yellow and Second Yellow keeping watch. The second the dogs bark, we'll know. With me and Shanzi, two grown men, in the house. What's there to be afraid of? If you're hungry, hurry up and get something hot going. Xinghua and Lianhua came out from the inner room. The moment they heard we were hungry, the two sisters exchanged a glance and turned on their heels toward the kitchen. I carried the wolf into the kitchen and leaned against the doorframe, watching them work. Xinghua crouched by the stove, feeding in firewood. The flames leapt up with a crackle, lighting her face bright red. Lianhua stood at the counter, scooping flour, mixing, and kneading the dough. Watching these two gals, I felt an itch inside, and I sauntered on over. Tonight, whose room am I coming to? You two work that out yet? Both their hands froze at once. They shot each other a look, but neither had the nerve to speak up, their faces scorched hot from the stove's fire. I couldn't help but laugh. Well, if neither of you'll say, then quit deferring to each other. Let's all just sleep together. I'll play it fair, won't shortchange anybody. Xinghua's hand stopped. All right. I knew you had that on your mind. I'm the older sister, gotta set an example. You'd best go to Lianhua's room. Lianhua pouted, unconvinced. Sis, how are you the bigger one? Go on, tell me. That one line turned Xinghua's face red again, and Lianhua caught her own meaning too. So flustered, she ducked her head and worked faster, not saying another word. 2 big bowls of hand-pulled noodles, served with a plate of wolf meat stir-fried in seasoning till it smelled amazing. Pa and I had been running through the mountains all day and were flat out starving. We picked up the bowls, broth and all, spinning them around as we shoveled it into our mouths, sweating clean through. Lianhua sat off to the side peeling garlic and handed me a fresh clove. Shanzi, don't just wolf down the noodles. Here, have some garlic. My heart just about bubbled over with joy, eating a bowl of noodles and having someone thoughtfully peel garlic for me. I wouldn't trade this life for any amount of money. Noodles without garlic lose half their flavor. I opened my mouth and took it, and with the garlic and hot noodles I polished off the whole big bowl in one go, then went back for another half bowl. Full and satisfied, I headed back to the West Wing room, loosened my belt, and leaned against the scorching hot heated wall, letting out a contented belch. Lianhua came over with her needle and thread. Take off your pants, I'll patch them up for you. She reached right over and started tugging at my pants. I nearly wanted to grab her by the head and pull her in. But then I thought about how she'd just gotten pregnant, didn't want to turn her stomach. A man's got to be tender with his own woman. So I took off my pants and handed them over. Those leather pants, torn up by the wild wolf, she stitched back together 1 stitch at a time, tying off the thread in a good tight, not before biting it clean with her teeth. After resting about as long as it takes an incense stick to burn, I got up and went out to the yard to chop the firewood and stack it neat. 1 blink and it was dark out. Just as I was about to climb onto the Kang, Lianhua came in carrying a big half basin of hot water and set it down on the floor. Get up and wash. I just passed by you and could smell the sour sweat. You've been at it all day. Let me scrub your back, get you cleaned up so you sleep easy. I hurried down off the Kang to take it from her. How many times I gotta tell you? Leave the heavy lifting to me. You're not even 3 months along. The baby's not settled yet. I'm not that delicate. The women in our village, which of them stops waiting on her man just because she's carrying a child? Plenty of them are still hauling water and working the fields right up until they're due. She set the basin down steadily. I know you're worried about me, but a man's got to do a man's work. Out there hunting, in the wind and snow, working himself to the bone. If I'm a woman who can't even keep the house right, can't even let you rest easy, then what kind of wife am I? I sat on the edge of the Kang, pressing my lips together, saying nothing. Seeing that I stayed quiet, Lianhua stepped closer, grabbed the front of my shirt, and gave me a kiss on the mouth. What? Still can't be coaxed out of it. It's my own body. I know what I'm doing. I won't shortchange the baby, and I won't shortchange myself either. I pressed my lips again. This resting easy you keep talking about. What exactly do you mean by that? Go on, tell me. She turned, dragged over a little stool, and sat down facing me, reaching out to pull off my shoes. I'll wash your feet and work out the tiredness. That's not enough for you? Don't go pushing your luck. She set my foot into the basin, scrubbing hard at the rough skin and the dirt, then cradled my ankle in the drying cloth and wiped it dry bit by bit. I looked down at her face. One little move of my foot, and I could reach the soft parts of her. I couldn't help but nudge against her again. The teasing left her legs weak. She caught her breath and hugged my foot. What are you doing? I'm almost done. Behave yourself. You know exactly what I'm doing. I pulled her up off the ground and into my arms. Don't worry, I swear I won't touch the baby. I've got other ways, guaranteed to make you happy, keep me satisfied, and keep the baby safe. I took her hand and drew it toward me. Fatty Sin was gone, and that was that. It didn't stir up much of anything in the village. The whole business was handled by Wang Changfa, who rounded up a bunch of the men to take care of it. 2 roe deer hides were traded through someone in the neighboring village for a cheap, thin coffin. They dug a hole and buried him simply, and at least he was laid to rest. Within a few days, no one in the village mentioned him anymore. In times like these, losing your life to a beast in the mountains was a common thing. Even a bad bout of the runs on an ordinary day could take a man who couldn't fight it off. A death was nothing out of the ordinary. Nobody had the spare energy to keep dwelling on it. The clear days ran on, and the weather turned truly warm. The first spring rain came pattering down, soaking through the earth that had been frozen all winter. The snow on the mountains melted, and the ponds thawed too. Once spring arrived, everyone in the village knew it was time to eat forest frogs. These frogs, the locals all called them hashima. After hibernating through the winter, they'd huddle in the cracks of the rocks when the thaw first came, too cold to move much. Once they'd recovered their strength, they'd busy themselves hunting for females to mate with. Right now was the best time to catch them. They weren't running, weren't hopping. You could just reach into the water and scoop up a handful. And I wasn't the only one with a craving for them. Everyone in the village with time on their hands came out carrying their gear. This was a rare bit of wild game for the table, and taken to the town. They can also be sold to the restaurants that folks bring in from the city, earning a little pocket change to help make ends meet. And the oil and eggs inside a female frog's belly? Now that's the real good stuff. Women eat it to nourish their bodies, and men eat it to get their blood pumping. After I finished chopping wood, I headed home, dropped off the firewood, and quickly slung the bamboo basket onto my back. Inside I'd stuffed a well-stitched cloth sack. Then I grabbed the fishing net my dad had woven out of thin iron wire and made a beeline for the big river pond at the edge of the village. The moment I got to the riverbank, I ran smack into Lu Sanzi, who'd come to catch frogs too. He looked up, spotted me, and hollered at the top of his lungs, "Shanzi, you're here too." I gave a shout back, kicked off my shoes, rolled up my pant legs, and without another word waded right into the river. Phew. Even though it was already April, the river water, just freshly thawed, was still bone-chilling cold. The second my feet went in, the chill shot up from my soles and burrowed straight into my bones, making me shiver all over. There were more frogs in the water than you could count. The males clung tight to the females and wouldn't let go, so I'd scoop up a pair at a time. Dead accurate, no effort at all. These big female frogs are loaded with oil and eggs. Braise them at home with soybean paste, and they're so fresh they'll knock your socks off. I chatted as I scooped. "Sanzi, how many you got?" "Just got here not long ago. Only 20-some, scattered here and there." "Not as fast as you." Lu Sanzi shook his sack and laughed. "The frogs are at their cleanest this time of year. After a whole winter of hibernation, no eating or drinking, their guts are long emptied out. Just give them a rinse, and they're ready to stew." There were plenty of half-grown kids running back and forth along the riverbank. Lu Sanzi's little boy, Gadanzi, sidled up next to me and tilted his face up. Uncle Shanzi, what's a male frog and what's a female? I can't tell him apart. I dipped the wire net into the water, scooped up a whole bunch in one go, then pulled out one and held it up in front of him. Take a good look. See this one clinging on with its arms, skinny belly, small body? That's the male. Now look at this one. Arms stretched out straight, belly all round and plump. That's the female. She's packed full of oil and eggs. Have your mom stew this up for you, and after one bite, there'll be nothing left but a few little bones. So tasty you'll darn near bite your own tongue off. Gadanzi was empty-handed, hadn't brought a thing, so he just went groping around in the cold water with his bare hands. Don't let his size fool you. The kid was sharp. He'd spot a fat one and pinch it right up. His pant legs were rolled up to his calves, and when he ran out of places to stash them, he just started shoving them down his crotch. A few of the grown men nearby got a kick out of it and razzied him at the top of their lungs. Gadanzi, ain't you scared a female frog's gonna bite your little pecker off? Gadanzi was only 7, but he had more nerve than the big yellow dog. Nope. Long as I get to eat meat, I ain't scared of nothing. Besides, my pecker's big, it can't bite it off. The whole riverbank of men burst out laughing, doubled over and holding their bellies, and some even egged each other on to pull down his pants and take a look. Standing there in the water, I couldn't hold it in either. I balled up my fist and coughed a couple times. Laughs aside, business couldn't wait. I bent back down and kept scooping into my net. Busy as I was, I suddenly felt someone tugging at the cloth sack where I kept my frogs. Right then I was getting worked up. Everyone in a village like ours sees each other all the time, so who'd stoop to snatching a little something like this? But when I turned around, I saw it was Little Button. He was that half-grown kid I'd helped untangle from the fishing net that time. Without a word, Little Button opened up his cloth sack and dumped everything into my basket, 30 or 40 of them, at least. Then he turned and walked off, with a timid girl of about 14 or 15 trailing shyly behind him. Little Button, cack out your tongue, boy. Can't even say a word. I called out, stopping him. The fish you left by my door before, and that sand grouse last month. That was you, wasn't it? Don't you run off. Stand right there. Little Button's real name was Zhou Shuanghe, 16 years old. The girl behind him was his sister, Zhou Shuanghong. The two were twins, the same age, except his sister was friendlier and more bashful. Last time, if it hadn't been for his sister, he'd have jumped in the river for good. Lucky I got in the water and pulled him out. Little Button's family was poor. He had nothing valuable to repay me with, so all he could do was scrimp and save, sneaking the fish he caught, and the game he trapped over to my door. At the sound of my voice, he slowly turned around, head hanging low, fingers picking at the hem of his shirt, not daring to look up. Brother Sean, I thought you didn't want anything to do with me anymore, he said quietly. I'm almost done paying off my ma's coffin money. Once it's paid off, whatever you ask me to do, I'll do it gladly. As he spoke, he gave the sister beside him a gentle nudge. Say hello to Brother Sean. Zhou Shuanghong was just as shy as her brother. She buried her head even lower and called out in a small, soft voice. Brother Sean. I wasn't going to bring up the business about him being pushed into the water. That I'd gone in for him was a fact. That he felt he owed me was only right. I stepped forward and gave Little Button a pat on the shoulder. The kid had some decency about him after all. A little gesture of gratitude was better than playing dumb and taking what he owed for granted. From now on, no more of this sneaking around. I know exactly what you're up to. You're a stand-up man. I paused, then asked casually, not that I had my eye on his sister, mind you. I'd never do a thing like that. Your sister, has she been matched with anyone yet? Little Button's head shot up. Brother Sean, once I pay off my ma's coffin money, once I get my sister married off, my life is yours. My sister hasn't been matched yet. Our family's too poor. The ones who come asking are either old widowers or missing an arm or a leg. I can't let her go suffer through that. His eyes were rimmed red, wearing that stubborn look of someone ready to stake his whole life on it. I cut him off right then and there. Here you go again. How many lives do you think you've got? Does your life belong to me? If I told you to go bash your head against a wall right now, would you do it? We're all from the same village. We see each other all the time, so don't be so distant about it. From now on, don't bring any food over to my place. I'm a grown man. I'm not going hungry for those couple of bites. Look at the two of you, thin as, skinny as a monkey, not an ounce of meat on you. Keep it for yourself. Feeding yourself up and taking good care of your sister, that's what matters. With that, I glanced down at the toads squirming in the cloth pouch and added, "But I'll take these toads today. Thanks, little button." Off to the side, Zhou Shuanghong had been clutching the hem of her clothes the whole time. She snuck a look up, sizing up the man who'd saved her brother. She didn't get out much, working the fields, cooking, and nothing else. Even though we lived in the same village, she'd never said a single word to me. All she'd ever heard was that I was tough, ruthless, and knew how to get things done. Now that she'd actually seen me, she realized this man really was tall, his shoulders really were broad, and his face wasn't nearly as mean as she'd imagined. Her face flushed red in an instant. She dropped her head in a panic, fingers digging hard into the seam of her pants, hardly daring to breathe. Little Button's eyes went even redder, tears welling up. Ever since his mother passed, he and his sister had only had each other. Aside from his sister caring about him, no outsider had ever said a single kind word to him. His chest felt tight, and all he could do was nod hard. "Brother Sean, I'll remember that. Come spring planting, I'll come help work your fields. I'll bring my own food. You won't have to feed me." "Sounds good." I didn't turn him down. The kid was solid, and I needed someone in the village I could trust to run errands and pass along messages. He was a good fit. "Once your own fields are done, come help me. Don't bother bringing food. Just bring your sister along too. She can help out in the kitchen with the cooking and keeping house, so you two won't have to fire up your own stove." "You got it." Little Button took the words to heart, silently swearing to work hard and repay the kindness I'd shown him. I hefted the cloth sack, figured it was about 40 pounds, and hung it from my belt. It nearly dragged my pants down, so I took it off, tied the mouth shut tight with a hemp rope, and stuffed it into my back basket. Then I picked up the wire fishing net and headed home. But I didn't head straight back to the yard. I took a deliberate detour, going toward Widow Lu's place at the west end of the village. Just as I rounded the outside of her yard, I spotted a slender figure slowly making her way forward, carrying 2 buckets of water on a shoulder pole. Who else could it be but Lu Chunchao? I quickened my pace to meet her. Luckily, her house sat off in a corner, and there weren't many idle folks around these parts. Without a word, I pressed the fishing net into her hands, reached over to take the pole off her shoulder, and slung it over my own. Those 2 buckets of water had weighed heavy on her, but in my hands they felt light as toys. Lu Chunchao followed behind me, pressing her lips together, though the corners of her mouth kept curling up, her eyes full of tenderness. Ever since she'd taken up with me, her life had completely changed. No more going hungry, and there was meat in the pot now and then. Her body, once starved thin and drained dry by Big Girl, had filled back out. And more than that, she finally had someone to lean on. Life had never felt this steady before. The house needed. A man makes all the difference. Having one and not having one. 2 completely different worlds. Take it easy. Don't strain yourself. You'll throw out your back. She'd told me before that her mother-in-law already knew about the 2 of us. So now, coming over, I didn't have to sneak around anymore. I could move freely, whether stepping into the yard or the house. I walked straight into the outer room and poured the water from the bucket into the vat. Lu Chunchao followed behind me, quickly pulling the yard gate shut and bolting it. Inside, Grandma Lu sat on the Kang holding Dia, who was just over a year old. The little one was at the age where she was learning to walk, but she nestled quietly in her grandma's arms, not fussing at all. The moment she saw me come in, she opened her big round eyes, stretched out her chubby little hands, and started babbling. "Ah, ah." Looking at that soft little girl, my heart just melted. "Be good, Dia. Once your uncle washes his hands, I'll hold you." Grandma was hard of hearing, but she still caught the commotion and patted Dia gently. "Is that Shanzi?" "Auntie, it's me. I just caught some frogs down at the river pond by the edge of the village. Brought a few over for you. Have Chunchao stew them up later. They're real fresh." Grandma nodded again and again. "Good, good. Shanzi, our family's getting by all thanks to you. Otherwise, us 3, I really don't know how we'd manage." "Auntie, don't say that. We're all from the same village. There's no such thing as depending on anyone. It's just what I ought to do." I set down the back basket, turned around, and picked up the cloth sack of frogs, heading for the stove. Lu Chunchao hurried over to lend a hand. I untied the hemp cord around the mouth of the sack and reminded her, "When I pour them into the basin, you've got to be quick. Cover it the second I'm done. Don't let him get away." I poured about 10 pounds into the basin, and the frogs, coming back to life, started hopping around. Enough for them to eat their fill for 2 meals. I straightened up. Lu Chunchao was already standing there holding a basin of water. I washed my hands and face over it, then took the cotton towel she handed me and dried off. She stood to the side, watching me. How come you're here again? Didn't you just come 3 days ago? My hand paused as I was wiping my face, and I turned to look at her. What? You don't want me coming around? If I don't come, who's going to bring you frogs to eat? No, that's not what I meant. I pulled her into my arms and bent down to kiss her. The kiss left her legs trembling, her whole body hanging off my neck. You're so bad. Did you do that on purpose so my mother-in-law would hear? I looked at her lips, kissed red, at the two little dimples that showed the moment she smiled, and kissed her again. She can't hear a thing. What's there to worry about? It's not like I went right up to her. Kissing her with gusto, I took her hand and pulled her toward the west room. You've got no idea how pent up I've been at home. Come on. Hurry. Time waits for no one. My wife at home was expecting, so I couldn't mess around with her. This was the only place I could come. Second, without further ado, let me get straight to the point. Spring is the season for mating. Inside the house, we could both hear that donkey over at second uncle's place in the village, braying away with its harsh, grating hee-haws. Her whole body was limp and sore, like the very life had been drained out of her. She sagged against my chest, too weak to even lift a hand. She couldn't help but question everything about her life. Ever since she'd taken up with me, the number of times I'd made the trip over here was more than she and Big Girl's daddy had managed in 2 whole years put together. And every single time I went at it full force, never willing to settle for just one round. A frame as delicate as hers. How was she supposed to hold up? Once she'd finally caught her breath, her hair a tangled mess across the pillow, she reached out and gave my chest a soft little thump, her voice still thick and languid. Shanzi, when you get home, whatever you do, don't go eating too many of those toads. That stuff's a real tonic. You're like this without even eating any. If you actually ate some, I wouldn't survive. Don't you have any pity for me at all? I looked down at the woman in my arms and pulled her waist in tighter. Were you out? I couldn't bear to. I was holding back on purpose. I didn't even cut loose. She rolled her eyes so hard they nearly disappeared. This counted as holding back? If I'd really let myself go, she'd probably have passed out cold. She buried her face in my chest, too spent to argue anymore, and just concentrated on slowing her ragged breathing. By the time I got up to leave, she was so worn out she didn't even have the strength to climb down off the comm. All she could do was lie there in the covers and watch me walk out the door. Back at my own yard, the moment I stepped inside, I hauled out the toads left in my basket and handed them to my mother. Ma, caught a lot today. We can eat our fill. Ma'll make them for you right now. Eat till you're stuffed. My mother, née Lu, married into the Chin family, was the village's old hand at cooking toads. She took them and started sorting through them with practiced ease. She picked out a few plump, fat females packed with roe, planning to have Xinghua and Lianhua string them up one by one on hemp cord and hang them under the eaves to dry. That toad oil was precious stuff. Once it was dried, you could take it to town and trade it for a good amount of grain. I leaned against the door frame, watching Xinghua and Lianhua sit on their little stools, heads bent over their threading. The toads in the basin were still hopping, struggling to escape, but before long they'd been strung up one after another. A life, in the end, it can never escape being at another's mercy. It suddenly struck me that maybe people are the cruelest thing under heaven. But then I thought of that first mouthful of stewed toad, and my mouth started watering. The scale in a man's heart usually loses out to a good hot meal. The rest of the male toads, along with a small portion of the females, my mother carried into the kitchen and rinsed clean with fresh water. She gave the order without looking up. Shanzi, go scoop out a bowl of soybean paste from the crock. You can't stew toads without that flavor. I grabbed a ceramic bowl and hurried over to the paste crock in the corner of the yard. A pane of glass covered the crock. My father had bought it specially in town. Aside from the gun, it was the most prized thing in the house, and everyone always handled it with the greatest care. I lifted the glass, then peeled back the cotton cloth, and a slightly funky, savory soybean paste smell rose up right away. Yep, that was the real deal. A little stinky, sure, but every household swore by it. Mama took real pride in her homemade paste. She was clean and did things the right way, kept the paste crock spotless, no maggots, no mold, all year round. The crocks at other folks' places around the village were grimy and moldy. None of them could match the pure flavor of hers. Ma, here's the paste. I handed over the bowl full of that savory smell. She took it and got right to stewing. The firewood crackled in the stove, the pot heated up, and she scooped in a spoonful of lard. Once the oil started to smoke, she dumped in the soybean paste and stir-fried it, releasing the aroma completely. After it was fragrant, she tossed in all the frogs at once and slapped the lid on fast. There was a burst of thrashing inside the pot, and before long it went quiet. Ma lifted the lid, gave it a couple of stirs, added scallions, ginger, and star anise, sprinkled in salt, poured in a pot of clean water, then chopped up a few of our own potatoes and dropped them in. She put the lid back on and let it simmer low and slow. The smell got richer and richer until you couldn't help swallowing your spit. Ma scooped up a bit of broth to check the seasoning. Not too salty, not too bland, just right. Ready to serve. Soon a big basin of paste-braised frogs was set on the Kang table, the aroma shooting straight up your nose. The whole family gathered around, nobody bothering to talk, everyone busy blowing on their bites and stuffing their mouths. One bite, and the rich, oily frog mixed with the roe, so good you couldn't put your chopsticks down. Lianhua had bad morning sickness. Normally the sight of any meat made her queasy, but this time she ate with real appetite, putting away a whole big bowl. I could see she'd finally gotten her appetite back. Lianhua, if you like it and it doesn't make you sick, I'll go catch a bunch more these next couple days so you can eat your fill. She nodded, still chewing. These next couple days are the best time. Once the female frogs finish laying their roe, their bellies won't have this much oil and eggs anymore. All right, I'll go again tomorrow. Xinghua, you eat up too. This stuff's real nourishing. Ma, Pa, you two should build yourselves up as well. The next day, I went back to the river to catch frogs. As soon as I reached the river bend, there was little Cozy, but in the air like always, feeling around in the water. The second he saw me, he grabbed the few he'd just caught and held them out to me. This time I waved him off and didn't take them. He was saving these up to carry into town and sell for money. Times were hard for the kid. How could I really take them? Besides, I wasn't hurting for a bite. That boy could sure take hardship. I rolled up my pant legs and waded into the river. Before long, I'd caught over 30 pounds, filling up the cloth sack. Once these frogs fully recovered, a day or two at most, the water surface would be covered with a layer of frog eggs, and then they wouldn't be worth eating anymore. I was just mulling this over when, oh my God, whose girl is that? Somebody help, quick. Then came a few splashes, water flying high, no more than 2 or 3 yards from me. I stepped fast through the mud and grabbed hold of the drowning little one's clothes, yanking hard to drag them toward the bank. Not far off, the women washing clothes. Widow Li stood up, wooden laundry paddle still in hand. Gaoshan, get up here quick. Check if she's still breathing. What kind of mother's got the nerve to let a kid this little wander down to the river? She's just asking for trouble. I didn't waste time answering. I hauled the little girl over to the bank, grabbed her by the ankles, flipped her upside down, and gave her a good shake. Sure enough, it did the trick. A few mouthfuls of river water gushed out of her mouth, and she finally caught her breath. Wah, Mama. The little girl plopped down on the ground. Her padded jacket was soaked through, and the cold wind set her shivering all over, lips turning purple as she wailed at the top of her lungs. I gave her a once-over. The kid had just swallowed some water and gotten a good scare, nothing serious. I straightened up and shook the water off my hands. She's fine. I'm heading back. The wife's waiting at home for her frog stew. Sisterly, do me a favor and figure out whose kid she is. Wouldn't mind if you got her home. Sure thing, don't you worry. Forget the laundry. I'm gonna find out which family's raising this little troublemaker. Barely knee-high but bold as brass, wading right into the river. Widow Li came striding over. A crowd had gathered on the bank in no time. What happened? What's going on? Somebody fall in. Oh my, this little one's soaked to the bone. She's not gonna catch her death, is she? Good thing Gaoshan was quick, or if it had been any deeper, that child would have been in real trouble. Widow Li crouched down and studied the little girl's face for a moment, then recognized her right away and called out to the villagers. It's all right, it's all right. This is Qiuyan's oldest girl, isn't it? You little rascal, you've got some nerve. Wading into a river hole this deep, you tired of living? Wait till you get home. Your mama's gonna tan your hide. At that, the little girl only cried harder, her face a mess of tears and snot. Seeing her shivering from the cold, Widow Li couldn't bring herself to keep scolding. She gave the girl's little head a gentle nudge, quickly peeled off the wet clothes, dug out her own coat, still lying on the bank, not yet done washed, and wrapped her up, holding her close to keep her warm. Xingzi, Keep an eye on my basin and clothes for me. I'm taking this girl home. Lord knows what her mother's off doing, leaving the kid to fend for herself. Got it, sisterly. Go on ahead. I've got things covered here. And tell Chiuyin she'd better watch her little one. The river's too dangerous. Back home, it was the same pot of braised frog and soybean sauce. Only today, Lianhua seemed to have lost her appetite. She barely picked at a few bites before setting down her chopsticks. Before I knew it, 3 whole months had passed since Lianhua and Xinghua got pregnant. But the two sisters' morning sickness couldn't have been more different. Xinghua had hardly suffered at all this past month or so. Her appetite was great, everything tasted good to her, and her face had a healthy glow. Lianhua, on the other hand, was usually a feisty little firecracker, afraid of nothing under the sun. But now she was completely wrecked by morning sickness, nauseous all day long, throwing up whatever she ate, unable to keep down so much as a sip of water without heaving until she was dizzy, right down to the bile. The baby's almost due now, and she's visibly lost weight. The family has tried everything to tempt her appetite, sour apricots, hawthorn berries, but nothing helps. Whatever she eats, she throws right back up. Watching her belly slowly swell while the color drained from her face just broke my heart. That day, it was my turn to rest in Xinghua's room. She came in carrying a basin of warm water for washing feet, set it down by the edge of the Kang, and had me sit. She slipped off my shoes and eased my feet into the basin, then dragged over a little stool and sat across from me, dipping her own feet in too. 3 months along now, her belly had already started to round out a little. I reached over and tucked a stray wisp of hair behind her ear. Back in those days, a pregnant woman was nothing to fuss over. She'd still work the fields and keep the house running. Every woman in the village did the same, and nobody thought twice about it. But I couldn't help caring for my own wives. Bringing a child into the world was already like standing at death's door. Making a woman do heavy labor on top of that seemed far too cruel. So whenever I was home, I took on all the hard work myself, chopping firewood, hauling water, moving heavy loads, and never let them lift a finger. Xinghua and Lianhua saw all of it, kept it close to their hearts, and went about their days with smiles on their faces. Deep down, the two sisters felt that marrying me was the best decision they'd ever made. And it wasn't just the two of them who felt lucky. There wasn't a woman in all of Nanga village who didn't envy them. People used to say I'd struck it rich, taking 2 wives, having both sisters wait on me alone, and both of them lookers, too. Others wagged their tongues, saying the sisters were bound to have a rough life ahead. But once word spread that both were 3 months pregnant, and the village aunties and sisters-in-law saw their rosy complexions and their softly filled-out faces, they knew exactly what kind of life this household had. Now, whenever those 2 sisters came up, everyone was green with envy, saying that marrying into the Chen family and finding a man as capable and caring as me was a blessing earned over lifetimes. Pregnant and not having to do a lick of hard work. Nobody else got treatment like that. For most women, giving birth right there in the furrows of the field was a common thing. Watching Lianhua like this, I frowned. Didn't Ma say the nausea's supposed to pass after 3 months? Why's Lianhua still having it so bad? Her belly's about to grow, but her face has thinned out a whole size. She's suffering too much. Xinghua rubbed the top of my foot and let out a sigh. I've tried every folk remedy there is. Ginger tea, sour plum drink. Didn't skip a single one. But Lianhua still throws up everything she eats. Can't keep down a single bite. She paused. The other day, I ran into Annie Wong at the edge of the village. She said when she was carrying Shaqiang, she had the same kind of vomiting. Later, Uncle Wong went up the mountain and gathered wild chives, boiled them with ginger juice. She drank it for 2 days, and it stopped. Worked like a charm. Wild chives, now those 3 words I knew well. When I was little, Grandma used to gather them up on the mountain. They were more tender than the ones we grew at home, with a sharper, richer fragrance. She'd bring them back and make chive pockets, in one bite. A mouthful of fragrance. We've got ginger at home. I'll head up the mountain tomorrow to look for wild chives, I said. Whatever the method, if it keeps Lianhua from throwing up, it's a good one. We'll try them all. Xinghua caught me staring at her and flung the foot towel right at me. What are you looking at? Didn't get enough as a kid? Wipe your own feet. I laughed as I caught it, wiped my feet, and pulled her over. She hurried to shield her belly. Hey, easy now. I can do it myself. What are you scared of? I'll hold back. The oil lamp's light flickered on the wall. The wind outside still carried the chill of a late spring cold snap, but inside it was plenty hot. She turned her face away and ignored me, so I leaned in close to her ear. The lamp wick crackled and popped a spark. By the small hours of the night, we'd refilled the oil lamp twice. Xinghua climbed off the Kang, shooting me a glare over her shoulder. "Shanzi, you really were born of a donkey." I grinned. A man's got to have some skills, after all. The big rooster in the yard stretched its neck and crowed right on time. One crow after another. It was the whole family's living alarm clock, rousing every last one of the Chun household out of bed. Ever since Lianhua got pregnant, her morning sickness had been rough. Now she couldn't stand the slightest whiff of cooking grease. One sniff, and she'd feel sick. All the kitchen work fell to Xinghua and old Chen's wife. I squatted in the yard brushing my teeth. Toothbrush dipped in salt. That thing was a rare luxury in Nanga village. Ordinary farming folk couldn't bear the expense. They'd just snap off a willow twig and chew the end soft to make do. The Chen family didn't scrimp on a little something like that. Lianhua ladled up a gourd of clean water and held it out to me. "Rinse." I took a mouthful, swished it around, spat it into the vegetable patch, and wiped the corner of my mouth. "How you feeling? Still nauseous this morning?" Her little face was sallow, but she put on a brave front. "I'm fine. Way better than yesterday. Y'all stop fussing over me." She couldn't fool me. I saw right through it. "I heard a folk remedy from Xinghua. I'll head up the mountain in a bit. No matter what, I'll bring it back for you. I'm gonna get you eating again if it's the last thing I do." Breakfast was set out on the Kong table. Old Chen's wife, aching for her 2 pregnant daughters-in-law, dropped a boiled egg into each of Xinghua's and Lianhua's bowls. "Lianhua, no matter how sick you feel, you've got to get that egg down," Old Chen's wife said. "Every mouthful you take now feeds 2. If you don't eat, the baby suffers right along with you." Lianhua gritted her teeth and forced the egg down. "Ma, I know. I'll eat it. I'll just treat it like a dose of bitter medicine." I gobbled down my corn porridge in a few bites, set down my chopsticks, and got up. "Y'all take your time. Don't wait on me. I'm heading up the mountain." Basket on my back, sickle in hand, I set off for the hill behind the house. The snow in the village had melted clean away, and the dirt road was soaked to mush by the meltwater. One step, and the soft mud would cake the whole sole of your shoe. Every few steps I had to stop and scrape it off with the handle of my sickle. By the time I reached the foot of the mountain, there were more bugs around. I pulled out a strip of coarse cloth and bound my pant legs tight from the ankle up, afraid of the snakes that come out this season slithering up your leg. Spring is exactly when wild vegetables grow like crazy. Spiny Aralia shoots, wild garlic, ostrich fern, dandelion greens, do still clinging to their leaves. Every one of these fields was cleared by the folks in the village, one hoe stroke at a time, generation after generation. Nanga village had few people and plenty of land, and as long as you were willing to put in the sweat, however much wasteland you cleared was yours to farm. Back in the day, things weren't so peaceful. All the good rice had to be handed over to that bunch that trampled all over people, and we were left gnawing on cornmeal buns. Now that those people have slunk off with their tails between their legs, everybody can finally eat white rice and white flour. The only thing is, the bandits up in the deep mountains still come down to steal grain every now and then, so you've got to keep your wits about you. I kept my head down searching for a good while, but there wasn't a trace of wild chives. Instead, I snapped off a big handful of spiny Aralia shoots. Now this stuff, whether you fry it with eggs or blanch it and dip it in bean paste, is the #1 wild green there is. The sun climbed straight overhead, and sweat beaded on my forehead. Right then, the brush up ahead rustled. Shu star. My chest tightened. Could it be a wild boar coming down from the mountain? My hand gripped the sickle without my even thinking about it. Funny thing was, my old body used to be as frail as a 50-year-old man's. Squat down too long, and I'd see stars when I stood up. But ever since I came to this place, that same frame had energy to burn, and I never got tired working. This good body was the best stroke of luck I'd gotten after landing in this world. The rustling got closer and closer. In the next instant, I pulled a Mauser pistol out of my space, the chamber loaded full of rounds, and leveled the muzzle straight ahead. "Who's there?" A figure wobbled up from behind the old locust tree and staggered. It was a woman. When she got a clear look at that black muzzle, her legs went weak, the vegetable basket in her hands hit the ground with a thud, and the wild greens scattered everywhere. "Don't shoot. It's me. Chuyan. Brother Gaoshan, it's me." I squinted and recognized her. It was Sister Chuyan from the village. I quickly lowered the gun, tucked it back at my waist, and covered it with the hem of my shirt. Sister Chiuyin, why aren't you tending your fields this early in the morning? What are you doing digging wild greens out here at the foot of the mountain? The words were barely out of my mouth when it came back to me. Senpongzi had passed not long ago, and Chiuyin was a widow now, raising two little girls on her own, running everything inside and out by herself. Senpongzi's gone, and you're raising two little girls all alone. It really isn't easy for you. She bent down and picked the wild greens back into the basket one by one, a whole heaping basket full. You could tell she'd been at it for quite a while. Brother Gaoshan, a while back it was thanks to you that my eldest girl was saved. For a kindness that big, I should have brought the children over to kowtow to you long ago. Her voice was hoarse, but the minute she got back, my eldest ran a high fever and got real sick. All the grain I traded for from Uncle Changfa went to buying medicine. I'm so poor I don't have a single decent thing to thank you with. Looking at her worn-out face, I felt a pang in my heart too. We live in the same village, can't turn around without running into each other. What's there to thank? It was nothing at all, not worth mentioning. I asked, is Danai feeling any better? The fever's broken. Her life's out of danger. She's just weak, still coughing all the time. As long as she's okay, I said. Every family runs into hard times. Helping each other out is just what we do. Don't go on about owing me anything. Let's not bring it up again. My mind was still on what I'd come to do, so I made to head deeper into the woods. But Sister Chiuyin hurried after me and grabbed hold of my sleeve, refusing to let go. Gaoshan, wait. She bit her lower lip, as if she'd made some enormous decision. I stopped. Her eyes went red, and the tears she'd been holding back for so long came pouring down. That worthless son of a bitch, Senpongzi, never gave me one good day while he was alive. Now that he's dead, and this'll bring curses down on me for saying it, I'm not the least bit sad. If anything, I feel relieved. But he sure got off easy, dying and leaving nothing behind for me and the two girls. It's not just being short on food and clothes that's hard on me, she said, her voice trembling. It's the nights I'm most afraid of. All those old bachelors in the village see there's no man in my house, and they come banging on my door and windows every couple of days, mouths full of filth. I drive them off one by one with the fire poker, but a widow with two little girls. Anybody figures they can come stomp all over her. The moment it gets dark, my heart climbs right up into my throat. I lie awake all night long, and the darkness stretches on with no end. Sometimes it gets so unbearable I can't hold it in, but I don't dare cry out loud, afraid I'll scare the children. So I bite down on the quilt and wipe my tears in secret. When I really can't sleep, I grab a handful of soybeans and put them in a bowl, counting them out one by one, then counting them all back again, just gutting it out till dawn. She lifted her head and looked at me, her eyes shot through with red from all those sleepless nights. Gaoshan, in this whole life of mine, why couldn't I ever end up with a man like you? Someone who understands, who cares, who could protect me and my two girls. In that moment, I said nothing. It suddenly struck me that the hardest part of a person's life was never how exhausting the days were, but having nothing to look forward to at night. Senpongzi had abused her while he lived, and dying, he'd dumped this whole mess on her. But life still had to go on, and the two girls still had to be raised. She wasn't being shameless. She'd been backed into a corner, and this was the only thing she had left to offer. I gently pried her hand off my sleeve. Sister, this can't happen, I said, slowly but without any doubt. The way you're trying to save yourself, it shouldn't be this. She froze, the tears stopping on her cheeks. I remember what happened with Danai. That debt, I acknowledge it. I dug out half a sack of dry rations and a few bills from my back basket and tucked them under the wild greens in her basket. Take these for now, for emergencies. From here on, I'll lend a hand in the fields when I can spare the time, and during the busy season I'll round up a few of the young men to help you. If anybody dares come make trouble at your door in the night again, you just use my name. I paused. He paused. Sister-in-law Wang came to talk to you a couple days back about pairing you up with big dumb Chang. Now, Chang may be simple, but he's strong, he listens, and he'd never mistreat you. And Sister Wang, she's a capable, sensible woman. If you take your two girls and marry him, you'll live an honest, above-board life. That beats everything. It's 100 times better than lying awake at midnight counting beans just to get by. Sister Chiuyin stood there, dazed. The wind cut through the forest, and dewdrops fell one by one from the wild vegetable leaves. After a long while, she lowered her head, her shoulders shaking. But this time she cried differently, not from despair, but from relief. Brother Gaoshan. She wiped her face. You really are a good man. There's not another like you in this whole village. I'm no saint, I said, hoisting the basket onto my back. I just can't stand watching someone get backed into a corner. Head on home, sister. Your two girls are waiting for you to cook supper. I turned and headed deeper into the woods, looking for the patch of wild chives that would stop Lianhua from throwing up. Behind me came the soft rustle of Sister Chiuyin slinging her vegetable basket back over her shoulder. The sound was lighter than when she'd come. The rain had just stopped, and the dirt path was slick with mud. I saw Sister Chiuyin off, retied the drawstring of her pants for her, and brushed the bits of grass from her hair. In all these years, that's the first time I've eaten so full, she said softly. She hesitated before finally saying what was on her mind. Brother Gaoshan, I've made up my mind. I'll say yes to that match with the Wang family. Not for anything else. My two girls, Danny and Ernie, are still growing. You're the best hunter in the village. You never come home empty-handed. So from now on, if you've got any meat left over. She didn't finish. She dropped her head, too ashamed to go on. I understood what she meant. A mother willing to lay her pride on the ground for her children's sake. That kind of resolve weighs heavy on a person. I nodded and agreed. Nobody gets through this life without having to ask for a hand at some point. If you can help someone up, don't hold back. She thanked me over and over, then pointed out the way. Head a little farther into the deep mountains, and I'd find wild chives growing in a sheltered crack in the rocks. We parted at the fork in the trail, and I felt my way forward with the basket on my back. After about 20 minutes, a lush patch of green came into view, crowded into a gap in the rocks. I bent down and pulled one up. The root was purple, and when I held it to my nose, a sharp chive scent hit me. The leaves were wider than the homegrown kind. This was the real deal, genuine wild chives. I picked a big handful, then crouched to strip off the old roots and withered leaves, so my family wouldn't have to bother with it. As I stood and dusted off the dirt, something caught the corner of my eye in the woods nearby. Not far off, in the underbrush, a big dark shape was rooting head down in the ground. My heart lurched. I'd just seen Sister Chiuyin off. Could it be I'd run into Widow Li again, the one always poking around up in these hills? But then I listened closer, grunting and snuffling. That was no woman's voice at all. I didn't dare let my guard down. I took the Type 38 rifle out of my storage space and pressed the rounds into the magazine one by one. Crouching low, gun leveled, I crept closer, inch by inch. Less than 10 meters out, our eyes met. Every hair on my body stood on end. A wild boar. Its whole body bristled with coarse black hair, standing on end. Two tusks jutted from the corners of its mouth, gleaming white as it kept its head down, smacking its jaws. A boar on its own is usually a lone male, and those have the nastiest temper. In a blink, it caught the scent of a human. Its ears snapped upright, its eyes locked dead on me, and it dug in its hooves, ready to bolt into the woods. But I'd already lined up my shot. I squeezed the trigger. Bang! The bullet caught it square in the hind leg. The momentum of its charge was too much to stop. It lurched sideways, tumbled down the slope a few times, and slammed into the ground. But this beast was pure wild. Wounded as it was, it still struggled to get back on its feet. I wasn't about to give it the chance. I chased after it and fired again. Bang! It went down face first again, thrashed twice, and somehow hauled itself back up. 2 shots, and neither hit anything vital. Now this lone boar had gone completely mad. Its eyes burned red, white steam blasted from its nostrils, and each low, guttural grunt came heavier than the last. What a thick hide. Mountain boars spend years rubbing against pine resin and rolling in mud pits. The mud mixes with the sap and cakes onto their hide, hard as armor. A regular hunter's homemade musket couldn't even punch through it. The old hunters passed it down by word of mouth. A sow with young and a rutting boar are the most dangerous. If you run into one, climb a tree first, don't take it head on. But I had a Type 38 in my hands. One shot, clean through. It lowered its head, baring its tusks, and charged at me like something possessed. I fixed my aim dead on the center of its skull, the only kill spot. 3 steps. Its tusks nearly reached my chest. I pulled the trigger. The bullet bored straight into the middle of its brow. The instant the shot rang out, I stepped back on instinct. That vicious brute froze mid-motion. Its head dropped, both front legs buckled, and it crashed to its knees right in front of me, then pitched forward and smacked hard into the ground. Its limbs twitched. Blood welled up and streamed from the hole in its brow. I didn't dare let my guard down. This thing had a tough grip on life. One last kick from a dying beast, and even a single hit wouldn't be worth it. If it was going to die, it had to die for good. I raised the rifle and put another round in its head. Once I was sure it wasn't breathing, I stowed the gun in my storage space, bent down, and drew the short knife strapped to my calf, cutting into its neck. That's when I really felt how thick a boar's hide was. It took 2 full passes just to break through and bleed it out. I'd have to give this blade a good sharpening back home. It had gone dull. As the blood drained out, I turned to look at the patch of ground it had been digging up. Deep in the mountains, wild boars and badgers are the best at sniffing out ginseng roots. When you go up the mountain to harvest ginseng, you can't call it by its name. Old ginseng has turned into a spirit. It understands human speech, and one shout, and it slips away. Call it bongshui instead, and it won't recognize you're talking about it. It figures it's well hidden and stays put. That's the old-timers' rule. Believe it or not, that's up to you. I crouched down and dug through the loose soil. If a boar this ferocious had bothered to put in the effort to dig here, chances were it had caught the scent of. Found something rare. I dug around for a good while, but there wasn't a single decent ginseng sprout left. I curled my lip. Just like I said, ginseng isn't that easy to come by. But the more I thought about it, the more something felt off. My curiosity got the better of me, so I started digging with my bare hands. Before long, my fingertips touched a tiny sprout, like a bean sprout just poking through. Spring sprouting ginseng. The old stalk and withered leaves had long since rotted away, leaving only this tender shoot hidden in the soil. You'd never spot it without looking closely. I didn't dare yank it out. I just brushed my hand over that little sprout, and the whole wild ginseng, roots and all, went into the space completely intact. I opened my palm, and my eyes lit up. A 5-pronged beauty, shaped as perfectly as a human figure. The longest tendril was a good half-meter long, and not a single root fiber was broken. So the space had this use too, harvesting ginseng without a scratch, saving me a ton of trouble. I couldn't tell exactly how old it was, but with quality like this, it was definitely a rare find. I placed it in my basket and covered it with a layer of wild leeks. Sometimes the thing you're desperately searching for slips through your fingers, and then you turn around and stumble onto an even bigger stroke of luck. In this world, some things just can't be rushed. I looked back at the wild boar. The blood had all drained out. I scraped together a pile of dirt to bury the blood pit, then gave its hind leg a tug. Medium build, a little over a year old. I'm nearly 6'3", 180 pounds, and this boar weighed just about the same as me. I could have hauled it on my back, sure, but with a perfectly good space right there, insisting on lugging it myself? That'd make me a real dumb ox. I stowed the boar in the space, dusted off my hands, and headed down the mountain. Near the village entrance, once I made sure no one was around, I let the boar back out and hoisted it onto my shoulder. The path was slick, so I inched forward one careful step at a time. At the head of the village, a bunch of kids were huddled together playing mud popper, molding clay into balls and slamming them against the ground. Smack, smack, competing to see who's made the biggest hole. One sharp-eyed kid spotted me and suddenly hollered at the top of his lungs. Stop! Everybody stop! Look at what Uncle Shanzy's got on his shoulder. The kids looked up, followed his gaze, and instantly went wild. Oh my goodness! A wild boar. Such a huge one. Uncle Shanzy's amazing. The #1 hunter in our village. Nobody can top him. A crowd of kids swarmed around me, chattering away, one moment jumping up to touch the black bristles, the next firing off questions. When they saw I was just focused on getting home, they got bored after a while and scattered, squatting back down to play with their mud. These 5- and 6-year-old rascals are the most carefree folks in the whole village. These are the most leisurely days they'll ever have. Once they grow up and shoulder a hoe, that ease will be gone for good. I didn't dare stop the whole way, afraid I'd lose my strength and couldn't carry it anymore, and even more afraid the meat would spoil if it stayed wrapped up too long. I made it back to the yard in one straight shot. Lianhua was tending the stove, making flatbread, thinking about bringing food to Ma and Pa out in the fields, and to Xinghua, when she looked up and saw a dark shadow in the doorway. It was me, carrying a huge wild boar. She jumped in fright, her spatula freezing midair. Oh my goodness! You went back into the old forest again. She ran out to help, but I turned aside and set the wild boar down gently on the ground. Don't grab it. It's dead heavy. You'll pull something. I caught my breath. Ma and Pa and Xinghua all out in the fields. All of them. She turned and ladled up a scoop of water. Here, drink up and take it easy. You were gone so long. My heart was pounding. I figured something happened to you up on the mountain. I tipped my head back and gulped down half the scoop, tossed the rest onto the dirt, and wiped my chin. Lianhua, your water's just sweeter than anywhere else. Her face flushed. She turned back toward the stove and asked, Did you find the wild leeks? Found em. When have I ever come back empty-handed? And not just the leeks. I brought you back something good. I got up and glanced out past the yard, then walked over and barred the gate tight. Back at the basket, I first lifted off the layer of wild leeks on top, then went inside and dug out a clean scrap of cloth. I laid that club flat on the cloth, a whole ginseng root, shaped like a little man, spread out complete. The quality was outstanding. Lianhua had just finished griddling the last flatbread. She wiped her hands on her apron, turned around, and her eyes went wide all at once. She leaned in and clapped a hand over her mouth. That shape, wasn't it exactly the club her pa was always going on about? I lowered my voice. Luck was on my side today. Couldn't find any wild leeks down at the foot of the mountain, so I pushed deeper into the woods and ran smack into this boar. Saw it rooting up the ground. Good thing I brought the rifle. Dropped it in 3 shots. Guess what it was digging up? Her eyes went wide. She whispered, It's this ginseng. That's right. This right here's the treasure. I nodded. Go wash your hands and find a safe spot to stash it. Whatever you do, don't breathe a word. No sense stirring up envy. We'll figure it out when Ma and Pa get home, whether to keep it for ourselves or find a way to sell it. Let me deal with the boar first. If I let it sit too long, the guts will turn and the whole thing will be ruined. I drew my short knife, poured a scoop of cool water over the whetstone in the corner of the yard, and worked the blade back and forth with both hands. I tested the edge with my thumb, then carried out a big basin of hot water and set it beside the pig. Lianhua took the ladle and poured the boiling water over the thick bristles, 1 scoop at a time. I scraped down close against the hide. This boar had been rubbing off pine tar and rolling in mud, and the bristles along its back were stiff as steel needles. You had to scald them through again and again before you could work them loose. 1 poured, 1 scraped. We had it down to a rhythm. The caked pine tar and clumps of mud peeled away layer by layer, revealing clean white skin underneath. Even the hairs in the crevices came off clean, though the ones on the head stayed put. Next came the gutting. I ran the blade down the belly and pulled out the intestines, heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys one by one, laying each into the wooden basin. The most precious thing on this animal was the boar's stomach, especially one with little nodules on its surface, which could be used in medicine. The old-timers said that boars, foraging wild in the mountains, would now and then swallow a venomous snake. The fangs would pierce the stomach wall, and once healed, they'd leave behind scar-like nodules. The more nodules, the more valuable it was as medicine. It'd fetch a fine price in town. I cut the stomach out whole, poured out what was left inside, and took a look, densely covered. The prickly little sprouts. They look off-putting, but anyone who knows their stuff knows they're good eating. Lianhua had already packed the flatbread, teapot, and pickled vegetable strips into the meal basket, slung it over her arm, and was about to head out. Shanzi, I'll take the food to Ma and Pa and Sis first. I left yours in the pot. I straightened up, rinsed my hands clean in the water, and stopped her. Don't you go. I'll make the trip. It's a good chance to hitch up the wagon and haul that wild boar meat into town to sell. It's getting hotter by the day, and the meat won't keep. Just save us a hindquarter, enough to eat, and I'll trade the rest for some grain and cloth. It's spring now, so you and Xinghua can each make yourselves a new set of clothes. As I spoke, I took the basket off her arm. In the stable, that chestnut red horse had a gentle temper and plenty of strength. Seeing me come over, it flicked its tail and snorted. I patted its neck, hauled out the saddle and harness, and rigged everything up carefully. In no more than 10 minutes, I led the wagon out the side gate, then ducked into the storehouse to wrap the pork tight in a piece of coarse cloth and load it onto the wagon. Lianhua handed me a cloth bundle, 2 flatbreads, and some pickle strips for the road. Come back early. Don't be like last time. Don't worry, I'll head straight home once it's sold. I climbed onto the wagon, cracked the whip with a shout, and set off toward the fields. At the edge of our own land, I reined in. Pa, Ma, Xinghua, take a break and eat. I hopped down, filled them in on the gist of it, then drove the wagon on toward town. This time I wasn't selling the pork in the village. I had to take it to town. I had my own reasons. Unless I made a trip out, there was no honest way to bring out all the good stuff stashed in my space. The old horse knew the way. It had been raised at home for years and could walk the route from home to Fooping Town and back with its eyes closed. I loosened the reins and let it amble along at its own pace, then reached for one of the big cornmeal flatbreads Lianhua had made me and stuffed it into my mouth with a strip of pickle, taking a rough bite to tide myself over. I checked my watch. About an hour had passed, and the town had come into view. It was already afternoon. The bustle of the morning market had long faded, and figures were sparse along the main street. Going by memory, I found the Fulai Tavern, where I'd been delivering goods for years, the grandest eatery in town, with a blue cloth wine banner hanging out front. Luinzi, the waiter who greeted customers at the door, had a sharp eye and recognized me at a glance. We were close in age, pretty much of the same generation. Back when I used to come with my pa to deliver game, I'd always slip him a handful of roasted peanuts or a few dried dates. Over time, we'd grown friendly. Life on the road isn't about fighting and killing. It's about knowing how to work people. Even with Boss Zhao, my pa would send over a rabbit or a pheasant now and then. Luinzi came up to greet me, grinning warmly. Shanzi, how come you're on your own today? Didn't come with Uncle Chin? What kind of good game did you bag this time? My pa's tied up with the spring planting at home. Couldn't get away, so I came by myself. Got lucky, ran into a big wild boar up in the hills, so I brought it over special for the tavern. Boss Zhao, you there? At the mention of wild boar, his eyes lit up instantly. Yeah, the boss is out back going over the books. Don't come through the front. Bring your horse and follow me to the back gate, so you don't block the customers. Then he turned and hollered into the shop. Go Xing. I'm taking Shanzi out back to see the boss. Keep an eye on the front and look after the guests. You got it, Brother Inzi, don't worry. Leading my horse, I followed him toward the back courtyard. Shanzi, it's been what? Over 2 months since you last showed up? Just the other day the boss was talking about you, wondering why your family stopped bringing deliveries. We're just about out of game meat. The wind's been fierce up in the mountains lately, and there's been a ton of farm work, so I couldn't get up there. Ran into this boar by pure luck today. Took everything I had to bring it down. The words had barely left his mouth when Lu Inzi suddenly crouched down, glanced left and right, and once he saw no one was around, leaned in close to my ear. Shanzi, let me tell you something big. You know that warehouse the Russians took over in town? The one that used to be our town police compound? 2 months back, it blew up in the middle of the night. Flames shot straight up, half the town could see it. I was the one who blew up that warehouse. I kept my face perfectly calm and instead widened my eyes. For real? That's no small thing. How'd it just blow up out of nowhere? How the hell would I know? 1 minute it's fine, the next it's blowing sky high, scared the living daylights out of everybody. He gritted his teeth. If you ask me, heaven's got eyes. Only shame is it didn't blow every last one of those good-for-nothing Russian bastards to pieces. He edged even closer to me. And that's not even the biggest news. Our restaurant gets travelers and traders from all over, folks who know what's going on. I've got something even more important, so listen up, and whatever you do, don't breathe a word of it to any outsiders. Cooped up in the village for so long, I was starving for news from the outside. I nodded right away. The Russians packed up and vanished last month. Word from the peddlers who eat here regular is that a group came over from Haiqing. They call them Ba Yihui, and took over our whole area, just like that. They just fought a hard battle against the ones in the yellow coats, and turned right around and put out word that they're gonna wipe out every bandit and outlaw gang up in those mountains. You wouldn't believe it. The traders say these folks dress just like us farmers, clothes and shoes all worn out, leggings wrapped up. And they set some rules, say they won't take so much as a bite of food or a drink from the common people, won't beat folks or curse at them. See somebody hauling water or chopping wood, they'll step right up and lend a hand, friendly as your own neighbors. But I don't buy it for a second. We common folk are just little shrimp in the mud. Anybody who comes along can stomp on us and give us a pinch. Same old wine in a new bottle. When the Russians and the Japanese came, didn't they all grab our grain and haul off our young men? These people are probably just putting on an act, cut from the same cloth as those old Russians. I understood it clearly in my heart. The Ba Yihui coming out of Lu Yinzi's mouth was, they're the people's army, come to liberate this place. Ever since the Japs pulled out, the bandits up in the mountains had gotten bolder and folks had suffered plenty because of it. If these soldiers really showed up, those outlaws wouldn't last long. Don't be so sure. Everything's got a good side and a bad side. If these people really care about the common folk, then it's a blessing for us. Clear the bandits out of those mountains, and from then on we can farm and hunt and actually sleep easy at night. Life would be a whole lot better. Luinzi curled his lip and shook his head. Either way, they haven't even gotten a solid foothold in Black Castle yet. It'll be a while before they can reach a little backwater like ours. Shanzi, take my advice. Go home and hide your grain and anything worth money. You never know what's in a man's heart. Don't wait till the day they actually come to grab our food, 'cause by then there won't be anywhere left to cry about it. I knew he meant well. In times of war and chaos, it never hurts to keep your guard up. Don't worry, I've got it. I'll sort it out the minute I get back. At the back door, I tied the cart up under the old locust tree. The old horse was breathing hard, head down, munching on grass. Luinzi had business on his mind. He tossed out a quick, "Hang on, I'll go get the boss," and hurried inside. I rolled up my sleeves, hoisted the cleaned-out wild boar onto my shoulder, and walked into the back kitchen. Boss Zhao was already waiting by the stove with a big grin on his face. "Shanzi, finally. You're just the man I've been waiting for. I love buying from you Chens. Every time it's cleaned up nice and neat. 100 times better than anybody else." He stepped forward, ran a hand over the pork, then leaned in for a sniff to make sure it was fresh with no off smell. He nodded, satisfied. "Oh, right. Did you bring the pig's stomach? That stuff's a real treasure. Cures stomach trouble like nothing else." I set the boar down, pulled the oil paper-wrapped stomach out of my cloth bag, and handed it over. "Boss Zhao, this one's got a whole lot of those little nodules on it." He turned it over a couple of times, and his eyes lit up. "That's good stuff. Come on, let's weigh it." The kitchen hand hauled over the big steelyard scale they kept in the back. He and I lifted the boar together and hung it on the hook. The kitchen hand squinted at the weight markers. "Boss, the whole boar comes to 142 caddies." Boss Zhao worked the abacus. "Things are a mess out there these days. One kind of paper money today, another tomorrow, and they're worthless before you know it. I hear Black Castle just scrapped the old notes and put out these new Northeast Bank bills. But we go way back, so I won't play those games. I'll settle up in silver dollars like always, 5 caddies of boar meat per dollar. And since this nodule-covered stomach is prime stuff, I'll give you a flat 20 silver dollars for it. Sound good?" The yuan shirkai dollars weren't worth what they used to be, but at least they were hard currency, a lot better than that worthless paper. Besides, my dad and Boss Zhao had been doing business together for over 10 years, and his prices were always fair. I didn't hesitate. "Deal." He counted out the silver dollars one by one. No more, no less, exactly 48. "Count 'em, make sure it's right." I fixed my eyes on his hand and counted the money again. Exactly 48 yuan. "Thanks, Boss Zhao." "Don't mention it. You hand over the cash, I hand over the meat. Fair trade. Nobody loses out." He waved me off, then made a point of adding, "Say, Gaoshan, next time you bag a wild boar, be sure to save me that pig's stomach with the nodules on it." "Don't worry. I'll bring it straight to you next time." I tucked away the silver dollars and drove the cart around town, stopping at every grain store and general shop to ask about the prices of grain, oil, and salt. The prices really did change from one day to the next. First, I bought 50 meat buns and 30 sesame flatbreads, wrapped them up in paper bags, and stashed them in the cart to snack on along the way. Passing a general goods stall, I spotted rows of clamshell hand cream, all glossy and moist, just the thing for cracked hands and feet in winter. The vendor was asking 1,000 yuan apiece. Remembering I still had plenty of the pocket money Pa had given me, I bought 10 in one go and tucked them into my coat. Once I'd finished my errands, I drove out of town, found a spot with lush grass and water, and let the old horse graze and drink and rest up. He lazily swished his tail and chewed for a good hour before I finally headed back toward the village. The trip home was uneventful, no run-ins with bandits. While the road was empty, I stowed all the buns and flatbreads into my space. By the time the cart neared the edge of the village, the sky had already darkened, and chimney smoke was rising from every household. I glanced around to make sure no one was watching, then pulled the supplies out of my space and let them drop onto the cart out of thin air. 50 jean of white flour and 20 jean of cornmeal, all bagged up in cloth, 20 cans of canned pork, 2 pairs of rubber shoes, 10 pairs of socks, 5 bars of scented soap, 10 boxes of matches, tooth powder and toothbrushes, white sugar and fine salt, plus a tin box of hard candies with candy wrappers, 2 bolts of fabric, one with a dark floral pattern, the other navy blue coarse cloth, and 2 cartons of Old Sword cigarettes on top of it all. The odds and ends piled up nearly half the cart. I pulled the cloth that had covered the pork over the whole load and put the silver dollars back into my space. A man out and about needs some cash in his pocket. It gives him the confidence to handle anything. Just as I was entering the village, most of the folks out in the fields were hurrying home to cook dinner. I'd hoped to sneak the goods back under cover of darkness, but I ran into people anyway. "Shanzi, were you off to with the cart?" Uncle Kaisi, a hoe slung over his shoulder, was walking along the dirt road and called out to me in passing. "Uncle Kaisi," I bagged a wild boar, took it to town to trade for some cornmeal, and picked up a few odds and ends. "Brother Sean." It was Little Button and his little sister, Zhou Shuanghong, the two of them heading into the village with a hoe and a rake over their shoulders. I gave a whoa, and the old horse obediently stopped. "Little Button, hop on with your sister. I'll give you two a ride part of the way." Little Button didn't stand on ceremony. He knew I was a straight shooter and plopped himself right down on the cart. I turned and fished a small handful of hard candies out of the tin box, holding them out to Zhou Shuanghong. The girl was shy. She stared at the precious candies, her eyes wide as saucers, timid, her head bowed low. Bowing her head, too shy to take it. "Shuanghong, take the candy." "Look at you, girl. Go on, take it. When someone gives you something, just take it. No need to be so polite." With that, I tucked the candy right into her little arms. Cozy urged her anxiously. "You silly kid. Hurry up and thank Brother Shanzi." She snuck a glance up at me, then froze for a long moment before finally speaking. Thank you, Brother Shanzi." The second the words were out, she ducked her head again, her little face quietly flushing red, her hands gripping the candy even tighter. The cart rolled forward a few steps, with Cozy sitting up on the cart bed. "Brother Shanzi, once the work in our fields is done, I'll bring my sister over to help out at your place, cutting grass, hauling water, pulling weeds. There's nothing I can't do." I looked up ahead and pointed at a little fenced yard not far off. "Sure, I'll hold you to it. Is that your place up there?" "Yep." Cozy nimbly hopped off the cart, steadied himself, and reached over to protect his little sister. I noticed it just a moment ago. This little girl kept sneaking looks at me. She must have a sweet tooth. By the roadside, Zhou Shuanghong trailed behind her brother, staring down at the candy ball in her palm, her little head all in a muddle, replaying over and over the way I'd tucked the candy into her arms. It wasn't until Cozy turned back and called out to her that she snapped out of it and quickly caught up. Xinghua carried a bowl of freshly cooked broth into the yard. The liquid in the bowl was a pale, pale green, wild leeks boiled together with ginger. I'd gone to a lot of trouble to gather it up in the hills, and it'd be a shame not to drink it. She walked over to Lianhua and handed her the bowl. "Lianhua, drink it while it's hot. See if this home remedy does any good. If it makes you feel better, I'll cook you some more tomorrow." Lianhua was sitting on a little stool scrubbing laundry, and the moment she heard home remedy, she reflexively felt like gagging. "Sis, it's too hot. Let it cool down a bit. Let me rest a minute before I drink it." "Too hot. Nothing, it's already warm. Drink it now." Xinghua pushed the bowl forward again, knitting her brows. "You can't eat a thing day after day. Where's the baby in your belly supposed to get any nourishment? What if it's born all scrawny, with barely any hair, nothing but skin and bones? For the baby's sake, you've got to grit your teeth and drink it down." Lianhua knew her sister meant well, and she understood this was my kindness too. She took a deep breath, shut her eyes, tipped her head back, and gulped it all down in one go. It was spicy and bitter, with that stewed wild leek stench mixed in. She clapped a hand over her mouth. "Sis, quick, scoop me a bowl of water to wash it down." Before Xinghua could even turn around, the clatter of horse hooves came from beyond the yard gate. Lianhua's eyes lit up, and in an instant she forgot the bitterness in her mouth. "It's Shanzi, Shanzi's back." She'd just run to the doorway when she caught sight of me leading the cart through the side gate. "Shanzi, you're finally back. Dinner's been ready for ages. We were just waiting on you. Go call Dad out first, and we'll haul the stuff off the cart into the house together." The whole family pitched in, going back and forth. Several trips, and I hauled everything into the main room. Once I was done, I didn't rush to show off. Instead, I pulled the family over to sit by the edge of the Kang and told them, word for word, everything Lou Silverback in town had said. The room went dead quiet in an instant. Except for me. Calm as ever, Everyone's face had darkened. Old Lady Chen twisted her mouth, sighing and moaning. What kind of world is this, anyway? Can't they just let us common folk have a few peaceful days? Today it's this one showing up, tomorrow it's that one, and the day after it's some other big shots flunky. How'd our little corner become such a hot piece of meat that everybody wants to take a bite? Lianhua and Xinghua exchanged a glance. Both pregnant women felt a flutter of panic. They clasped their hands together and turned in unison to Old Man Shun, waiting for him to make the call. Old Man Shun gripped his pipe, took a couple of puffs, puff, puff, and sat there frowning, saying nothing. About a minute passed. Shanzi, what do you make of this? I didn't hold back and spoke right up. No matter who comes, us common folk still have to keep living our lives. Right now, the most important thing is to stock up on grain, hide anything valuable, and never, ever flaunt our wealth. There's an old saying that puts it well. Keep quiet and you'll get rich. Ma, the three of you shouldn't wander outside the village if you don't have to. Just stay put in the village. Especially Xinghua and Lianhua. You're both carrying, so no gallivanting around. Resting up and keeping the babies safe beats everything else. Old Man Chen knocked his pipe against the sole of his shoe. All right, we'll do it your way. Shanzi, from here on out, you've got to take charge of things around here too. Then he shifted the subject, eyeing the pile of goods. You turned all the pig money into this stuff? I nodded, offering no explanation. He looked over the goods and nodded, and his face actually showed approval. These days, gold and silver and jewels weren't as solid as grain. Only by stockpiling enough grain could you survive. My son's approach was sound. He pressed further. The pig money, was it enough to buy all this? I curled my lip, playing it totally casual. Nope. I found some money on the road. These days, if you didn't steal, rob, cheat, or swindle, you counted as a good person. Finding money and giving it back? Who's putting on that big saint act? When you found the money, did anybody see you? Watching how nervous my old man looked, I couldn't help but laugh. Huh, isn't that a dumb question? If somebody'd seen me, you think I could have brought all this stuff back? I'd have had a target on my back long ago. Good thing you've got some sense, boy, new enough to clear out. Everything you traded for is exactly what the family needs. Shanzi, your pa can see it now. You've really grown into someone who can handle things. Once your ma and I are gone someday, I'll rest easy handing this whole household, this whole family estate, over to you. This was approval straight from the heart. The more Old Man Shin talked, the better he felt. His son had finally grown into a man who could hold the household together. Both daughters-in-law were expecting, and the Chen family was about to welcome new life into the world. They now have the next generation coming. He was over the moon about it. What's that, Pa? You and Ma got connections down below or something. You get to pick the date. Chen the Quiet One's mouth twitched, and he raised his hand to smack some sense into his good-for-nothing son. Before he could land the blow, Chen Lucier had heard enough. She reached out and gave me a hard slap on the back. Is that any way to talk to your pa? He's just making a point. He's worried about your future. Look at you, about to be a father yourself and still acting like a fool. No respect for your elders. The slap made me duck my head, but I wasn't mad, just chuckled. So don't say all this gloomy stuff, Pa. You and Ma are gonna live long enough to see the 5th generation of this family born, guaranteed. What? You think me and your pa are 1,000-year-old turtles? Living that long just wears out our welcome. We'll be plenty happy just to see our great-grandkids. Once we'd had our fun, I remembered what I had tucked away and pulled out 8 tins of clam oil cream. Look what I got. It's called clam oil cream. Real fancy stuff. 2 for you, Ma, 2 for Xinghua, 2 for Lianhua, and 1 each for me and Pa. This stuff really works. Cracked hands and feet in the winter, chapped skin peeling off your face. Just rub a little on, and it goes soft and smooth. The landlord's old lady in town rubs this on every single day. Chin the Quiet One picked one up, held it under his nose, and gave it a frown and a sniff before setting it down on the table with a look of disgust. I ain't rubbing on that womanish stuff. A man's skin gets a little rough, so what? We'll make do just fine. You 3 womenfolk use it. Give Xinghua and Lianhua 3 each. The landlord's old lady's nothing special. Us Chins can afford this stuff too. Chen Lucier stood off to the side, pursing her lips and muttering to herself. Big talker. Back when times were good, I never saw you thinking to buy me anything. She rolled her eyes at her husband, then turned and took my hand. It's my boy who keeps his ma in mind, who knows how to treat his ma right. A sight better than your pa. When it came time to divide things up, Shenlushir was perfectly fair. She put the grain, oil, and salt away in the grain jar and cupboards, and split the rest evenly between Xinghua and Lianhua. The two of them held the clam oil cream, toothbrushes, tooth powder, and scented soap, eyes shining. With perfect understanding, they both rose and went to their own rooms to put their things away. Once the two daughters-in-law had gone, I reached into the hidden pocket against my chest and pulled out 2 cartons of Old Blade cigarettes, slapping them down in front of Chun, the quiet one. He looked down and froze completely, eyes wide as saucers, not believing it. He'd lived most of his life smoking nothing but the dry tobacco leaves grown on his own land. Never in his life had he dared dream of smoking packaged, paper-rolled cigarettes, and he certainly never imagined his son would go out and bring back such a rare treat just for him. Shanzi, this is for me. Yep, bought it just for you. I tore open one carton, took out a pack, ripped off the wrapper, pulled out a cigarette, and held it out to my pa. Chun, the quiet one, took it. I brought it close to my nose and took a deep whiff, my old face lighting up with pure satisfaction. That smells good.